Preface of Trailmakers of the Northwest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. Preface. The story of the exploration of the American Northwest is one of the most picturesque and romantic in human annals. Adventurous men, pushing into the unknown at the hazard of their lives, discovered wilderness oceans whose waters seemed to mingle with the sky, followed the winding courses of mighty rivers for thousands of miles, found their way through mountain labyrinths where craggy peaks lifted high their ice-clad summits, hunted strange and dangerous wild beasts, traded and fought with tribes of treacherous, red-skinned aborigines who might be friends today and deadly enemies tomorrow, and finally, after centuries of effort, stood upon the shores of the vast Pacific and gazed westward over its heaving waters toward the old Cathay. For many years I have been an eager reader of the literature of the subject, and repeatedly I have myself made expeditions to the dwindling regions that yet remain unexplored. The present book is the outcome of this reading and of these first-hand experiences. It does not purport to be exhaustive. It is, rather, an impressionistic picture of a great epic movement, and frankly, it is a book for boys, young and old. In an appendix, the reader will find a list of books, some of which, I hope, he will take the trouble to consult. By so doing, he can become the partner of many an interesting adventurer and can enjoy by proxy unlimited thrilling experiences. That these books, I name only the very best, are not more widely read is a vast pity and is due to the fact that the great general public is unaware of their existence or at least of their possibilities for pleasure unalloyed. Paul L. Haworth, Eastover, West Newton, Indiana. January 1921. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. The beaver and his wonderful works, and how the demand for his fur led to great discoveries. The exploration of a large part of what is now Canada in the United States was due to the presence of the little animal we call the beaver. Spanish explorers in America sought gold and silver and precious stones and found them. Cortez and Pizarro and their mail-clad followers, riding strange animals and armed with steel swords and lances and with guns and cannon that spoke with a voice of thunder and sent invisible death from afar, conquered Mexico and Peru and obtained vast booty. For generations thereafter, the mines and fisheries of Spanish America sent yearly to the homeland tall galleons filled with bars of silver and gold and frails of magnificent pearls, and Spain was envied by all other European nations for her New World treasure house. And in the days of good Queen Bess, British sea captains like Drake and Grenville lay in wait for the tall galleons and took and plundered them, for in those days even pious Englishmen deemed it no sin to spoil Spaniards and Papists. French, British, and Dutch explorers in North America also sought eagerly for precious metals, but in vain. Now and then some optimistic navigator sailed home with a shipload of earth filled with specks of glittering mica, which he fondly believed to be gold, but 2 centuries and a half elapsed after Columbus's first landfall before either gold or silver was found in considerable quantities in the region north of that held by the Spaniards. Nevertheless, settlers finally established themselves along the Atlantic seaboard and wrung a livelihood from the soil and from fisheries. Furthermore, the land was rich in fur-bearing animals whose furs were light and easily transported and were in demand in Europe, and the fur trade, in a measure, made up for the failure to find precious metals. The skins of otters, bears, mink, martens, lynxes, and other animals were eagerly sought, but the main staple of all the fur trade was the beaver skin. It surpassed in importance all others combined, and as we shall explain in detail later, became the unit of value over half the continent. The beaver, as most people are aware, is a small animal, averaging 30 or 40 pounds weight, but occasionally reaching 60 or 70. It has exceedingly powerful chisel-shaped front teeth, webbed hind feet, a flat, scaly tail, and is covered with a short, dense, and silky fur that is overgrown with long, coarse hairs. For centuries, this fur was greatly prized for the making of hats. In the early days, the habitat of the beaver extended from the Atlantic to the Pacific and from the Gulf to Hudson Bay and the Arctic. Wherever within these limits conditions were favorable, the beaver was likely to be found. Water he must have, not only to drink, but as protection against wolves and other enemies. Trees or brushwood must be present, for the beaver lives almost wholly upon bark and twigs, though at times he eats berries and the roots of such water plants as lilies and spatterdocks. Some beavers are content merely to live in burrows dug in the banks of rivers or streams. These are sometimes called bank beavers, and I have had trappers tell me that they form a separate species, but this is not the case. Much more interesting are those that build dams and live in hutches or lodges built in the ponds thus formed. The dams vary in length from a few feet to a quarter or half a mile. The main object of these dams is to keep the water at a certain level. The ponds themselves vary greatly in size. I have seen them hardly more than puddles a few yards across, and I remember one in northern British Columbia that covers several hundred acres. The small dams are likely to be the work of a single family. In the building of the longer ones, several families cooperate. Most dams are built of branches and small logs, chinked with mud, but beavers will also use stones or whatever material happens to be handy. It was long popularly believed that in building them, the beaver made use of his flat tail as a trowel, but this is a myth long since exploded. The beaver carries the mud clasped between his short forepaws and his breast, and does not use his tail in the building process at all. He seems, however, to use his tail to a certain extent in swimming, and when alarmed, he will slap the top of the water with it, making a report that can be heard a long distance. More than once in the far Northland, I have been awakened by beavers that in swimming past our camp would get the dreaded man scent and would then slap their tails on the water. In selecting a site for his dam, the beaver displays much intelligence. He chooses a place where the water will form a pond, close to which there will be plenty of saplings and trees of the varieties that make good food, such, for example, as birch, poplar, alder, etc. As a rule, a beaver eats the bark and twigs of deciduous trees only, and does not care for evergreens like pine, cedar, or spruce. He selects a narrow spot in the stream, so that his dam will be as short as possible, and he takes every advantage of fallen trees, rocks, or other objects that will help to anchor the structure. On small streams that do not have much current or that are not subject to big floods, a single dam is usually considered sufficient by the flat-tailed engineers. On more powerful streams, they sometimes employ a plan so ingenious that it seems incredible that an animal could have the intelligence to have evolved it. Below the main dam, they will construct another dam which backs up the water against the main dam and helps to support it against the pressure from above. They have even been known to build a third dam in order to give support for the second. Once the dam is built, the beavers keep close watch upon it. A spillway, or perhaps several, has been provided over which the surplus water can run. In case one of these ways is cut too deep by the current, the animals soon repair the damage done, for it is a prime object to keep the water always at the same level. If the injury is slight, one beaver may make all the repairs. If a considerable gap has been cut, as by a flood, all will pitch in, and with sticks and earth will fill up the break. Trappers take advantage of this habit of beavers with fatal effect. They will cut a breach in the dam, and then round it will set their traps, knowing that when darkness comes, the industrious animals will be almost certain to set to work making repairs, and will thus put their feet in the traps. Having completed their dam, the beavers are likely to begin building their hutch or house. This is usually made of sticks and mud, with the foundation deep enough in water so that a passageway will be left under the ice even in the coldest winter, while the conical top rises well above the surface. Late in the fall, the beavers are likely to give their house an extra coating of mud. This soon freezes and forms a covering that is impenetrable by wolves, wolverines, or any of the beaver's other enemies except man. The hutches vary in size from heaps of mud and sticks 6 or 8 feet across and 3 or 4 feet high to structures several times as large. The largest I ever happened to have seen lies near the Kadacha River in a remote part of northern British Columbia. As it was a considerable distance out in a large pond, I was unable to get near enough to measure it, but it was certainly upwards of 30 feet across at the base and 9 or 10 feet high. These big houses are usually inhabited by 2 or more families, the smaller houses by only 1. Where 2 or more families occupy a hutch, there will, of course, be more than one room within, which may or may not be connected, and it is possible that it is this circumstance that first gave rise to fanciful stories that beavers have several rooms appropriated to different uses, such as eating, sleeping, and storing provisions. All close observers of the beaver declare that this is not the case. Upon this subject, Samuel Hearne, whose adventurous experiences will be described in detail a little later, says, quote, "It frequently happens that some of the larger houses are found to have had 1 or more partitions, if they deserve that appellation, but that is no more than a part of the main building, left by the sagacity of the beaver to support the roof. On such occasions, it is common for those different apartments, as some are pleased to call them, to have no communication with each other but by water, so that in fact they may be called double or treble houses, rather than different apartments of the same house. I have seen a large beaver house built in a small island that had near a dozen apartments under one roof, and 2 or 3 of these excepted, none of them had any communication with each other but by water. As there were beavers enough to inhabit each apartment, it is more than probable that each family knew its own and always entered at their own door." End quote. As a rule, each apartment, whether there be 1 or several in a house, has at least 2 entrances. Doubtless this is partly because the beavers wish to be sure of an avenue of escape in case one entrance should be blocked by an enemy. The size of the interior chambers varies greatly. Some are no more than 3 or 4 feet in diameter and 2 feet high. Exceptional ones have been found that were a dozen or even 20 feet across. 10 years ago, when on a hunting trip in Alberta, in the wilderness of mountains that lies around the headwaters of the Athabasca and Saskatchewan rivers, my Cree Indian guide, Jimmy Paul, told me a strange story of such a big beaver apartment. Poor Jimmy! We ran into wretched weather on the trip, with a great deal of rain and snow, and he suffered so much that he died 2 days after his return. His story was that once when a small lad he was traveling with his parents and brothers and sisters in the foothills, and they were overtaken by one of the great forest fires that so often devastate the region. Escape by flight was impossible, but fortunately close by there was a small beaver pond in which stood an enormous hutch that the father and other Indian hunters had broken into that spring. The father put his squaw and the children into this house and covered the opening with a wet blanket, while he himself stood in the water outside with another wet blanket over his head. The fire came roaring through the woods like a tornado. A she-bear and 2 cubs, several deer, and a bull moose also took refuge in the pond. The flames leapt right over the water and caught in the trees beyond. The father was half stifled with heat and smoke, but by frequently ducking his head, he kept the blanket around it wet, while he threw water on the one he had put over the opening in the lodge. Despite these efforts, both blankets were badly singed, but the lives of all the Indians, big and little, were saved. Most of the deer were killed, and the moose and the bears were badly burned about their heads, but when the fire finally passed, they were able to walk away. In building dams and in gathering food, beavers cut trees ranging from mere saplings up to those that are 2 or occasionally even 3 feet in diameter. The rapidity with which, with their powerful teeth, they will fell a tree is astonishing. Not infrequently, the cutting looks as if it had been done with an axe, though closer inspection will show the marks of the broad teeth. When once a tree is down, the beavers cut off the limbs and cut the trunk itself into convenient lengths, though they do not do this with trunks too large to be moved. The chief food of the beaver is bark, not the outside shell, but the cambium layer, which is more nutritious. They also eat some of the wood beneath the bark, but probably get little food value from it. In spring, summer, and fall, they eat their meals wherever it happens to be convenient, but for winter use, they sink in the water near their lodge, a heap of limbs and poles. It is in the transportation of this store of food that the beaver displays perhaps his greatest intelligence. If trees or saplings of the right variety stand at the edge of his pond, he can, of course, cut them down and then do almost all the work of transportation by water. Sometimes a tree, when cut, falls right into the pond, in which case the job is easy. But not infrequently it happens that the beavers exhaust the supply of trees close to the water and must go considerable distances for their food. One traveling in beaver country will often see the roads along which the beavers have dragged the limbs, and it is noticeable that the animals have been careful to clear away the obstacles that might impede the transportation work. Where circumstances are favorable, beavers have been known, incredible as it may seem, to dig canals from their pond to the trees they intend to cut. These canals are usually 2 or 3 feet wide and deep enough to float a limb or small log. To supply water for the canals, the flat-tailed engineers will tap springs or brooks and divert the water into their waterway. In case the ground slopes up, they will even construct a dam and then continue the work at a higher level. Sometimes several such dams or locks are used. Down these canals, the beavers float the limbs and logs, pulling them over the dams. The beaver displays so much skill as an engineer that many naturalists consider him the most intelligent of all animals. And yet he is not all wise even in doing the kinds of work that I have described. I recall that near one of my camps in the far northwest, I noticed 2 striking instances of the beaver's limitations. The animals had been felling trees that stood on the bank of a river that flowed close by. They wished, of course, the trees to fall into the water, and had they understood the art of throwing trees by making most of the cut on the side nearest the water, they could have felled almost all the trees in that direction. But as often as not, the main cut was on the landward side, with the result that the tree had fallen right away from the water. In many instances, in fact, the animals had gnawed in about the same depth from all sides, and in such cases the tree would fall according to the way it leaned, or according to the way the wind was blowing. In one instance, the animals, or one animal, had attempted to cut a small poplar that grew between 3 spruce. A glance would have convinced a human being that the tops of the trees were so interlaced that the poplar could not fall. Nevertheless, the beavers had set to work and cut the poplar completely off. Then, when the tree did not fall, they had cut it down again, but had finally given up the undertaking as a bad job after doing a lot of useless gnawing about the butt. The effect of the work of beavers upon the contour and shape of the land was important far beyond what is generally understood. There is hardly a stream in North America, north of Mexico, along which they did not live and labor, in many cases for countless generations. Their dams formed reservoirs which caught leaves and dead trees and debris of all kinds. These things, in course of time, would decompose and would form a deep vegetable muck. Thus, during the ages, a land-forming process was going on. Ultimately, the ponds would be transformed into swamps, and these in turn into meadows over which great forests might ultimately grow. In fact, millions upon millions of the richest bottomlands in the United States and Canada owe their existence to the labors of endless generations of beavers. On this subject, Warburton Pike, in his fascinating book, The Barren Ground of Northern Canada, says, quote, "On the second day we crossed, northwest of Great Slave Lake, a large prairie dotted with lakes, formerly the home of many beavers, and still bearing evidence of their labors in the long banks which served as dams and the huge mounds which were once their houses. The beavers have all gone long ago, and the ladies who wore the pretty fur-trimmed jackets in faraway England, and the husbands who grumbled at the price, are gone too. But the beavers have left the most impression on the face of the earth. Wonderful molders of geography they are. A stream dammed up in a level country forms a huge lake where the forest stood. The trees fall as their roots rot in standing water, and if the dam be not attended to by the workers, a fertile grass-covered prairie takes the place of the lake." End quote. A species of beaver inhabited Europe, and the fur of the animal was highly esteemed long before the discovery of America. The early explorers of America, when they brought back beaver skins, found a ready sale for them at high prices. The furs were of little weight or bulk in comparison with value, and this helped to make the development of the traffic practicable. The prices paid were even greater, in real value, than those of today. Hats made of such fur came to be so greatly in demand that in the 17th or 18th century a good beaver would sometimes bring 90 shillings, which is about $22 and a half, and the purchasing power of money in those days was so much greater than now that this price was probably equivalent to at least $100. To obtain the precious skins, men penetrated vast distances into savage wildernesses. Great companies were formed to engage in the trade, and nations even fought each other for the control of regions rich in furs. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The discovery of Hudson Bay and the Great Lakes. As everybody knows, Columbus sailed in search of a western route to the rich East Indies and never realized that he had discovered a new world. Even after the truth was known, many Europeans regarded the new continents in the light of obstacles rather than acquisitions, and navigators continued to search for a way to China and Cathay. In 1519, Magellan passed through the straits that now bear his name and, crossing a wide ocean, finally reached the true Indies. But the route he had discovered was long, and for generations men hoped that a more direct way through the great land barrier might be found. For hundreds of years, in fact, adventurous sea captains kept pushing the prows of their ships up every inlet and river in the two Americas in the hope that the way would lead them at last to the open waters of the South Sea, the Pacific of today. Even after it was clear that no such route existed in tropical or temperate climes, explorers continued down to our own time to try to find a way round northern North America. This search for the Northwest Passage forms one of the most adventurous and romantic chapters in all history. Many such navigators there were, Cabot and Cartier, Davis and Baffin, Frobisher, and all the rest, but the most important for our purpose was that famous English dreamer and adventurer, Henry Hudson. 2 dangerous voyages he made to the foggy, frozen sea that lies to the eastward of Greenland, only to be turned back by impenetrable barriers of ice. On a third voyage, undertaken in the interest of the Dutch, he discovered in 1609 the Hudson River, on whose bank rises today the great metropolis of our western world. In 1610 he set out from the Thames in the bark Discovery, and after weeks of being buffeted about by angry seas, sailed past southern Greenland and entered Hudson Straits. Ice floes and great icebergs, miles long, dangerous reefs and rocky islands, indraughts and swift currents made navigation perilous to the last degree, while the crew muttered against going further, and the mate, a rascal named Jewett, had to be deposed for mutiny. But undaunted, Hudson sailed his ship into that great inland sea that now bears his name, and bore away southwestward, hoping that the long-sought Northwest Passage had been found. He came at last, however, to the west side of James Bay, and realized that fickle fate had tricked him, and that he was landlocked with a long Arctic winter at hand, and with a scanty supply of stores. The winter proved to be the coldest any of the explorers had ever experienced. Luckily, there was wood in abundance, and stone fireplaces were built on the deck of the ship. Many birds and some other kinds of game were shot, but there was a shortage of bread. The gunner died, and others of the crew suffered from scurvy. When spring came, some fish were caught, but when the ice broke up and there was a chance to sail for home, there was food left for only about 2 weeks. Jewett, the deposed mate, and other malcontents plotted to maroon Hudson and the loyal men so that they themselves could have all the food, and on their return home say that Hudson and the others had died. At daybreak one morning, when Hudson came out of his cabin, 3 of the villains sprang upon him and bound his arms. Then the mutineers gathered round and jeered him. Hudson, his little son, and 8 others, most of them weak and sick, were put into the open shallop with some arms and cooking utensils, but little or no food. One brave and loyal seaman from Ipswich was offered a chance to remain on board, but he begged to be set adrift with his commander. The ship then sailed away, leaving the boat and its occupants adrift on the great inland sea. So passed from view Henry Hudson, one of the world's great discoverers. His fate and that of those with him remains one of the mysteries of the merciless deep. Whether they soon perished amid the angry waves, whether they were cast on some inhospitable coast and died of hunger, or were slain by the savages, can never be known. A great artist has painted a famous picture which represents the old navigator in the shallop, the helm grasped in one hand, while with the other he holds the hand of his little lad, who sits between his knees and looks up into his father's face. In the background beyond a stretch of water towers a mighty iceberg, and on the noble countenance of the mariner is the hopeless look of a brave man who is already staring into eternity. Whatever his fate, the famous river and the mighty bay remain the bold dreamer's monuments. It is grim satisfaction to know that it fared ill with the mutineers. Several were slain by the Eskimos. Jewett, the traitorous mate, died of starvation in sight of Ireland. Only a few survived the horrors of the homeward voyage, and some of them were speedily seized and punished for mutiny. Admiral Sir Thomas Button sailed to Hudson Bay the next year on a vain search for the missing men. He wintered at Port Nelson and lost so many men from scurvy and other causes that he could bring home only one of his 2 ships. Other expeditions, including one sent out by the Danes, visited the bay in this period, but all suffered dreadful hardships, and for half a century no attempt was made at settlement. The final establishment of trading posts on the great inland sea was due to activities from another direction. About the time that Henry Hudson was making his adventurous voyages, the French, under such hardy leaders as Champlain, were settling along the St. Lawrence at Quebec, Mont-Royal, Montreal, and elsewhere. Like other visitors to the New World, they had great hopes of finding silver or gold, but failing, they turned their attention to the fur trade. In 1615, Champlain ascended the rapids-filled Ottawa, crossed a portage track worn smooth by untold generations of moccasined feet following the great aboriginal route between east and west, reached the broad expanse of demon-infested Lake Nipissing, and floated down the current of French River. Now they passed between pine-tufted craggy islands, where patriarchal fir trees, shaggy with pendant mosses, cast dark shadows, while in the clear water the bleached trunks of fallen monarchs of the forest formed screens for hungry, sharp-toothed muskellunges waiting for their finny prey. Again they glided between walls of gneissic granite, in whose crevices the bearded cedar clung with snake-like roots, while aloft the rock maple, the aspen, and the glistening birch reared their light green foliage beneath the towering white pines. In places they beheld where rushing fires had scorched the rocks and left dead, blasted trunks standing amid the blackened stumps and prostrate bodies of comrades half consumed. From behind lichen-clad rocks, the stealthy lynx and the hungry cougar watched them as they floated by. The awkward porcupine waddled leisurely with rustling quills into the thicket. The loons dived into the brown water. The startled deer, come down to drink, bounded off like huge rabbits, and the giant moose, standing in some cove to escape the flies, plunged shoreward shaking his huge antlers and wet sides, and with unwieldy but silent trot vanished in the labyrinthine woods. They passed the 5-mile rapids, portaged round the Grand Recollet, where the river pours itself with unceasing fury into a foamy cauldron, then fared onward past other rapids, and at length floated out upon the broad bosom of the Mer Douce, the freshwater sea of the Hurons. Here they turned southward down the expanses of Georgian Bay, threading their course among the 30,000 islands off that iron-bound coast, which, when the pyramids were yet undreamed of, had for ages felt the wash of summer waves and the battering of winter's ice. At their night camps on rocky islets, their fires of resinous driftwood glared against the dark foliage of the trees and shone far out over the water, while from afar came the lonely cry of the loon, the howl of the hungry wolf, and the hoarse bellow of the moose. After an interval of darkness, the east would glow again with a vivid fire across the waters and through the dagger-like tops of the firs and spruce, while the fading moon would fall beneath the western sky. Presently the camp would be astir, and after a hurried meal, Champlain, his armed followers, and his aboriginal guides would board their birch-bark canoes and paddle onward toward the villages of the Hurons. Here, in due course, they arrived and found the Recollet Father Le Caron, who had preceded them. Thus was found a way to Lake Huron and the other great inland seas that lie beyond it. For generations, the route thither by way of Lakes Ontario and Erie was rendered too perilous by the hostile Iroquois to be much used by the French, but it was not long before adventurous laymen like Brulé and Nicolet and Joliet and La Salle and devoted missionaries like Alloway and Marquette had wet their canoes in the waters of Lake Michigan and Superior, and had even followed the mighty Mississippi to the warm waters of the Gulf. Soon hardy coureurs des bois were trading with all the tribes of the interior, were mating with squaws, were rearing a dusky progeny whose sinewy muscles were to form much of the motive power behind the paddles of canoes that pushed still further westward, and were establishing posts at Detroit, Mackinac, Vincennes, and other places. But this is a long and complicated story, which has already been told far better in the picturesque pages of Parkman than it can ever be told again. For our purpose, the important point is that well before the end of the 17th century, white men had become acquainted with Hudson Bay and Lake Superior, two of the three important kicking-off places for the remote Northwest. Farther south, and almost a century later, English traders and explorers from Pennsylvania, Virginia, and North Carolina pushed over the mountain wall into the valley of the Ohio. First, the colonists in England fought France for possession of the rich region, and then the colonists wrested it from the mother country in the Revolution. And in 1803, the United States purchased from France the vast domain then known as Louisiana and obtained control of the Missouri River, the third great avenue of approach to the Northwest. It was by this avenue that Lewis and Clark made much of their famous journey. But long before them, French and British adventurers, pushing out from Hudson Bay and Lake Superior, had navigated the Saskatchewan, had traced the copper mine and the Mackenzie to the Arctic Sea, and had even crossed the continent to the Pacific. It is of the deeds and adventures of these discoverers that we shall proceed to tell. End chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Pierre Radisson and how his explorations led to the founding of the Hudson's Bay Company. In the ancient town of St. Malo, on the coast of western France, there was born, about the year 1636, a child who is known in history as Pierre Esprit Radisson. In 1651, his relatives emigrated to Canada and settled at the little post of Three Rivers on the St. Lawrence. War with the bloodthirsty Iroquois was raging, and bands of the hostiles prowled almost constantly about the post. But one spring morning, Radisson, then only 16, and two other youths ventured beyond the walls of the post to shoot ducks. After killing some game, the warning given by a herdsman so alarmed two of them that they turned back, but Radisson, laughing at his comrades' fears, kept on until he had shot more ducks than he could carry. Hiding some of the game in hollow trees, he started for the post, only to come upon the scalped remains of his two comrades. Soon 100 Iroquois dashed upon him, and though he resisted, he was quickly disarmed and bound. The captive fully expected to be tortured to death, but his captors, struck by his youth and courage, painted him with red and black paint, dressed his hair in the Indian fashion, and took him unharmed to their village on the Mohawk, where he was adopted into the tribe. Under their tutelage, he learned woodcraft as only few men except the savage can know it. Once, with a captive Algonquin, he slew 3 Iroquois and attempted to escape, but when almost in sight of 3 Rivers, the Algonquin was killed and Radisson was retaken. He was tortured and was saved from a horrible death only by the intercession of the warrior and squaw who had adopted him. Next year, he accompanied a war party in a raid against the Eries and won favor by his valor. Finally, after 2 years of captivity, he managed to escape to Fort Orange, now Albany, where kindly Dutchmen secreted him and finally enabled him to reach New Amsterdam and then Europe. Radisson soon returned to New France, where he was welcomed as one returned from the grave. During the next few years, he had other thrilling experiences among the Iroquois. Then in 1658, the year Oliver Cromwell died, and more than a score of years before William Penn founded Pennsylvania, he set out with his sister's husband, Sieur de Groseilliers, on an expedition beyond the Great Lakes. After a narrow escape from the Iroquois along the Ottawa, they reached Green Bay on the west side of Lake Michigan. A war party of Iroquois penetrated even to that remote region, but Radisson led a party of warriors and slew the raiders to the last man. Thence the explorers penetrated to the Mississippi, 10 years before Marquette and Joliet reached it, and perhaps even to the Missouri, visiting or hearing of strange tribes, the Sioux, the Mandans, the Assiniboines, the Crees, and others, seeing many wonderful sights and winning the honor, long obscured, of being the first white men to penetrate into the Northwest beyond the Great Lakes. Finally, they returned to Montreal and Quebec with a rich cargo of furs. Radisson and Groseilliers now became eager to find a way to the Sea of the North, Hudson Bay, of which they had heard vague reports. But New France at this time regulated the fur trade by license, and the corrupt governor, Davaugour, refused to grant them a license unless they would give him half the profits. They refused, and slipping away from 3 Rivers in the night, joined Indians from the upper country. Repeatedly they had to fight Iroquois war parties along the way, but in the autumn they reached Lake Superior, coasted along the south shore past the pictured rocks, and somewhere in the region northwest of the lake, quote, built themselves the first fort and the first fur post between the Missouri and the North Pole, end quote. This was in 1661, and the nearest settlement of white men was probably 2,000 miles away. It was impossible for 2 men to keep watch at night, so Radisson, ever ready in expedients, rigged up a series of little bells about the hut, and these bells were fastened to strings in such a way that any man or animal running against the strings would start the bells to tinkling. Often the sleepers were awakened by animals that had run against the strings, but luckily the Indians never attempted to surprise them. The Indians, in fact, showed themselves very friendly, being eager to trade their furs for guns, knives, beads, and other gewgaws dear to the savage heart. Friendly relations were established with the Saulteaux or Ojibwas, the Crees, and other tribes. The 2 explorers spent the winter in a great Cree encampment. The hunting proved bad, and many of the Indians starved to death. Finally, some Sioux, who were anxious to trade with the white men, brought timely supplies of food. Radisson and his partner took back to their post a great store of furs. That summer, the explorers traveled northward along the rivers with their Cree friends and seemed to have reached Hudson Bay, though whether or not they did so is a matter of dispute. Finally, in the spring of 1663, the 2 returned to the Lake Superior country and thence made their way to Montreal, accompanied by hundreds of their Indian friends, bringing many canoe loads of furs. A different governor now ruled New France, but he caused Radisson and Groseilliers to be so heavily fined that only a pittance was left to show for their efforts. Disgusted by this and later mistreatment, the two explorers fled to Nova Scotia and thence to Boston. Efforts to reach Hudson Bay by sea failed disastrously, but in Boston the two Frenchmen, now almost penniless, became acquainted with Sir George Cartwright, and this nobleman, who had great influence at the English court, persuaded them to go with him to England. They were captured on the way by a Dutch cruiser and were landed in Spain, but finally reached London. The explorers were received by King Charles II and were granted a small stipend by him, but war and a great plague delayed the fulfillment of vague promises made by the court. Sir George Cartwright did what he could for them, and finally the famous Prince Rupert became interested in their plans. As a dashing youth, Rupert had led the royalist cavaliers of Charles II against the Roundheads in England's great civil war, and he was now interested in the sea and exploration. 2 ships were fitted out to go to Hudson Bay. The one bearing Radisson was so badly damaged by a storm that it had to turn back, but the other, which carried Groseilliers, reached Rupert River on James Bay and returned the next year, heavily laden with a rich cargo of furs. The profits were so great that a group of rich and powerful men obtained in 1670 from the king a royal charter for the gentlemen adventurers trading to Hudson's Bay. Thus was formed the famous Hudson's Bay Company, now the oldest corporation in the world. Prince Rupert was the first governor. The company received a monopoly on all the trade in the Hudson Bay region, and their power ultimately was exercised over a region as large as Europe. For 2 centuries and a half, the company has continued to do business. It has surrendered some of its special privileges, but its fur posts still dot the shores of rivers and lakes in the Canadian Northland, while it has great department stores in the large cities. Its business is still immensely profitable, and travelers in Canada soon become familiar with its initials on freight packages and elsewhere, HBC, which the waggish interpret as meaning here before Christ. The later history of Radisson was a checkered one. He lost favor with his English patrons and returned to the service of France and waged war against the company he had helped to found. Then he grew dissatisfied again and once more entered the service of the company. The last years of the old Pathfinder were spent in London as a pensioner of the company. In the long series of wars between England and France in the century following the founding of the company, its posts were often captured by French raiders, but they were always retaken or else were restored when peace was declared. Sometimes the company experienced lean periods, but on the whole it was prosperous and paid large dividends to its lucky stockholders. The company established posts at the mouths of the Churchill, Nelson, Albany, and Rupert rivers and elsewhere on the shore of Hudson and James Bays, but it made no effort to colonize the country, for that would have been to defeat its prime object of obtaining furs. The wars with France forced the company to build strong forts which, considering the remoteness of the region in which they stood, were sometimes of immense size. That called Fort Prince of Wales at the mouth of Churchill River was about 300 yards square, with walls of hammer-dressed stone, 30 feet thick at the bottom and 20 at the top, and mounting 40 cannon. Rarely, if ever, however, did these forts have sufficient men to man them. When La Perouse appeared before Fort Prince of Wales in 1782, there were not enough trained men within to work a single gun, and the commander, Samuel Hearne, had to surrender the place without resistance. The French did what they could to destroy the fort, and it was never again reoccupied. 111 years later, a Canadian explorer, J.W. Tyrrell, visited the ruins and wrote of them, quote, "As La Perouse left the fort, so did we find it. For the most part, the walls were still solid, though from between their great blocks of granite the mortar was crumbling. The guns, spiked and dismounted, were still to be seen lying about on the ramparts and among the fallen masonry. In the bastions, all of which were standing, were to be seen the remains of walls and magazines, and in the center of the fort stood the walls of the old building in which Hearne and his men had lived. The charred ends of roof beams were still attached to its walls, where, undecayed, they had rested for the past 111 years. For a century following its establishment, the Hudson's Bay Company was generally content to trade with the Indians who brought furs to its posts on the bay, and it made small effort to extend its operations inland. In 1691-92, a man named Henry Kelsey, who was on intimate terms with the Indians and had married a squaw, made a trip into the interior, but where he actually went is a matter of dispute. Half a century later, in 1754, Anthony Henry ascended Hayes River and other streams and finally reached the broad Saskatchewan, where he found a small trading post established the previous year by a Frenchman named de la Corne, who had come into the country by way of the Great Lakes and Lake Winnipeg. Henry traveled westward over the Great Plains to within a short distance of the Rocky Mountains, but did not actually see them. He did see, however, great bands of buffaloes and helped to kill many of them. On one of the hunts, 2 of his Indian comrades were horribly mangled by a savage grizzly bear, and Henry's is one of the first allusions to this mightiest of all North American wild beasts. Far out on the plains, Henry paid a visit to the Blackfeet and found them in possession of many horses, in riding which they made use of hair halters, buffalo skin pads or saddles, and hide stirrups. But when he returned to Hudson Bay and said that he had seen Indians who rode horses, he was laughed at as a liar. Of the interesting and hazardous experiences of another man who sought to find out what lay in the far interior, we shall now proceed to tell in greater detail. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Samuel Hearne and his search for a copper mine. On December 7, 1771, a small party of Chippewayan Indians and one white man emerged from the stone gateway of Fort Prince of Wales on the desolate western shore of Hudson Bay, and, amid a chorus of shouts from the garrison and trading clerks, set off westward toward the unexplored interior. A deep snow covered the ground, and over this the party dragged with their own hands their long, narrow sledges, for at that time these Indians had not yet begun to use dogs for that purpose. There were, however, a few dogs with the party, and these carried heavy loads upon their backs, as did also the hard-working squaws. The white man was an Englishman named Samuel Hearne. Though only 27, he had already seen much of the world. At 11, he had entered the British Navy and fought in several bloody engagements of what we called the French and Indian War. Later, he went to Hudson Bay as an employee of the Great Fur Company, and for several years was engaged in trading with the wild Eskimos up and down the coast north of Churchill River. He was now setting off on a most hazardous journey. Many years before, when the company's men first visited the bay, they had found the Indians in possession of weapons and tools hammered out of native copper. Now and then, Indians who came to the post to trade would bring a nugget of the metal with them, and when questioned about where they had obtained it, would reply that it came from the shores of a river many weeks' journey to the northwest, and that there it existed in such abundance that ships could be laden with it as easily as with boulders from a beach. Such stories aroused great interest among the white men, and repeated efforts were made to find the mines. In 1719, for example, 2 vessels under command of Captain Knight, an old mariner, 80 years of age, sailed northward in search of the mine. But both ships were cast away on the barren shore of Marble Island south of Chesterfield Inlet, and not one of the crew was ever seen again. 50 years elapsed before their fate became certainly known through the finding of the bottoms of the ships, and cannon, anchors, and other articles belonging to the ill-fated expedition, as well as skeletons of some of the crew. In 1769, the home authorities of the Hudson's Bay Company decided to send out some competent person overland to search for the copper mine, and Hearne was selected for the task. He was now setting out on his third attempt. 2 years before, with 2 white companions, he had started with some of the northern Indians, but in a few weeks the Indians grew weary of the journey and plundered the white men of most of their possessions. After great hardships, Hearne and his white companions managed to return to the fort. Undaunted, Hearne, as soon as it could be arranged, again set out with another party of Indians. Again there was trouble with the guides, while a high wind blew over and broke the quadrant with which the white man calculated longitude and latitude, and he decided to return. After nearly 9 months of adventurous wandering through the barren grounds, the explorer again found himself back at the fort. But on the return trip, Hearne had the good fortune to fall in with a northern Indian leader named Mackenzie, who was going to the post to trade. In his youth, this man had lived for several years at the trading post and had learned some of the white man's customs and to speak English. He was a man of great size and courage, resourceful in times of trial, and more trustworthy than the other Indians. Mackenzie aided Hearne and listened to his story. He pointed out mistakes made in the previous efforts. For example, he said that it was a fatal blunder not to take any squaws along. Women, said he, were made for labor. One of them can carry or haul as much as 2 men can do. They also pitch our tents, make and mend our clothing, and in fact there is no such thing as traveling any considerable distance or for any length of time in this country without their assistance. Though they do everything, they are maintained at trifling expense, for as they always stand cook, the very licking of their fingers in scarce times is sufficient for their subsistence." Mackenzie himself volunteered to conduct Hearne to the copper mine, and Hearne gladly accepted the offer. After a stay of less than 2 weeks at the fort, the adventurous explorer once more set out on the quest. With him he took another quadrant, a supply of ammunition, and some articles to trade with the Indians. The country through which their way led at first is flat and barren, almost destitute of trees, and with hardly any game to be found. The Indians always hurried through the region as speedily as possible, yet often suffered bitterly from lack of food. Mackenzie had cached a supply of meat at Egg River to be used on the return trip, but when they reached the cache after 9 days' travel, they found that it had been plundered by other Indians. As the supply of food that had been brought from the fort was nearly exhausted, they for 10 days traveled onward across the barren lands in a state of semi-starvation. For the last 3 days of that time, they did not taste a morsel of anything except, says Hearne, pipes of tobacco and a drink of snow water, and as we walked daily from morning till night and were all heavy laden, our strength began to fail." End quote. On the 26th of December, the party finally reached a patch of woods and saw some caribou, a sort of wild reindeer, 4 of which they killed. Next morning, the meat was brought to camp, and the party halted for a feast. The Indians, quote, never ceased eating the whole day, end quote. Mackenzie, in fact, consumed so much that he was ill for several days. With these Indians, it was always either a feast or a famine, and the quantity of meat they were able to consume was almost incredible. In the course of their long trip, Hearne's party, in his own words, quote, fasted many times 2 whole days and nights, twice upwards of 3 days, and once, while at Sheathan-Ni, near 7 days, during which we tasted not a mouthful of anything, except a few cranberries, water, scraps of old leather, and burnt bones. On those pressing occasions I have frequently seen the Indians examine their wardrobes, which consisted chiefly of skin clothing, and consider what part could best be spared. Sometimes a piece of an old, half-rotten deerskin, and at others a pair of old shoes, were sacrificed to alleviate extreme hunger. End quote. Hearne says that in times of famine, the Indians of the Hudson Bay region were sometimes reduced to the desperate expedient of cannibalism. Among some of the tribes, it was generally believed that when a person had once been driven to the necessity of eating human flesh, he became so fond of it that no one thereafter was safe in his company. A Weendigo, as one who was known to have been guilty of making such a horrible repast was called, was always thereafter not only detested but shunned. Sometimes he was even slain. Hearne relates that in the spring of 1775, when building a new station at Cumberland House, an Indian came to the post alone and without either gun or ammunition. The fact that he carefully concealed a bag of provisions led some of the Indians at the post to become suspicious, and they examined the bag and pronounced the meat in it to be human flesh, though in reality it was not so at all. All Hearne's authority was required to prevent the Indians from killing, quote, this poor, inoffensive wretch for no crime but that of traveling about 200 miles by himself, unassisted by firearms for support in his journey, end quote. On New Year's Day, Hearne's party reached a large lake, and there found 2 tents in which 2 Indian men and some of the wives and children of the Indians with Hearne had been awaiting the return of their relatives. The men had no guns, and the sole dependence for food had been fish and what few rabbits could be snared. The fish were caught through holes cut in the ice, some with hooks, but most with nets. The Indian nets were chiefly made out of small thongs cut from raw caribou hides, though twisted willow bark was occasionally used, especially by the more southern tribes. The thongs, when dry, appeared very good, but after being soaked in water for a time, they would become so slippery that when a large fish struck the net, the hitches would sometimes slip and let the fish escape. Furthermore, the nets would soon rot unless frequently taken out of the water and dried. Setting a net in a river or lake that was frozen over was no small task. The Indians must first cut a number of holes 10 or 12 feet apart and reaching far enough to stretch the net to its full length. As the ice was often 3 or 4 feet in thickness, the cutting of the holes required much labor, especially when the fishermen had no better tools than chisels of caribou horn. When the holes were ready, a line was passed under the ice by means of a pole stuck into one of the end holes, and by means of 2 forked sticks this pole was pushed from hole to hole until it arrived at the last. The pole was then taken out, and the net was made fast to the line and was hauled under the ice, a large stone being tied to each of the lower corners in order to keep the net properly expanded. When it was thought desirable to examine the net, it could be pulled from under the ice by means of the line. When the fish had been taken out, if there had been a catch, the net could easily be pulled back into place and secured as before. Only in certain spots in lakes and rivers could nets be set with any likelihood of success. In country with which they were familiar, the Indians knew many of these spots, and they usually managed to camp close to them. Often more fish would be caught than could be used, and in such times of plenty, the lazy savages would sometimes neglect to attend to the nets, with the result that the fish would spoil in them. At other times, no fish at all, or at most very few, would be caught for days and even weeks. More than once, starvation and death resulted from failure of the fish supply. When they made a new net, these Indians would tie a number of birds' bills and feet to the head and foot ropes, and at the 4 corners would fasten the jaws and toes of others. They were so superstitious as to believe that it would be useless to set a net unless it was thus equipped. The first fish caught in a new net must not be boiled in water, but must be broiled whole over a fire. The flesh was then carefully taken from the bones without dislocating the joints, after which the skeleton was laid on the fire and consumed. Similar ceremonies must be observed when trying a new hook for the first time. It was also thought essential to conceal charms in the bait in order to attract the fish. For many days the party traveled leisurely onward. Caribou were usually abundant, and sometimes the hunters killed many more than could be eaten. The woods trended to the southward, and the party moved in that direction in order to avoid the open barren grounds where there was neither firewood nor much game at that season of the year. This route, Matonabbee told Hearne, was the best course to follow, but he said that when spring advanced, the caribou would begin migrating toward the Arctic coast, and it would then be possible to travel northward in a direct line for the Coppermine River. The woods in this region were chiefly of spruce, with some birch and trembling aspen on the hillsides. Most of the trees were dwarfed and ill-shapen, stunted by the cold winds from the north. There was also dwarf juniper, and here and there, especially around ponds and swamps, some willows. As the temperature was usually far below zero, firewood was absolutely essential. To have ventured out upon the treeless barrens in that season would have been highly hazardous, but with plenty of wood it was possible to keep reasonably comfortable inside the teepees of caribou skin. A teepee is, as most readers probably know, a sort of conical tent which has a hole left in the top. A fire can be kept burning on the ground in the center, and the smoke emerges from the orifice at the top. Cooking can be done over this fire, and the inmates can sit or sleep around it and keep warm, though at times the smoke is likely to be troublesome, especially to a person standing or sitting up. Of all forms of tents, the teepee is the best suited for winter in the wilderness. Unless some kind of stove can be taken along, any other form of closed tent is, in cold weather, scarcely better than a refrigerator. Next to a teepee, a tent which is open in front and slopes down toward the back is best. A fire can be kept burning before it, and the heat will be reflected down upon the person sleeping within. In one respect, a shelter tent of this sort is superior to a teepee. It is much lighter and hence can be more easily carried. Early in March 1772, on the shore of Hodied Hui, or Pike Lake, Hearne's party came upon the encampment of some northern Indians who were obtaining subsistence by catching caribou in a pound or enclosure. When they built such a pound, the Indians would seek out a trail on which the caribou were accustomed to travel, and would then construct a fence of brushy trees around a considerable tract of ground. Hearne says that he saw enclosures a mile around, and was told there were others still more extensive. The entrance to the pound was no larger than a common gate, and the inside was crowded with a maze of small counter hedges or fences, in every opening of which strong snares of hides were set. The ends of these snares were attached either to growing saplings or else to loose poles of such a size and length that a deer could not drag it far without its becoming entangled among stumps or trees. When the pound was ready, the Indians would stick a row of small brushwood in the snow on either side of the door or entrance, and these were continued out on the open plain, where neither stick nor stump besides was to be seen, which made them the more distinctly observed. The two lines were ranged in such a way as to form two sides of a long acute angle, the apex of which was at the entrance of the pound, while the broad opening was often 2 or 3 miles away. Often a lake or river would be used for one side. In fact, the Indians usually sought a place where such a natural barrier was available. The Indians always pitched their camp on or near some hill from which they could keep watch over the path leading to the pound. Whenever they saw caribou going that way, men, women, and children would make a detour till they got behind the game and would then step into view and move toward the pound in crescent formation. The caribou, believing themselves pursued, would usually run straight forward along the path between the rows of poles until they entered the pound. The Indians would close in and block up the entrance with some brushy trees that had been made ready for that purpose. The squaws and children would then walk round outside the enclosure to prevent the caribou from breaking or jumping the fence, while the men were engaged in spearing the animals caught in the snares and in shooting with bows and arrows those that remained loose in the pound. In this way the Indians often killed even more game than they could use. Many families would sometimes be able to obtain a plentiful supply of food for a whole winter without being obliged to move their tents more than once or twice during the season. Such an easy method of procuring food was, of course, wonderfully well adapted to the support of the women and children and of the old and the infirm. In fact, the Indians who were content to live in this manner rarely experienced starving times. It was those who traveled long distances to trade their furs at the posts that were most likely to suffer serious privations and hardships. On the 8th of April, the party came to a small lake with a long, unpronounceable Indian name. Here they remained for about 10 days, drying and pounding caribou meat and cutting light teepee poles for use on the barren grounds, where no poles could be found. In the fall, these poles could also be converted into snowshoe frames. Frames for canoes were also made, and a store of birch bark collected with which to cover them. The canoes themselves would not be made until the party arrived at Chloe Lake, many miles distant. At the Thileaza River, a few miles further on, more bark was obtained, and a small party was sent ahead to Chloe Lake to have a canoe built by the time the main party should arrive. An Indian baby was born at this place. The mother set out the same day, carrying the little creature and a considerable load besides on her back. The next day she had to drag a sledge also, and was often obliged to wade knee-deep in water and wet snow. Early in May, the party arrived at Chloe Lake, which lies somewhere to the east of Great Slave Lake, called by Hearne Lake Athapusco. Here some birch bark canoes were put together, but all were small, being only 12 or 13 feet long, and capable of carrying only 2 persons, one of whom must lie down on the bottom. The canoes were, however, very helpful in crossing rivers and lakes, and were so light that one could be carried by a single man. Other Indians had by this time joined the party, and it had become a considerable company. One reason for the increase in numbers was that the Indians had formed a plan to attack and murder the Eskimos, who were said to frequent the lower reaches of the Coppermine River. With this idea in mind, the warriors made themselves wooden shields with which to ward off the Eskimo arrows and spears. Most of the squaws and all of the children were left behind at Chloe Lake, and when the start was made, many of the warriors also decided that they preferred to remain safely at that place. 3 weeks farther northward, on the banks of a little river, the party found several Copper Indians with whom Watanabe and others were already acquainted. Hearne was the first white man these Indians had ever seen. It was curious, writes the explorer, to see how they flocked about me and expressed as much desire to examine me from top to toe as an European naturalist would a nondescript animal. They, however, found and pronounced me to be a perfect human being, except in the color of my hair and eyes. The former, they said, was like the stained hair of a buffalo's tail, and the latter, being light, were like those of a gull. The whiteness of my skin also was, in their opinion, no ornament, as they said it resembled meat which had been sodden in water till all the blood was extracted. On the whole, I was viewed as so great a curiosity in this part of the world that during my stay there, whenever I combed my head, some or other of them never failed to ask for the hairs that came off, which they carefully wrapped up, saying, "When I see you again, you shall again see your hair." End quote. The rest of the women were left at this place, but some of the Copper Indians joined the expedition. In passing through what were called the Stony Mountains, however, the hardships were so great that many of the Indians turned back. Several musk oxen were killed in this region, but they proved so lean that the Indians only took some strips of hide for moccasin soles. In the middle of July, the party finally reached the long-sought Coppermine River, which proved to be much smaller and more rapid than Hearne had been led to believe by the Indians. They were soon joined by 4 Copper Indians, while 3 spies were sent ahead in order to find out whether there were any Eskimos farther down the stream. In the afternoon, hunters killed several musk oxen and some caribou, and the Indians spent the rest of the day and night cutting the meat into strips and drying it before the fire. To the white man they explained that this was done in order to have a plentiful supply of ready-cooked food, so that the trip to the river's mouth could be made without the need of firing guns or building fires that would alarm the Eskimos. 2 days later, while on their way down the river, the party met the returning spies, who reported that they had found 5 tents of Eskimos on the west side of the river. They said that the tents were in a place where the task of surprising the occupants would be easy. At once the Indians put their guns, spears, and wooden shields in order for the attack. Each warrior painted on the front of his shield some object like the sun or moon or beast of prey, and on inquiring the object, Hearne was told that each man painted on his shield the image of that being on which he relied for aid in the coming battle. All this painting was very crudely done, so that, in Hearne's words, quote, most of the paintings had more the appearance of a number of accidental blotches than of anything that is on the earth or in the water under the earth, end quote. Hearne viewed all these preparations with a sinking heart. He had repeatedly protested against the bloody and inhuman plan, but says he, quote, so far were my entreaties from having the wished-for effect that it was concluded I was actuated by cowardice, and they told me, with great marks of derision, that I was afraid of the Eskimo. As I knew my personal safety depended in a great measure on the favorable opinion they entertained of me in this respect, I was obliged to change my tone, end quote. Unable, therefore, to prevent the execution of the plan, Hearne accompanied the Indians but played no part in the massacre. Taking advantage of the lay of the land, the Indians managed to approach, unsuspected, to within 200 yards of the Eskimo camp, which lay beneath a bank at the foot of a considerable falls. Here the Indians made final preparations, painting their faces, tying up their hair so that it would not blow in their eyes, and laying aside all unnecessary clothing and other impedimenta. By the time they were finally ready, it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, but in that high latitude, north of the Arctic Circle, it was daylight. They then rushed forward from their ambuscade, and as the Eskimos were all in their caribou skin tents, most of them doubtless asleep, the Indians reached the very eaves of the tents before they were perceived. Roused by the bloodthirsty shouts outside, the poor Eskimos, men, women, and children, to the number of over 20, came rushing out and attempted to escape. The relentless Indians at once fell upon them with clubs and spears and did not spare a single person. One young girl of about 18 years fell at Hearne's feet and twisted her arms about his legs as if to implore for mercy. He begged hard for her life, but the savages only said jeeringly that he must want an Eskimo woman for a wife, and continued to stab the poor creature until she was dead. Quote, my situation and the terror of my mind at beholding this butchery, writes Hearne, cannot easily be conceived, much less described. Though I summed up all the fortitude I was master of on this occasion, it was with difficulty that I could refrain from tears, and I am confident that my features must have feelingly expressed how sincerely I was affected at the barbarous scene I then witnessed. Even at this hour, I cannot reflect on the transactions of that horrid day without shedding tears. End quote. Hardly had the Indians completed their bloody work when they noticed 7 more Eskimo tents on the other side of the river. These tents, fortunately, had hitherto been hidden from view by the bluffs of the river. As the Indians had left their canoes some distance up the river, they had no way of crossing, but the stream was only about 80 yards wide, so they began firing at the Eskimos. Says Hearne, the poor Eskimos on the opposite shore, though all up in arms, did not attempt to abandon their tents, and they were so unacquainted with the nature of firearms that when the bullets struck the ground, they ran in crowds to see what was sent them, and seemed anxious to examine all the pieces of lead which they found flattened against the rocks. At length one of the Eskimo men was shot in the calf of the leg, which put them in great confusion. They all immediately embarked in their little canoes and paddled to a shoal in the middle of the river, which, being more than a gunshot from any part of the shore, put them out of the reach of our barbarians. End quote. The victors then turned their attention to plundering the tents of the dead Eskimos, taking, in particular, the copper utensils such as hatchets, spearheads, and knives, after which they gathered on the top of a neighboring hill, formed a circle, and with spears raised high in air, gave many yells of victory, varied now and then by derisive yells at the surviving Eskimos who were standing on the shoal, almost knee-deep in water. The Indians then set out up the river, intent upon crossing in their canoes and plundering the tents on the east shore. At the foot of the falls, which are a sort of long cascade with a descent of perhaps 15 feet, they came upon an old Eskimo woman sitting by the river, engaged in, quote, killing salmon, which lay at the foot of the fall as thick as a shoal of herrings. Whether from the noise of the fall or a natural defect in the old woman's hearing, it is hard to determine, but certain it is, she had no knowledge of the tragical scene which had been so lately transacted at the tents, though she was not more than 200 yards from the place. When we first perceived her, she seemed perfectly at ease, and was entirely surrounded with the proceeds of her labor. End quote. The red wolves instantly fell upon the poor creature and slew her in a most barbarous manner. Quote, there was scarcely a man among them who had not a thrust at her with his spear. End quote. Some of the Indians then amused themselves catching fish with the implement the murdered woman had been using. It was merely a pole armed with a few spikes, and the method of using it was to put it under the water and haul it up with a jerk. So thick were the fish that a single jerk got usually not less than 2, and sometimes 3 or 4. The fish, however, were comparatively small, few being larger than 6 or 7 pounds, and most of them much lighter. The savages did not long remain at the falls, but returned to their canoes, crossed the river, and rushed down upon the camp on the east side. Some of the Eskimos, thinking their enemies had left for good, had returned to the camp. All of them succeeded in escaping except one old man, who was so intent on collecting his belongings that he was caught and killed. I verily believe, says Hearne, that not less than 20 had a hand in his death, as his whole body was like a colander. End quote. The Indians then plundered the tents of all the copper utensils, which seemed the only objects worth taking, after which they threw the tents into the river, destroyed a great quantity of dried fish and musk ox flesh, and broke all the stone kettles. Thus ended this horrible scene, a scene typical of hundreds of terrible massacres in the almost constant warfare of tribe upon tribe in the America of that day. For more than a century, both the Indians and the Eskimos remembered the massacre, and it was only in recent years that the long feud between them was ended by white influence. Hearne named the place Bloody Falls, and so it is called to this day. Half a century later, Sir John Franklin, in his journey across the barren grounds to the Arctic, found at the falls several human skulls that bore the marks of violence, and many other bones strewn about on the ground, relics, no doubt, of the massacre of the long ago. After a meal of fresh salmon, Hearne and some of the Indians followed the river some miles until they came to where it emptied into the sea. They found the sea at the river's mouth to be full of islands and shoals. The ice was not broken up, but was melted away for about 3/4 of a mile from the shore. There were no growing trees whatever, and the moss being wet, when the Indians shot a musk ox, they were forced to eat the meat raw, quote, which was intolerable, as it happened to be an old beast. End quote. The explorer did not linger long on the coast, but after erecting a mark and taking possession of the coast on behalf of the Hudson's Bay Company, he set out on the return journey. On the way, the party visited the Copper Mountains, where were located the mines which were the main object of Hearne's long journey. These mountains lay about 30 miles south-southeast of the river's mouth. The Indians had represented at the trading posts that the hills were entirely composed of copper, quote, all in handy lumps, like a heap of pebbles, end quote, and that ships could come up the river from the sea and be ballasted with ore instead of stone, quote, and that with the same ease and dispatch as is done with stone at Churchill River, end quote. But Hearne had already seen that ships probably could never reach the mouth of the river because of the ice, while the stream itself in many places was not navigable even by canoes. Furthermore, although the party spent 4 hours searching for copper, they found only one piece of any size. This weighed about 4 pounds. It was later sent to England. It is still in the possession of the Hudson's Bay Company. Hearne believed, however, that formerly the metal was more abundant. In places he saw well-beaten paths made many years before by natives seeking the mineral. Prior to the establishment of posts on Hudson Bay, These northern Indians had no other metal but copper among them, and of necessity they had been more eager to find it. Out of it they made hatchets, ice chisels, knives, awls, arrowheads, spearheads, etc. In fact, they still set great store by the metal and preferred it to iron for many purposes. The Indians had a strange tradition to the effect that the first discoverer of the mines was a squaw, who had a reputation as a conjurer. For several years she conducted parties thither, but on one such trip, having been badly treated by the men, she became so angry that she declared she would sit on the mine till she sunk into the ground, and that all the copper should sink with her. Next year, when the Indians came for more copper, they found her sunk to the waist, though still alive, and the copper was much scarcer. By the following year she had entirely disappeared, and thereafter there could be found only a few scattered pieces of copper, whereas before it had lain about on the ground in great heaps, so that no search for it had been necessary. The homeward journey from the Coppermine River took 11 months. On the way, Hearne and his party visited Great Slave Lake. There and elsewhere they caught great numbers of fish, some of the lake trout weighing as much as 40 pounds. On the south side of Great Slave Lake they also found many buffaloes, and Hearne's account of these animals is the first mention of the northern species of this animal, which is now called the wood bison. Strangely enough, it is in the region northwest of this lake that the only wild buffaloes now remain. Hearne says that the bulls seem to him to be bigger than English oxen. Quote, "In fact, they are so heavy that when 6 or 8 Indians are in company at the skinning of a large bull, they never attempt to turn it over while entire, but when the upper side is skinned, they cut off the leg and shoulder, rip up the belly, take out the intestines, cut off the head, and make it as light as possible, before they turn it to skin the other side. The skin is in some places of an incredible thickness, particularly about the neck, where it often exceeds an inch. The horns are short, black, and almost straight, but very thick at the roots or base." End quote. Hearne did not exaggerate the size of these great beasts. In 1910, I saw at Edmonton the unmounted skin of a bull that had been shot by an explorer named Harry Radford, who was later murdered by Eskimos in the region of Chesterfield Inlet. The beast had weighed almost 1.5 tons. The hide, even when dry, was almost an inch thick, and would have been a heavy load for a powerful man. The latter part of the journey was through country inhabited by moose, and Hearne has much to say about these great animals, which are the biggest of all the deer family. He says that they were the hardest to kill of all the game of that region. Their flesh he considered good, though somewhat coarse. The tongue and the gristle of the nose he pronounces excellent. The skins of the moose were much used by the Indians for moccasins, clothing, and teepee covers. The method employed to tan the hides is described as follows. Quote, "To dress those skins according to the Indian method, a lather is made of the brains and some of the softest fat or marrow of the animal, in which the skin is well soaked, when it is taken out and not only dried by the heat of the fire, but hung up in the smoke for several days. It is then taken down and well soaked and washed in warm water till the grain of the skin is perfectly open and has imbibed a sufficient quantity of water, after which it is taken and wrung as dry as possible, and then dried by the heat of a slow fire, care being taken to rub and stretch it as long as any moisture remains in the skin. By this simple method, and by scraping them afterwards, some of the moose skins are made very delicate both to the eye and the touch." End quote. One day in midwinter, when some of the Indians were out hunting, they saw the track of strange snowshoes, and on following the trail for some distance, they found a little hut, and in it a comely young squaw sitting alone. They brought her to the tents of the main party, and she proved to be of the western Dogrib Indian tribe. One night, 2 years before, the Athabasca Indians had surprised the encampment in which she was living and butchered every soul except herself, her 4-month-old papoose, and 3 other young women. She concealed the infant in a bundle of clothing, and in the darkness it was not noticed by her captors. But when the party reached the teepees of the victors, the Athabasca squaws began to examine the bundle and discovered the infant. One of them took the child from the mother and barbarously murdered it on the spot. The mother was forced to become the wife of one of the victors and was in most respects well treated by him, but she was unable to reconcile herself to living with a people who had murdered her child and relatives. When a favorable opportunity came, she fled into the wilderness, hoping to return to her own people. But she had been taken by canoe along so many winding rivers and across so many lakes that she had forgotten the homeward way, and therefore made shift to live alone. When she escaped, her only metal implements were 5 or 6 inches of an iron hoop made into a knife and an iron arrowhead, which she used as an awl. With these poor tools she managed, however, to make excellent snowshoes and other useful articles. She also made a hut to shelter her from the winter blasts and contrived to kindle a fire by knocking together 2 hard sulphurous stones. This method of fire-making was, however, attended with great trouble and was not always successful, so she was careful not to permit her fire to go out during the whole winter. With her she had also succeeded in taking a few caribou sinews, and these she used in making snares and sewing her clothing. She caught many rabbits, grouse, and squirrels, and even contrived to kill 2 or 3 beavers and some porcupines. When discovered, she had a small stock of provision by her, and had lived so well that she was in good health and condition. When the deer sinews were exhausted, she supplied their place by twisting together with great skill and dexterity the sinews of rabbits. With the skins of the rabbits she had made herself a warm and comfortable winter suit. One would naturally suppose that a person in her forlorn and dangerous situation would have been content to do only the things absolutely necessary for subsistence, but even in that remote wilderness, her feminine instinct for beauty and adornment had asserted itself. In the words of Hearne, quote, "The materials, though rude, were very curiously wrought, and so judiciously placed as to make the whole of her garb have a very pleasing, though rather romantic appearance." End quote. Some of her moments of leisure from hunting and other work she used in twisting the inner rind or bark of willows into small lines like net twine. She had several hundred fathoms of this by her, and with it she intended in the spring to make a fishing net. Her appearance was so attractive, and her accomplishments as a worker were so great, that a large number of her discoverers resolved to have her for a wife. As was customary in such cases, a great wrestling match took place, with a squaw as the prize to the victor. She was actually won and lost by nearly 60 different men the same evening. Even Matanabe, who at this time already had 8 wives, would have entered the lists had not one of his helpmates raised a laugh by telling him before the rest that he already had too many. This greatly enraged Matanabe, and he struck and kicked the poor girl who dared to speak out thus so hard that after lingering for some weeks she died. On the homeward way, Hearne's party passed through much good beaver country, and the Indians spent a great deal of time hunting these animals, both for their fur and flesh. Hearne gives an extended description of the habits of the beaver, a description wholly free of the fanciful exaggerations common then, and even now, met with. Quote, "When the beaver which are situated in a small river or creek are to be taken," says Hearne, "the Indians sometimes find it necessary to stake the river across to prevent them from passing, after which they endeavor to find out all their holes or places of retreat in the banks. This requires much practice and experience to accomplish, and is performed in the following manner. Every man being furnished with an ice chisel, lashes it to the end of a small staff about 4 or 5 feet long. He then walks along the edge of the bank and keeps knocking his chisel against the ice. Those who are well acquainted with that kind of work well know by the sound of the ice when they are opposite to any of the beaver's holes or vaults. As soon as they suspect any, they cut a hole through the ice big enough to admit an old beaver, and in this manner proceed until they have found out all their places of retreat, or at least as many of them as possible. While the principal men are thus employed, some of the understrappers and the women are busy breaking open the houses, which at times is no easy task, for I have frequently known these houses to be 5 and 6 feet thick, and one in particular was more than 8 feet thick on the crown. When the beavers find that their habitations are invaded, they fly to their holes in the banks for shelter, and on being perceived by the Indians, which is easily done, by attending the motion of the water, they block up the entrance with stakes of wood, and then haul the beaver out of its hole, either by hand, if they can reach it, or with a large hook made for that purpose, which is fastened to the end of a long stick." End quote. Beaver were sought by the Indians both for their skins and also for their flesh, which is very rich and greasy. Beaver skins were, in fact, the main article of trade and were made the unit of value by the Hudson's Bay Company. Stamped tokens of metal or leather were generally used instead of money. Such a token was called a made beaver. An otter skin was said to be worth not so many shillings or pounds, but so many made beaver. During his long stay in the region about Hudson Bay, Hearne not only had many opportunities to study the beaver in its native habitat, but he, quote, kept several of them till they became so domesticated as to answer to their name, and follow those to whom they were accustomed in the same manner as a dog would do, and they were as much pleased at being fondled as any animal I ever saw. I had a house built for them and a small piece of water before the door. When the Indians were absent for any considerable time, the beaver discovered great signs of uneasiness, and on their return showed equal marks of pleasure by fondling on them, crawling into their laps, laying on their backs, sitting erect like a squirrel, and behaving to them like children who see their parents but seldom. In general, during the winter they lived on the same food as the women did, and were remarkably fond of rice and plum pudding. They would eat partridges and fresh venison very freely, but I never tried them with fish, though I have heard they will at times prey on them. In fact, there are few of the granivorous animals that may not be brought to be carnivorous. It is well known that our domestic poultry will eat animal food. Thousands of geese that come to London market are fattened on tallow craps, and our horses in Hudson Bay would not only eat all kinds of animal food, but also drink freely of the wash or pot liquor intended for the hogs. And we are assured by the most authentic authors that in Iceland not only black cattle but also the sheep are almost entirely fed on fish and fish bones during the winter season. End quote. Lest it be supposed that Hearne is nature-faking in these remarks, I will add that even today it is so difficult to obtain forage at some of the northern Hudson's Bay posts that it is not uncommon to feed cows during the winter undried fish. On the last day of June 1772, Hearne at last reached Fort Prince of Wales after an absence of almost 19 months. During that time he had lived almost precisely the same as the Indians. He says that of all their various kinds of food, he had partaken of every sort, no matter how disgusting, save only lice and the warbles or grubs in the backs of caribou. His journey had not resulted in the discovery of any rich mine of copper, but it had put an end to any lingering notion that there could be a northwest passage by sea from the western side of Hudson Bay to the Pacific. He wrote an account of his trip, and this was published at London in 1795 under title of A Journey from Prince of Wales Fort in Hudson Bay to the Northern Ocean. For more than a century, this book remained the chief source of information regarding a large part of the barren grounds. Even today, some of the places Hearne visited have never been seen by another white man. The volume will always remain a classic on the habits and customs of the Indians of that region. Hearne received from the Hudson's Bay Company a reward of £200 for making the journey, and in 1775, after the death of Moses Norton, the half-breed governor at Fort Prince of Wales, he became the head of that post. 7 years later, the fort was captured by a French expedition under Admiral La Pérouse, and Hearne was carried to Europe, but was soon released. After peace was made, he returned to Hudson Bay for a few years. He died in England in 1792. A last word should be said regarding the fate of Matanabe, the forceful and energetic chieftain to whom the success of the expedition was largely due. Though hot-tempered and a Solomon in the matter of wives, this leader displayed great fidelity and resourcefulness on the trip, and Hearne pays him a high tribute. He became head of all the northern Indians, and for some years, says Hearne, quote, continued to render great services to the company by bringing a greater quantity of furs to their factory at Churchill River than any other Indian ever did or ever will do, end quote. But the news of the capture of the fort broke his heart. He never afterwards reared his head, and finally, in his despondency, hanged himself. In the following winter, 6 of his wives and 4 of his children died of starvation. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Monsieur de la Verendrye and his search for the Western Sea. In the period following Pierre Radisson's last overland trip, Marquette, Joliet, and La Salle explored the Mississippi, but for 70 years no other man penetrated so far beyond the Great Lakes as Radisson had done. Then came another bold adventurer who had dreamed a dream. His name was Pierre Gaultier de Varens de la Verendrye, and he was born in 1686 at Three Rivers, Radisson's old home on the St. Lawrence. At 14, he resolved that he would be a discoverer, but for years he fought in the wars in both America and Europe and traded in the region of the Great Lakes. Not until he was 44 or 45 years did he obtain his long-sought opportunity. While stationed at the lonely fur post of Nepegon, north of Lake Superior, he heard from the Indians vague tales of a westward flowing river, of a vast plain devoid of timber and covered with large herds of cattle, and an old warrior drew upon a strip of birch bark a map of rivers flowing into a western sea. On fire to discover the way thither, de la Verendrye hurried to Quebec, obtained the patronage of the governor of New France, and persuaded merchants to furnish a supply of trade goods for the venture. With 100 followers, including his 3 sons, all boys in their teens, he set out in birch-bark canoes from Montreal in June 1731. 78 days of hard labor brought them to Kaministiquia on the northwestern shore of Lake Superior, the farthest fur post then existing. From there, a party, of which the explorer's son Jean was a member, pushed on and established Fort St. Pierre on the south side of Rainy Lake, and in July of the next year, de la Verendrye himself reached that post. There followed 4 anxious, feverish years. The merchants at home were discontented with the financial returns of the venture, and in 1634 the explorer made the long journey back to Quebec to encourage them to continue to back him. Young Jean de la Verendrye pushed on to Lake Winnipeg, and on its flat shore built a post named Fort Maurepas. The winter of 1735-36 was a hard one in these little northwestern posts, and in the spring young Jean set out with 3 canoes manned by 20 voyageurs for Mackinac to bring supplies of food and ammunition. On the way down the Lake of the Woods, they were attacked upon an island by a large war band of Sioux. Not one of the white men escaped. Some days later, a band of friendly Ojibwas found the place of massacre. Around the ashes of the campfires lay the mangled bodies of the slain. The headless body of young Verendrye had been mockingly decorated with porcupine quills. Some of the heads of the dead men had been placed upon a beaver skin. The body of Father Aulneau, a young missionary who had come out only recently from France, was on its knees as if at prayer, with the right arm uplifted as if invoking the aid of God. De la Verendrye spent the winter of 1737-38 at Quebec, but by the following September he was back in the region of the present Manitoba, and at the junction of Red River and the Assiniboine established Fort Rouge on the present site of Winnipeg. Thence he set out overland with friendly Assiniboines and visited the Mandan towns on the Missouri, but he was disappointed in his hope of hearing from them any definite information regarding his will-o'-the-wisp, the Western Sea. New posts were established by the explorer's sons near Lake Manitoba, and on the Saskatchewan, but financial troubles were pressing at Montreal, and again the father had to journey thither. Finally, in the spring of 1742, the two brothers, Pierre and Francois, set out with two French followers for the Missouri country. At the Mandan towns, after great difficulty, they obtained the services of guides who promised to conduct them westward. For weeks they rode over the rolling plains, seeing many coyotes, antelopes, and prairie dogs, but finding no traces of human existence. In fright, one of the Mandan guards deserted and turned back. In the 5th week, the explorers came upon a village of Crows, who received them well and furnished fresh guides. The Crows passed them on to the Horse Indians, and the Horse Indians, in turn, guided them to the Bows, who took them with them on a war party against the Snakes. No snakes were found, but on New Year's Day, 1743, the explorers saw far before them the distant, jagged peaks of the Bighorn Mountains, one of the eastern ranges of the Rockies. 1,000 miles of mountainous wilderness still lay between them and the western sea of their fathers' dreams, but the deed they had done was worthwhile. Half a century passed before any white man went beyond their farthest west. As for the father himself, he lived 6 more troubled years, harassed by creditors and rival fur traders. Finally, in the winter of 1749, while planning a new quest, he died suddenly at Montreal. Like many another pioneer, his dream had brought him only trouble and disaster, but his name and those of his heroic sons should be placed high on the roll of those daring spirits who have braved danger and discomforts to widen the realm of human knowledge. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. How Mackenzie Reached the Arctic. A rapacious governor of New France prevented the sons of La Verendrye from continuing the work of exploration and even from trading in the vast region which the efforts of the family had made known, but more favored traders were permitted to enter in. A considerable commerce in furs developed, and posts were maintained along Red River, Assiniboine River, Lake Winnipeg, and the lower Saskatchewan. Minor explorers also made some additions to geographical information. The conquest of New France by the British in the French and Indian War, and Pontiac's uprising, which soon followed, put a stop for a time to trading operations from Canada to the far northwest. The Indians of that region were forced to do without European goods or to send their furs to the Hudson's Bay Company's posts on Hudson Bay. But about 1765, adventurous English traders began to push westward from Mackinac beyond Lake Superior, and the great profits they realized quickly caused imitation. One of the most notable of these early English traders was Alexander Henry the Elder, who spent many years in the region in question and left a book of travels in which he graphically describes some of his experiences. Hitherto, as already stated, the Hudson's Bay Company had remained content to carry on its trade from posts on the shores of the great inland sea from which it derived its name. Thither came the Indians with their peltries, and the tribes that resided near at hand acted as middlemen for other tribes that were more remote. Under this system, it was not necessary for the traders to venture far from their comfortable posts, and they were spared many of the hardships and dangers experienced by their successors. The officials of the Hudson's Bay Company regarded the traders who entered by way of the Great Lakes as interlopers and spoke of them contemptuously as peddlers. But the peddlers were keen businessmen, and by carrying their goods right to the Indians, they soon greatly diminished the number of aborigines who made the long journey to the bay to trade. In consequence, the old company either had to sit and see its once lucrative commerce disappear or adopt new methods. The latter course was followed. Agents were sent up the Hayes, Albany, York, and other rivers, and new posts were established in the interior. Of these, one of the most important was Cumberland House, which was built by our old friend Hearne on the lower Saskatchewan 2 years after his return from the copper mine. The goods for these posts were sent in by way of Hudson Bay. So great a scramble for the trade of the Plains Indians soon developed that there were scanty profits for any of the traders. Furthermore, the smallpox got among the Indians and, quote, destroyed by its pestilential breath whole families and tribes, end quote. Feeling the need of mutual cooperation, some of the traders from Canada united their interests and formed, in the winter of 1763-64, the Northwest Company, a concern that for years fought a bitter battle with the Hudson's Bay Company. Most of the adventurers in the service of the Northwest Company were men of limited ideas, with ambitions that rarely rose above a beaver skin, but now and then we meet with a man of higher type. Such an one was Alexander Mackenzie, who, in 1789, was chief trader at Fort Chipewyan, a post that had been established on the southwest shore of Lake Athabasca, 70 days' travel from Lake Superior. Mackenzie was a native of Scotland and was then not yet 30 years old. He had served an apprenticeship of 5 years in a Montreal counting house, had spent another year in the pine woods of Michigan trading with the Indians, and had then been sent by the Northwest Company to the Northwest. Big and strong of body, bold and adventurous, a man undaunted by obstacles, the unexplored regions that lay to the north and west of him were a resistless challenge to his ambitious spirit. And first of all, he was eager to find out what became of the river that gave outlet to the great lake on which he was stationed. As soon as possible, he organized an expedition to solve the riddle. At 9 o'clock on the morning of June 3rd, 1789, a time when American statesmen were drafting the Constitution of the United States, the party set out on its dangerous quest. Mackenzie himself rode in a big canoe, the crew of which consisted of a German and 4 French Canadians, 2 of whom were accompanied by their Indian wives, who would be useful as cooks and to make moccasins. In a small canoe was a Chipewyan Indian who went by the name of English Chief and his 2 wives. In a second small canoe were 2 young warriors. Mackenzie was taking these Indians to serve in the twofold capacity of hunters and interpreters. A second large canoe, in charge of Monsieur Leroux, one of the company's clerks, carried some of the baggage for the main expedition, and also a supply of trading goods. It was the intention that this canoe should part company with the rest early in the voyage and trade with the Indians about Great Slave Lake. After going 21 miles upon the open lake, the party entered one of the outlets, of which there were several, and 7 miles down this stream the party landed to camp for the night. While the squaws and part of the men pitched the skin lodges and made camp, others dragged out the big canoe upon the beach and smeared hot spruce gum over the seams in order to stop the leaks. This is a task of which we find frequent mention in the diaries of voyagers traveling in bark canoes, for the birch bark, though glorified in song and story, had many weaknesses. While these various tasks were going forward, one of the hunters, with his flintlock gun loaded with large shot, was fortunate enough to kill a wild goose and a couple of ducks. No opportunity thus to eke out the larder was ever lost. With them, the party carried a supply of food, chiefly pemmican, which was composed of dried buffalo meat pounded up and mixed with fat. But Mackenzie was well aware that the supply would become exhausted long before he reached his goal, unless most of the livelihood could be picked up along the way. On the second day, the voyagers passed the mouth of the mighty Peace River, up whose mile-wide stream Mackenzie gazed with longing eyes. The next few days were spent in descending Slave River, as the stream that connects Lake Athabasca and Great Slave Lake is called, and much trouble was experienced in carrying round the many bad rapids which abound in this stream. This region was already known to the white men, and 3 years before 5 men of a trading party had been drowned while trying to run one of these rapids with a cargo of goods. Mackenzie's party did not succeed in getting by this stretch of bad water without experiencing some loss. A squaw who was managing one of the smaller canoes in one of the rapids lost control of the craft. She left it and reached the shore, wet but safe, The canoe was carried over the falls and was dashed to pieces. During these days, the hunters killed a number of ducks and geese and 4 beavers, the fat flesh of the last being very much esteemed by the aboriginal palate. On June 9th, the expedition reached Great Slave Lake, which they found to be still almost entirely covered with ice. Nets were set in the lake and yielded many carp, whitefish, pike, lake trout, and incanu, the last word means unknown, and was applied to this fish by early voyagers who were unable to classify it. It is said to be found only in the Mackenzie River region, and even today there is difference of opinion as to what family it is a member of. It is long and thin, somewhat like a badly formed salmon, and reaches large size, but its flesh is flabby and forms poor eating, so that it is not used except in hard times. Many wildfowl, including several swans, were killed along the lake, and some dozens of swan, goose, and duck eggs were found, which lent a pleasing variety to the monotonous diet. Warm weather and a succession of heavy rains melted the ice to such an extent that on June 15th the expedition ventured to resume the voyage, and at 11:30 in the evening landed on a small island. They were so far north that even at that late hour Mackenzie could see to read and write without the aid of artificial light. Even at midnight it was so light that since the second day after leaving Lake Athabasca they had not seen a single star. About 12 o'clock the moon rose above the tops of the trees, the lower horn being in a state of eclipse, which continued for about 6 minutes. The explorers were much delayed by ice and heavy winds, but luckily caught many fish and killed wildfowl and a number of caribou, which Mackenzie calls reindeer. On the 23rd they came upon some lodges of Indians, whom Mackenzie calls red knives, yellow knives of today, from the color of their copper knives. These Indians knew of white men and had many fine marten and beaver skins for sale. Mackenzie prevailed upon one of them to accompany him as a guide, and also bought a large canoe for the use of the guide and the 2 young Indians who were already in his service. Leroux's trading party here said goodbye to the explorers. Great Slave Lake has many long arms, and even the Indian guide was at first unable to find the outlet, whereupon the English chief became greatly enraged and threatened to kill him. At last, however, he found the exit, a river a mile wide, and down this the flotilla steered. The explorers were now fairly launched into the unknown, for no white man had ever before been upon this stream. It was, of course, the Mackenzie River of today. In a day or two they passed beyond the farthest point where their guide had ever been. What would they find ahead? What reception would be given them by the natives farther down? All was uncertain. That there were Indians ahead, there could be little doubt. One day they picked up a white goose that had lately been shot by an arrow and was still quite fresh. The old wildfowl were now molting and were unable to fly. One day the Indians ran down and caught 5 swans and the same number of geese. Such chases were very fatiguing, but they saved ammunition and helped to keep the pots filled with meat. For days the explorers drifted down the great river, killing some game and expecting momentarily to reach rapids or falls, but never doing so. At one place they passed a range of mountains to westward, high enough to bear, at that season of the year, small patches of snow. In many places along the shores they perceived old Indian encampments, but it was not until the 5th of July that they actually saw any Indians. As they drew near the camp, the natives displayed great alarm, some running about in great confusion, others fleeing to the woods, and yet others hurrying to their canoes. Mackenzie and his Indian hunters landed and shouted messages of peace in the Chippewayan tongue to those who remained, but such was the confusion and terror of the natives that, although they understood that language, some time elapsed before they seemed to comprehend. Finally, their fears were allayed, and they hastened to call their fugitive companions from their hiding places. The encampment consisted of 5 families of slave and Dogrib Indians. "We made them smoke," says Mackenzie, though it was evident they did not know the use of tobacco. "We likewise supplied them with grog, but I am disposed to think that they accepted our civilities rather from fear than inclination. We acquired a more effectual influence over them by the distribution of knives, beads, awls, rings, gartering, fire steels, flints, and hatchets, so that they became more familiar even than we expected, for we could not keep them out of our tents, though I did not observe that they attempted to purloin anything." End quote. These natives gave a discouraging account of the river ahead. They told Mackenzie that it would require several winters for him to reach the sea, and that his party would be old and gray-haired before they could return. Furthermore, they would meet with horrid and dangerous monsters, and would come upon 2 impassable falls. Mackenzie himself placed no faith in these stories, but they had a marked effect upon his Indian followers, who were already tired of the voyage and wished to turn back. By the offer of a small kettle, an axe, a knife, and other small articles, which meant fabulous wealth in that country, Mackenzie persuaded one of the natives to accompany him. Evidently the new guide considered the trip a dangerous one, for he prepared for it with great formality. Among other things, he cut off a lock of his hair, divided it into 3 parts, and fastened one of each to the hair of his wife and to that of each of his 2 children. Having done so, he blew upon the locks 3 times with all his power, meanwhile chanting certain words. The reason for this ceremony Mackenzie was unable to ascertain. Mackenzie thought these natives to be lean, ugly, ill-made people. Most were unhealthy, which he attributed to their filthy habits. They were of moderate stature, and he says that, quote, "as far as could be discovered, through the coat of dirt and grease that covers them," end quote, they appeared to be fair in complexion than most Indians farther south. Some of the old men wore beards, while others had pulled out by the roots the hairs on their faces. The men had 2 double lines, either black or blue, tattooed upon each cheek from the ear to the nose. The gristle of the nose was perforated so as to admit a goose quill or a piece of wood being stuck through the hole. Their clothing was mostly composed of dressed moose or caribou skins, decorated in some cases with porcupine quills. Some also wore bracelets and necklaces made of horn, bone, or leather. Around their heads they wore bands of leather garnished with porcupine quills and stuck round with bear's claws or other ornaments, and having suspended a few short thongs of ermine skin. Their lodges were made of poles and bark. They had a few dishes made of wood, bark, or horn. Their cooking vessels were made of spruce roots so closely woven as to hold water. When they wished to cook their food, they put it and water into these vessels and then made the water boil by cutting a succession of hot stones into it. They made fish nets out of willow bark, and for hunting purposes used bows and arrows and spears tipped with bone. Their axes were of stone. They made much use of snares in catching caribou, moose, and smaller game. Fire they kindled by striking together a piece of pyrites and a flint stone over a piece of touchwood. Though they had never before seen white men, they had some pieces of iron which they had obtained from the Red Knives and Chippewyans. The new guide soon sickened of the journey, and it became necessary to watch him at night to prevent his deserting and even to force him to embark. On the first day that he accompanied the party, they passed the outlet of Great Bear Lake. Several times they saw other small parties of Indians from whom they obtained fish, rabbits, and other food. At one of these camps, another Indian agreed to go as a guide, so the other was permitted to return. The volunteer speedily regretted his offer and wished to back out, but was compelled to embark. However, a night or 2 later he managed to escape during a rainstorm. From another encampment, another guide was forced to take the place of the fugitive. On July 11th, being then north of the Arctic Circle, Mackenzie sat up all night to observe the midnight sun. At 12:30 he awoke one of the men to view a spectacle he had never before witnessed. On seeing the sun well up in the sky, the fellow thought that it was time to embark and began to call the rest of the party. Mackenzie could hardly convince him that the sun had not set at all. For some time, the guides and the other Indians of the region had been warning the explorers that they would soon meet the Eskimos, whom they represented to be fierce and bloodthirsty. From time to come, they passed old encampments of these people, and around them saw pieces of whalebone, old sledge runners, the bones of white bears, and at one place a square kettle that had been hollowed out of a stone. The skulls of some peculiar animals also aroused their curiosity. Mackenzie supposed them to be heads of the seahorse. The ground in this region was found to be still frozen, only a few inches below the surface. Trees had almost completely disappeared, and those seen were gnarly dwarfs, hardly more than bushes. The river separated into a number of meandering courses, and the explorers could only guess which one they had best follow. On July 12th, the canoes entered what the explorers thought was a lake. The water was exceedingly shallow, varying in depth from 1 to 5 feet. After going several miles, however, they came in sight of a great ice barrier, which appeared to bar their further progress. That night the water rose so much that some of the voyagers had to get up and move the baggage higher up the shore to prevent it from being wetted and carried away. The explorers at first attributed this rise to the action of a strong northwest wind. Next morning, one of the men perceived what at first he supposed were pieces of ice in the water, but the manner in which they moved led him to think they must be animals of some sort. Mackenzie was awakened and at once pronounced them to be whales. The canoe was hurriedly got ready, and the party embarked in pursuit. But foggy weather brought an end to what Mackenzie admits was, quote, a very wild and unreflecting enterprise. It was, says he, a very fortunate circumstance that we failed in our attempt to overtake them, as a stroke from the tail of one of these enormous fish would have diced the canoe to pieces, end quote. That night the water again rose under their baggage, and it finally dawned upon the explorers that the rise was caused by the tide and that their lake was the sea. They had, in fact, reached the Arctic Ocean in the end of their outward journey. Mackenzie strongly wished to find some Eskimos, but, though many comparatively fresh tracks were seen, the natives themselves had evidently gone elsewhere. A pole was set up on which Mackenzie engraved the latitude, his own name, and the number of persons in his party. On the 16th, the party set out on the return. It had taken them 6 weeks, traveling with the current, to reach the Arctic. The homeward journey occupied 8 weeks, for they had to fight the current and in many places to track the canoes with towing lines. They saw more Indians than on the downward trip and had some amusing experiences with some of them. One evening they pitched their lodges near an Indian camp, and the hungry Indian dogs persisted in getting into Mackenzie's baggage in search of food. Mackenzie remonstrated with the natives, but without effect, and finally shot one of the offending canines dead with his pistol. When the Indians heard the report and saw the dog dead, they were seized with terror. The squaws at once grabbed up their children and fled to the woods. However, Mackenzie finally succeeded in convincing the Indians that he would do them no injury, and the fugitives returned to camp. With tears and loud lamentations, the squaw to whom the dog belonged declared that the loss of 5 children the previous winter had not affected her so much as the death of her pet. But her grief, says Mackenzie, was not of very long duration, and a few beads, etc., soon assuaged her sorrow. End quote. In the afternoon of September 12th, running before a favorable wind, the explorers finally came in sight once more of Fort Chipewyan and soon reached that place. They had been absent 102 days. Thus ended one of the most notable exploring expeditions in the history of American travel. A vast new region was made known to the civilized world, and it soon became a field for fur trading. It was only just that the mighty stream which the intrepid explorer had traced at the expense of so much effort and danger should thenceforth be known as Mackenzie River. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. How Mackenzie Reached the Pacific. Before 1793, no white man had ever crossed the North American continent north of Mexico. A few daring men had ventured as far westward as the Rocky Mountains, and a few mariners like Cook and Bering had sailed along the coast of what is now Oregon, British Columbia, and Alaska. But no man had ever made the long and hazardous journey from sea to sea. This was a feat which the intrepid Mackenzie next undertook to perform. In the spring following his trip to the Arctic, Mackenzie made the long journey to Lake Superior to the headquarters of the Northwest Company, only to find that the partners, whose sordid souls did not rise above beaver skins, were little interested in his discovery. Disappointed at their indifference, Mackenzie returned to Fort Chipewyan, but did not give up a new idea that had entered his busy brain. From stories told by the Indians and from his knowledge of geography, he had become convinced that it would be possible to reach the Pacific by crossing the mountains to westward, and he determined to attempt the feat. Feeling himself deficient in the sciences of astronomy and navigation, he made the long journey to England in order to perfect himself in these subjects and also to obtain instruments and books. There he heard much of the voyages of Cook, Vancouver, Meares, and others, and of the rivalry of Russia, Spain, and England for the northwest coast, and these things fired his ambition. His plan was to ascend Peace River, the mighty stream whose mouth he had passed on the journey to the Arctic. On October 10, 1792, he left Fort Chipewyan with 2 canoes, and 2 days later reached Peace River. As he explains, the name of this stream did not arise from any special quietness, but is derived from the fact that the Christineau and Beaver Indians once met on its banks to arrange a treaty of peace. For hundreds of miles, however, the lower Peace River is navigable, except at one place, namely the Chutes, a fall about 20 feet high, round which Mackenzie's party made a portage. The shores along this part of the river are usually low. Farther up, they rise higher and higher. On October 20th, Mackenzie reached a trading post that had already been established by his company. The weather was cold, and the explorer feared that the freeze-up was at hand, but hurrying onward, he reached on November 1st the spot where he had arranged to pass the winter. This spot lay a few miles above the mouth of what is known as Smoky River and the present village of Peace River Landing. 2 men had been sent ahead to this place the preceding spring, and with timbers these men had cut, the party erected 6 log cabins and surrounded them with a stockade 120 feet square. It was usual in those days to build such stockades as protection against the Indians. The Indians at this place were a branch of the Chippewyans, but Beaver Indians from further up the stream often visited the post. Mackenzie engaged some of them to hunt for him, gave them presents, cured one of their warriors whose thumb had been blown off by the bursting of a gun, and in general managed to keep on good terms with him. Among themselves, however, the Indians had many quarrels and fights. Thus, on February 5th, an Indian named White Partridge was stabbed to death by another warrior, the cause being jealousy over a woman. On another occasion, 2 braves drew their knives and were about to engage in a carving match, but Mackenzie intervened and drove them out of the house into the snow, where they stood, quote, for at least half an hour, looking at each other with a most vindictive aspect and in sullen silence, end quote. The quarrel in this instance arose out of a gambling game called the Platter, of which many of these Western Indians were extremely fond. It was played with a platter or dish of wood or bark, and with 6 round or square but flat pieces of metal, wood, or stone, whose sides were painted different colors. Mackenzie notes that these Indians had some curious customs connected with the death of friends or relatives. Those most closely related to the departed would blacken their faces and sometimes cut off their hair. Some would pierce their arms with knives or arrows. The squaws would not only cut their hair and weep, but would amputate the first joint of one of their fingers. Mackenzie saw old squaws who had repeated this ceremony so often that they had not a complete finger remaining on either hand. It was also customary to throw away or destroy every article belonging to the dead person except what was consigned to the grave with him. As many of the Indians were in debt to the traders, this custom often resulted in considerable losses to the white men. Mackenzie sought to convince the Indians that the debts of the dead man ought first to be paid out of any furs he left behind him. Peace River became clear of ice on the 25th of April, an earlier date than usual with that stream. 2 weeks later, Mackenzie sent off 6 canoe loads of furs, and the business for the year being done, he was ready for his voyage of exploration. For this purpose, he had built a new birch bark canoe about 30 feet long and 4 feet 9 inches wide, yet so light that 2 men could carry her on a good road for 3 or 4 miles without resting. On May 9th, the trip began. In the canoe, besides Mackenzie himself, went 9 persons, including a Scotchman named Alexander Mackay, 2 Indians, and 2 French Canadians who had accompanied the explorer on the trip to the Arctic. The baggage amounted to 3,000 pounds and included arms, ammunition, pemmican, and goods suitable to trade with or give to the Indians who might be met along the way. For many days the route lay along streams with which I am myself familiar. For 240 miles, Peace River, though often so swift as to necessitate poling or tracking in ascending it, presents no serious obstacles to navigation. The stream runs in a deep cleft or trough, and on both sides high plateaus rise up. Even Mackenzie, who was usually very staid, waxed enthusiastic over the view. "The west side of the river," says he, "displayed a succession of the most beautiful scenery I had ever beheld. The ground rises at intervals to a considerable height, and stretching inwards to a considerable distance. At every interval or pause in the rise, there is a very gently ascending space or lawn, which is alternate with abrupt precipices to the summit of the whole, or at least as far as the eye could distinguish. This magnificent theater of nature has all the decorations which the trees and animals of the country can afford it. Groves of poplars in every shape vary the scene, and their intervals are enlivened with vast herds of elks and buffaloes, the former choosing the steeps and inlands, and the latter preferring the plains. At this time the buffaloes were attended with their young ones, who were frisking about them, and it appeared that the elks would soon exhibit the same enlivening circumstance. The whole country displayed an exuberant verdure. The trees that blossom were advancing fast to that delightful appearance, and the velvet rind of their branches, reflecting the oblique rays of a rising or setting sun, added a splendid gaiety to the scene, which no expressions of mine are qualified to describe. The east side of the river consists of a range of high land covered with the white spruce and the soft birch, while the banks abound with the alder and the willow." End quote. From the above description, it is clear that even in Mackenzie's day, the country on the opposite sides of Peace River exhibited much the same differences that now impress the traveler. From the Rocky Mountains for hundreds of miles eastward, the south bank, corresponding to the east bank of Mackenzie for the moment he was traveling nearly south, is much more heavily wooded than the north bank, which is very park-like with alternate patches of trees and open prairie. Various theories have been offered to explain the difference. When I was descending the stream in 1916, a surveyor who was with me attributed the difference to the fact that the north bank, being the one on which the sun shines, is the warmer, and hence the bank on which most travelers pitch their camps. From this circumstance, he argued that naturally there would be more forest fires on that bank, and that these fires made the country on the north bank more open. Probably there is something in this explanation, but it should be added that the south slopes in that country, being drier, burn over more readily than the north slopes, which, being shaded from the sun, remain much damper. Many times in British Columbia and Alberta, I have seen mountains on which the forests on the south slope had been completely burned, while on the north side the trees remained vigorous and untouched. On this part of the journey, the party easily killed enough elk and buffaloes for their subsistence. On the bars of the rivers, they frequently saw the tracks of enormous bears. Some of these tracks were, quote, 9 inches wide and of a proportionate length, end quote. On an island, they discovered the den or winter quarters of one of the monsters, a hole 10 feet deep, 5 feet high, and 6 feet wide. The Indians called this bear the grizzly, and were never willing to attack it unless in a party of at least 3 or 4 warriors. From a hunting party of Indians he met along the way, Mackenzie learned that at the first range of the mountains there was a succession of rapids, cascades, and falls which the Indians never attempted to ascend. This obstacle was, in fact, the Great Canyon of Peace River, where the stream for over a score of miles plunges between rocky walls and forms one of the wildest stretches of water in the world. No man has ever passed through this canyon alive, and no one ever will do so. The Indians were accustomed to carry around the canyon and had a trail for that purpose, as I have on 2 different occasions made the walk over this trail in about 4 hours' time. I can testify that there are no tremendous difficulties to be surmounted, but Mackenzie made the mistake of not leaving the river when he came to the lower end of the trail and persisted in following the river. For 2 days they waged a desperate battle against rapids and frequently were at the edge of disaster. Once a heavy swell struck the canoe with such force that the towing line was broken, and for a moment it appeared impossible that she could escape being dashed to pieces and those on board her from perishing. But another swell drove her out of the tumbling white water, so that the crew were able to bring her to shore. The men were so alarmed by this adventure and by the state of the river ahead, which as far as could be seen was one white sheet of foaming water, that they began to mutter that there was no alternative save to turn back. Mackenzie realized that it would be imprudent to ask them to go farther that day, so he told them to make camp while he and one of the Indians went ahead to reconnoiter. But as far as he went, he could see no end to the rapids and cascades. The river contracted to a width of no more than 50 yards, while the high, rocky cliffs actually overhung the stream. From these cliffs, huge fragments had tumbled down and had been dashed into small stones with sharp points, which formed the beach, where there was a beach. Mackenzie realized that it would be hopeless to try to ascend farther by water, so the next day he sent 4 white men and 2 Indians to pick out a route around the obstacle. At sunset, they returned with the word that they had reached the river above the canyon. Next morning, the explorers began the portage. The banks of the river were so steep and high that it was necessary to fell trees so that they formed a sort of railing on either side of the ascent. In getting the canoe up, a rope was used. Men were sent ahead to cut a trail through the woods, and the next day Mackenzie himself aided the trail cutters. 3 toilsome days were consumed in making the portage, but at last the laborious task was ended, and the party came out upon the river bank a little distance above the entrance to the canyon. 200 yards further downstream, the river, quote, rushed with an astonishing but silent velocity between perpendicular rocks, which are not more than 35 yards asunder. When the water is high, it runs over those rocks in a channel 3 times that breadth, where it is bounded by far more elevated precipices. In the former are deep round holes, some of which are full of water, while others are empty, and whose bottoms are small round stones as smooth as marble. Some of these natural cylinders would contain 200 gallons. End quote. More than a century after Mackenzie passed, I myself stood at this spot and saw some of these interesting potholes. Peace River is the only stream except the Lienhart, farther north, that cuts right through the mighty barrier wall of the Rockies. From the canyon westward, the mountains gradually rise higher until they merge in the main ranges. The river flows through a deep cleft, and on either side, tall peaks tower right up from the water's edge to the region of perpetual snow. From either side, raging torrents come dashing over great rocks into the main river. Altogether, the region is one of the grandest in all America. One would expect the river to be one constant succession of cascades and falls, utterly impossible of navigation. In reality, there are only 2 considerable rapids, one near the eastern edge of the main range and the other near the western edge, and it is possible, in favorable water, to track a canoe up or down either without removing the craft from the water. The current is, however, swift, especially during high water in the spring and early summer, and Mackenzie's party spent a week of laborious effort in passing through the mountains, whose mighty cliffs they viewed with awe. On the last day of May, they finally emerged from the mountains and reached a point where the river forked. One stream, the larger one, came in from the northwest, while the other came from the south. Mackenzie's inclination would have been to follow the former, but the previous winter an old Indian who had visited the region with a war party had told him that he must take the southern branch, which, he said, would bring him to a spot where a short portage would enable him to embark on another river. This last stream, Mackenzie hoped, would be found to empty into the Pacific. Against the wishes of his men, therefore, Mackenzie ordered the prow of the canoe to be turned up the southern branch, or what is now known as Parsnip River. It was fortunate he made this decision. Had he elected instead to ascend the other, which is now known as Finlay River, he would not have reached his goal. I have twice ascended this river. It contains many obstacles to navigation and heads in a savage wilderness of mountains hundreds of miles from the Pacific. The Parsnip was in flood from the melting of the snow in the mountains, and of course the task of ascending it, never easy, was doubly difficult. In places, the explorers could neither walk along the bank with their towing line nor find bottom for their poles, and were obliged to pull the canoe upstream by grasping the limbs of trees. On the morning of the fifth day on this river, Mackenzie, Mackay, and the two Indian hunters left the canoe to proceed without them, while they climbed a mountain on the east bank in the hope of obtaining a view of the interior. The canoe was to proceed with all possible diligence, and Mackenzie and his party were to follow along the shore. After reaching the summit, Mackenzie found the view so obstructed by thick woods that he could see little until he climbed to the top of a tall tree. Thence he could see two long, snowy mountain ridges, and between them a gap through which the river issued. Descending the mountain, the party hurried onward to get in touch with the canoe. After a long walk, they struck the river and fired 2 shots, but received no answer. Mackenzie believed that the canoe must be ahead. The Indians thought otherwise. The party walked onward, and after crossing a point of land, came again upon the river bank. Again they fired shots. Again there was no answer. Here Mackenzie left Mackay and one of the Indians to build a huge fire and to send branches of trees afloat as signals to the crew if they were below. With the other Indian, Mackenzie crossed another long point where the river made a big bend, and on reaching the river, once more fired their pieces. The echoes died away among the spruce-covered hills, but there was no response. The only living things in sight were thick swarms of gnats and mosquitoes, which, warmed by the midday sun, fell voraciously upon the explorers. Mackenzie rejoined Mackay in a state of great anxiety. Having once myself been separated from my canoe and companions under similar circumstances in an unexplored region hundreds of miles from any human habitations, I readily understand his emotions. Perhaps his followers, weary of the long journey, had turned back and had left him and his 3 companions alone in the wilderness. The 2 Indians were certain that the canoe had sunk with all on board, and began to plan how they could build a raft on which to return. To add still further to their discomfort, they were totally without food, though, as Mackenzie remarks, they had an abundance of water. The explorer bitterly reproached himself for having parted from the canoe in such a place. Late in the afternoon, Mackay and one of the Indians set off down the river, and after a long interval the sound of distant shots conveyed to Mackenzie the joyful news that the canoe had been found. Worn out and drenched with rain, Mackenzie made his way downstream, but he confesses that these inconveniences affected him little, quote, "when I saw myself surrounded with my own people," end quote. The crew explained that the canoe had been damaged, and they had been forced to repair it. Mackenzie suspected that they had been loafing, but he deemed it wise to pretend to believe their story and, quote, even to comfort each of them with a consolatory dram, end quote. Had Mackenzie known the country, he would, after ascending the Parsnip about 90 miles, have turned up a tributary now called Pack River, which enters the main stream from the west. By following this, he would have reached what is now known as McLeod Lake and could have ascended what is now called Crooked River to its source in Summit Lake, whence a portage of 8 miles would have brought him to the Fraser River. But his only information had been derived from the old Indian, who had told him vaguely that by following the stream he was on to its headwaters, he would be able to make a portage across to another river. Therefore, he continued to follow the main Parsnip, hoping each day to meet with savages who would give him information. Repeatedly, the explorers saw old encampments and other signs which proved that the region was inhabited, but it was not until the 9th day on the Parsnip that they smelled smoke, and on going a little farther saw some natives in the woods. The party was a small one, and all except 2 warriors at once fled into the forest. These 2 stood on a little eminence, brandishing their spears and bows and yelling defiance. After a long parley, however, the natives were convinced that the explorers came with peaceful intentions, and they recalled their fugitive families from the woods. Mackenzie pleased them with gifts of beads and other trifles, and eagerly inquired of the great river to westward of which he had heard. Much to his chagrin, they answered that the only large river in that direction was one which was a branch of the stream they were now on, doubtless Crooked River of today. But as the interpreter was able to communicate with them only imperfectly, Mackenzie did not altogether despair, and renewed his inquiries the next day. Again the explorer was disappointed, but finally one of the natives stated that he knew of a great river to southward which ran toward the midday sun, and that a branch of it ran near the headwaters of the stream they were on. He stated that the inhabitants along its banks built houses, lived on islands, and were numerous and warlike, but he denied that the river emptied into the sea. Mackenzie, his spirits soaring at the welcome information, imputed the man's opinion that the river did not run into the sea, quote, to his ignorance of the country, end quote. By the use of presents, Mackenzie persuaded one of the Indians to guide him to the portage, which they reached in 2 days' time. The stream they had been following ended in a small lake. A carry of about 800 paces over a divide brought them to another small lake, the outlet of which flowed in the direction they wished to go, but it was too much obstructed with fallen trees to be navigable. Another portage of 175 paces brought them to a third lake, from which they passed into a small river. This stream was soon increased in size by many small streams which came cascading down the mountainsides from the melting snows above. But fallen trees, jagged rocks, and rapids rendered navigation highly perilous. Today this stream is called Bad River. The second day on this river began with a serious adventure. Quote, "We accordingly pushed off," says Mackenzie, "and had proceeded but a short way when the canoe struck, and notwithstanding all our exertions, the violence of the current was so great as to drive her sideways down the river and break her on the first bar, when I instantly jumped into the water, and the men followed my example. But before we could set her straight or stop her, we came to deeper water, so that we were obliged to re-embark with the utmost precipitation. One of the men who was not sufficiently active was left to get on shore in the best manner in his power. We had hardly regained our situations when we drove against a rock which shattered the stern of the canoe in such a manner that it held only by the gunwales, so that the steersman could no longer keep his place. The violence of this stroke drove us to the opposite side of the river, which is but narrow, when the bow met with the same fate as the stern. At this moment the foreman seized some branches of a small tree in the hope of bringing up the canoe, but such was their elasticity that, in a manner not easily described, he was jerked on shore in an instant, and with a degree of violence that threatened his destruction. But we had no time to turn from our own situation to inquire what had befallen him, for in a few moments we came across a cascade which broke several large holes in the bottom of the canoe, and started all the bars except one behind the scooping seat. If this accident, however, had not happened, the vessel must have been irretrievably overset. The wreck becoming flat on the water, we all jumped out, while the steersman, who had been compelled to abandon his place and had not recovered from his fright, called out to his companions to save themselves. My peremptory command superseded the effects of his fear, and they all held fast to the wreck, to which fortunate resolution we owed our safety, as we should otherwise have been dashed against the rocks by the force of the water or driven over the cascades. In this condition we were forced several hundred yards, and every yard on the verge of destruction, but at length we most fortunately arrived in a small eddy, where we were enabled to make a stand, from the weight of the canoe resting on the stones rather than from any exertions of our exhausted strength. For though our efforts were short, they were pushed to the utmost, as life or death depended on them." Benumbed from their bath in the icy water, the party at last reached the bank, and were there joined by the 2 men who had been forced to quit the craft. The canoe was a wreck, and all the bullets had been lost, but the powder had received no damage, and the shot remained, and from it bullets could be made. No one had been seriously injured, and a fire and a dram of rum raised the spirits of all. Some of the men, however, wished to turn back, and it required all of Mackenzie's authority and eloquence to persuade them to persevere in the hazardous journey. The canoe was repaired, and for 4 days the explorers made their painful way onward. Mosquitoes and black flies besieged them in clouds, and the river was so bad that most of the time they were forced to carry their canoe and baggage through a tangle of woods and swamps. Their guide deserted them one night and was not seen again, but finally, late in the evening of the 17th of June, weary and worn, the explorers emerged from the forest upon the bank of a large river, the North Fork of what is now called the Fraser River. And now for some time they were able to take things easily. Leisurely drifting and paddling with the current, they reached next day the South or Main Fork. Here the combined stream was about half a mile wide. On the second day on this river, they portaged around what is now called Giscombe Rapids, some miles above the present town of Prince George, and the same day saw a party of Indians who fled into the woods on seeing them. Next day they came upon a larger party, the warriors of which displayed great fury and let fly a flight of arrows, most of which fell short, while others passed over the canoe. Luckily, Mackenzie's Indians understood the language, and after long-range negotiations, amicable relations were established. These Indians said that the river ran toward the midday sun, that white men were reported to be building houses around its mouth, but that there were 3 places where the stream was altogether impassable because of falls and rapids. Accompanied by 2 of these natives, the explorers continued their journey down the river. From Indians farther down, Mackenzie heard such a discouraging account of the river ahead that on June 23rd he decided to return upstream to a point where the Indians told him it was possible to make a portage to a stream that emptied into the great water. Now, however, difficulties multiplied. The unexpected return of the white men combined with other circumstances to alarm the Indians, whose camps Mackenzie had already passed. They adopted a hostile demeanor and fled to the woods. Even the guide who had promised to show them the way across the portage disappeared. Mackenzie's followers became panic-stricken and were eager to start for home. More than once he feared they would break out in open mutiny. However, he managed to keep them in hand, and some days were spent in building a new canoe to replace the old, which was little more than a wreck. On the 29th of June, Mackenzie's heart was rejoiced by the return of the guide, who explained that he had been employed in searching for his family, who had been seized with panic and had fled on hearing the false reports about the hostile designs of the white men. The explorers now built a cache of logs in which they placed many of their belongings, and they put their canoe upon a stage. Some pemmican, wild rice, corn, and a small keg of gunpowder they hid in the ground, rolled up in oilcloth and dressed leather. The rest of their belongings they carried with them. For 2 weeks they traveled westward through a rough country, forced to subsist on scanty rations and often drenched by rains. From time to time they met small bands of Indians, from among whom they engaged new guides. Finally, they climbed a range of mountains so high that the pass through which they traveled was covered with snow. Having surmounted this barrier, they descended into a valley, and on the 17th of July reached a navigable river flowing westward. An Indian village stood upon the bank, and as it was already dark, the inhabitants had no warning of the approach of the white men. The people were inside their huts cooking fish over small fires. Without ceremony, Mackenzie walked into one of the huts, threw down his burden, shook hands with some of the people, and sat down upon his pack. The inmates showed little surprise, but soon made signs for him to go to a large house that was built upon posts some distance above the ground. He climbed into this house by a rude sort of ladder, and after passing 3 fires in the middle of the building, he came upon a group of Indians seated on a very wide board. Among these people he noticed one of his guides. Soon the rest of Mackenzie's party entered, and all were given seats. One of the Indians then brought a quantity of roasted salmon for their use. Later the white men were invited to sleep in the building, but Mackenzie preferred to camp outside. A large fire was built, and the Indians brought boards so that their guests need not sleep on the bare ground. 2 large dishes of cooked salmon roes were then brought for their further delectation. Next morning they were treated to gooseberries, whortleberries, raspberries, dried roes, and roasted salmon. The Indians at this village were, in fact, more provident than was customary among the American aborigines. With great labor they had built a weir across the river, and in an opening in the center they placed their machines for catching fish. Salmon were, it was clear, the staff of life to this people, as they were to almost all Indians living along streams emptying into the Pacific along the northwest coast. For several days the explorers descended the river, part of the time walking along its banks, part of the time riding in canoes obtained from Indians met with along the way. Even on the Fraser, Mackenzie had seen a knife and other articles that had evidently been obtained from white men. Such articles now became more and more common. One chieftain, for example, showed the explorer a blue cloth garment decorated with brass buttons, and another of flowered cotton trimmed with a leather fringe. The same chief stated that 10 winters before he had seen 2 large vessels on the big water, and Mackenzie supposed that they were probably the ships commanded by Captain Cook. The gunwales of the big dugout canoe in which the chief had traveled on that occasion were inlaid with the teeth of the sea otter. Finally, late in the afternoon of the 18th of July, Mackenzie came at last in sight of his goal, an arm of the sea. He was still a long distance from the open ocean, but the tide rose and fell 15 feet, and porpoises and seals were almost constantly in sight. The spot was not far from the present town of Bella Coola, and the stream they had descended was the Bella Coola River. For 3 days the explorers paddled about in a maze of inlets and channels. Food was scarce, and the Indians seen were inclined to be disagreeable. One insolent fellow constantly harped upon the fact that he had been shot at by white men on a ship and had been struck by one of them with the flat of a sword. Mackenzie kept his men constantly on guard, and to these precautions the party probably owed their safety. Having taken observations for longitude and latitude, Mackenzie mixed some vermilion and melted grease, and on the face of a great rock wrote, quote, Alexander Mackenzie, from Canada, by land, the 22nd of July, 1793, end quote. The same day they set out on the return and reached the mouth of the river by which they had come. They disembarked and made their way by land toward an Indian village. Mackenzie and the Indian guide preceded the others, and when the 2 neared the village, several armed warriors ran toward them, as if with hostile intent. Among them was the fellow who had said so often that he had been shot at by white men. Mackenzie at first raised his gun and brought them to a halt, then let it fall into his left hand and drew his hanger. The Indians pressed forward, and one of them contrived to get behind the explorer and to seize him in his arms. Mackenzie soon wrenched himself free, but was never able to understand why the warrior did not avail himself of the chance to plunge his dagger into the white man's body. Mackenzie's followers now began to appear, whereupon the Indians fled to the village, taking with them Mackenzie's hat and cloak. Knowing that some of the Indians in the village had stolen some of his belongings a few days before, Mackenzie determined to teach the savages a lesson. Marching to the village, he demanded the return of all the stolen articles. Awed by the prospect of a fight with the white men, the Indians complied. Many days of toilsome effort brought the explorers back to their canoe and cache, where they found all safe. A week of paddling, poling, and tracking, with a few portages, and they arrived at Bad River, in ascending which they were forced to work hard on scanty rations. Finally, on the 17th of July, they once more embarked on the headwaters of Parsnip River. Thenceforth, they had the current to aid them, and a few days of comparatively easy work brought them to the Rocky Mountain Portage. There they were lucky enough to kill a buffalo and 2 elk, and from then on they lived on the fat of the land. Finally, on August 24th, they reached the post from which they had started so many weeks before. Thus ended an expedition fully as remarkable as that to the Arctic. For the first time, the continent had been crossed by white men. Vast regions had been opened up to the knowledge of the civilized world. Mackenzie's exploit preceded by a decade that of Lewis and Clark. The natural obstacles overcome by him were fully as difficult and his means much less. Mackenzie subsequently acquired a fortune in the fur trade. In 1801, he published an account of his 2 expeditions, and for his services he was knighted by the king. He ultimately settled down upon an estate in his native Scotland and died in 1820. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Fur Trading Adventures of Alexander Henry. Of all the fur traders who wandered over the Northwest, Alexander Henry the Younger, nephew of the Alexander Henry whose adventures have already been mentioned, has left us the most complete record of the daily life of those who followed his occupation. For a period of about 15 years, from 1799 to 1814, he kept a voluminous diary of his experiences, the scenes of which ranged from Lake Superior to the Pacific. Over 80 years later, this diary, in condensed form, was edited and given to the world by Dr. Eliot Coues, a distinguished student of Western history. In 1799, Henry engaged in a trading venture in what is now Manitoba and made a clear profit of about $3,500 on less than 2 canoe loads of goods. The next year, as an agent of the Northwest Company, he set out from Grand Portage on Lake Superior and followed the Rainy River and Lake of the Woods route westward. Each of his brigade of canoes contained 28 packs and included tobacco, guns, powder, and lead, and 10 kegs of high wine, that is, brandy. The food for the canoemen consisted of 6 bushels of corn and half a keg of grease for every 4 men, besides what fish or game could be caught or killed. There were many rapids and portages along the way. To avoid the labor of making what was known as the portage d'Ile, the crew of one canoe tried to shoot the rapids. They had not gone far when the bowman made a mistake, with the result that the bow struck a rock on shore, and the current whirled the canoe around. Both the bowman and steersman managed to leap upon the rock, but the midman was not active enough to do so and remained in the canoe, which was instantly carried out into the wild water. For a moment she stood on end and then disappeared. The man clung to a bale of goods that had been washed overboard, and those on shore made every effort to aid him, but in vain. A heavy swell swept him off the bale, and he disappeared. The canoe, in badly damaged condition, and some of the goods were recovered, but the man was never seen again. On August 16th, the Voyagers reached Lake Winnipeg, and the same day were almost wrecked by a storm. Ducks were very plentiful, and Henry killed a number, also a white pelican. The beach was covered with dead grasshoppers or Rocky Mountain locusts. They formed a continuous line along the edge of the water as far as the eye could see, and in places were from 6 to 9 inches deep. With a score of Voyager helpers and their Indian wives and children and a considerable number of Ojibwas, Henry ascended the Red River of the North and established a post not far from the mouth of Park River in what is now North Dakota. The region round about was park-like, with alternate patches of wood and open prairie, and the whole country swarmed with game. It was Henry's plan to have the Indians and some of the Voyagers hunt and trap during the winter, as there was great danger from the Sioux, who were almost constantly at war with the Ojibwas. He surrounded his buildings with a high stockade of logs. On the way thither, the party saw many buffaloes, and Henry was astonished at their number. At one place, quote, "The beach, once a soft black mud into which a man would sink knee-deep, is now made hard as pavement by the numerous herds coming to drink. The willows are entirely trampled and torn to pieces. Even the bark of the smaller trees is rubbed off in many places. The grass on the first bank of the river is entirely worn away. Numerous paths, some of which are a foot deep in the hard turf, come from the plains to the brink of the river, and the vast quantity of dung gives this place the appearance of a cattle yard." End quote. From this place, Henry went on his first buffalo hunt. With a voyager named Desmarais, he rode about a mile from the river and discovered an animal lying in the grass. They dismounted and crept forward to within 30 paces. It was a big bull, and Henry whispered to Desmarais, who was an old hunter, to fire at the animal. But the voyager objected, saying that a buffalo could rarely be killed when in that posture. He suggested that Henry start the bull with a shot, and said that he would then kill the animal. Henry was carrying what was for that day a powerful double-barreled gun, and with it he aimed as best he could for the heart. When he fired, the bull stretched out his neck, legs, and tail, and instantly expired, to Henry's great satisfaction and the chagrin of Desmarais. "Having plenty of meat in the camp," says Henry, "we took only the tongue, leaving the animal for the wolves and crows, of which we saw many hovering around. Just as we mounted, we perceived a large herd of cows to the southward, moving down to the river to drink. We rode toward them, and having got under the bank, which was scarcely high enough to conceal us, we kept on through the woods at full speed, in hopes of intercepting them. But in this we failed. We found they had drunk and returned to the meadows. No time was to be lost. We rode after them at full speed through the woods which line the river. I was so anxious to overtake them that I did not take proper care to avoid the trees, and suddenly my right breast struck full upon the point of an oak limb as thick as my wrist. Fortunately for me, it broke off. I had not time to examine the wound, but cleared the woods and sighted the buffaloes not more than 100 paces off. We gave our horses the rein, and were soon up with the herd. The dust they raised almost blinded us, having the wind ahead. My horse was none of the best hunters. He was fleet, but timid in closing up with buffaloes. I could only get a long shot, which fortunately knocked over a bull. I looked round for my companion and saw him still near the river, whipping his stubborn horse, which would not pursue the buffalo. I now examined my wound, when I found the limb had gone through my jacket, vest, and shirt, and penetrated the flesh half an inch, just below the right nipple. Desmarais having joined me, we took the tongue of the animal only, although he was tolerably fat, left him for the wolves to devour, and started homeward. On our way we killed 2 more bulls." End quote. Henry's journal is full of other references to the vast number of the buffaloes. In one place he tells of many miring down in the mud and dying. In another he relates how whole herds of the animals broke through the ice of Red River, and for 2 days and nights their dead bodies, quote, "formed one continuous line in the current." End quote. Thousands grounded along the bank, and the stench from their bodies was so strong that at times Henry was unable to eat his meals. The Indians told him that every spring it was about the same. Fresh buffalo meat, fat, dried tongues, and pemmican formed the main support of both Indians and traders, and great numbers of the animals were killed for that purpose. But the instinct for killing sometimes led both whites and reds to engage in useless slaughter. Once, for example, Henry and about a score of Indians and voyageurs amused themselves by lying in wait under the riverbank and shooting at the animals when they came down to drink. "When the poor brutes," he writes, came to within about 10 yards of us, on a sudden we would fire a volley of 29 guns at them, killing and wounding many, of which we only took the tongues. The Indians suggested that we should all fire together at one lone bull, which appeared to have the satisfaction, as they said, of killing him stone dead. The beast advanced until he was within 6 or 8 paces, when the yell was given and all hands let fly. But instead of falling, he galloped off, and it was only after several more discharges that he was brought to the ground. The Indians enjoyed this sport highly. It is true the ammunition cost them nothing." End quote. Often the herds passed close to the fort. Once a cow actually entered it and was shot at the foot of Henry's gallery. Another time a herd of cows were crossing the river on the ice nearby, and the dogs prevented one animal from getting ashore. Some of the men took lines and entangled her legs, after which they fastened a line about her horns and dragged her into the fort. Suddenly, however, she jumped up and charged at the dogs. 2 of the men leaped upon her back, quote, "but this did not incommode her. She was as nimble in jumping and kicking at the dogs as before, although they are 2 stout men, Crow weighing at least 190 pounds." End quote. Henry relates that one spring day he killed 4 buffalo calves and brought 2 calves home alive. They no sooner lost sight of the herd than they followed his horse like dogs right into the fort. On chasing a herd at that season of the year, the calves would run until exhausted and would then throw themselves down in the high grass and lie still, hiding their heads if possible. When the hunter came upon them, they would start to run, but seeing only the man and his horse, would stop and allow themselves to be taken. If not discovered, they would lie still until their mothers returned in search of them. As Henry was butchering one of the calves he had killed that day, he heard something running toward him, and on looking up saw a large cow running directly at him. He had only just time to catch up his gun and fire without taking proper aim, but he wounded her slightly and she made off. More than once Henry had even narrower escapes, and his journal is full of exciting hunting experiences. Elk, black bears, coyotes, and timber wolves were common, and the much dreaded grizzly was occasionally met with. The dogs belonging to the post occasionally mated with wolves, though more often they fought them. Henry's journal for 1800 tells of the killing of a grizzly about a mile from the fort, and this reference possesses much zoological interest, for the grizzly was rarely found so far east. Sturgeon, pike, and many other kinds of fish could be taken from the river in great numbers, so it was not often that the traders and their red friends lacked food. At posts where he was later stationed, Henry added to his supplies by raising vegetables, especially potatoes, which produced heavy yields. So long as he remained in the Red River region, Henry and those about him lived in constant dread of the warlike Sioux. There were repeated false alarms, some of them of a ludicrous character, when the real truth became known. Finally, however, the Sioux actually came. In August 1805, while stationed at a post where Pembina River joins Red River, Henry received the unwelcome news that the enemy had surprised a camp of his Indians on Tongue River, a stream not far from the fort, and had killed or carried off 14 persons. The first person killed was a brave named Lienhart, whose daughter Henry had married, as was the common custom among fur traders of that day. Lienhart had climbed a tree to look for buffalo, and had no sooner reached the top when 2 Sioux fired at him. Both balls passed through his body. He had just strength enough to cry out to his family, who were in a lodge about 100 yards away, "Save yourselves, the Sioux are killing us." He then fell dead to the ground, his body breaking several branches of the tree as it fell. The noise brought the other Ojibwas out of their lodges, when, recognizing the danger, the women and children instantly ran toward a large woods on Tongue River, about a mile distant and in the direction of the fort. The 4 surviving Ojibwas warriors seized their arms and made off also, but kept in the rear of the women and children to protect them. It was not long before the main war party came dashing down on horseback, whooping and yelling diabolically. The 4 warriors, firing carefully, held them off until some of the fugitives had entered the wood, but then the enemy surrounded them. 3 of the Ojibwas warriors fled, but 2 of them were slain. The 4th, a brave fellow named Asagomanshi, or Little Chief, waited deliberately until the Sioux were very near, when he fired at their chief and knocked him off his pony. 3 young girls and a boy were taken prisoners. Several other fugitives were slain upon the spot, including Little Chief. Several squaws and children took refuge in the woods, where the willows and other brush were so thick that everyone escaped. A boy of 12, closely pursued, crawled into a hollow under a bunch of willows, and a Sioux leaped his horse over it without perceiving the scared little lad. One of the little girls told a pitiful story of the fate that befell Liard's squaw, who was Henry's mother-in-law. She had 2 young children who could not run fast enough, so she took one upon her back and prevailed upon her sister-in-law to carry the other. But when the Sioux swooped down upon them with hideous yells, the sister-in-law threw down the child in her terror and soon caught up with the mother, who was ahead. Seeing that the child was missing and hearing its screams, the brave mother kissed her little daughter, the one who related the story, and said with tears streaming from her eyes, quote, "Take courage, my daughter. Try to reach the woods, and if you do, go to your eldest sister, who will be kind to you. I must turn back and save your younger sister or die in the attempt. Take courage. Run fast, my daughter." End quote. The poor mother actually did recover the child and was running off with both children when she was felled to the ground by a blow on the head with a war club. She sprang up instantly, drew her knife, and plunged it into the neck of her assailant, but other Sioux coming up, she was slain. Henry was absent from the fort when the news of the massacre arrived, but some of his employees and a party of Ojibwas visited the scene of the massacre. All the dead had been mutilated in a horrible manner, and the skull of brave Little Chief had been carried off for use as a water dish. A war party set out in pursuit of the Sioux, but quarreled among themselves, and the massacre was not avenged. In July, 4 years later, the Sioux even ventured an attack upon the fort itself. At the time, there were over a score of friendly warriors, about 50 squaws, and many children camped on the slope between the fort and the river. In the fort, Henry had 8 assistants. The Indians had been having a grand drinking bout and were in a badly demoralized condition, while, to prevent them from injuring each other, Henry had collected their guns and taken them into the fort. At midnight, there was a sudden discharge of firearms from out in the darkness, accompanied by the blood-curdling war whoop. Several bullets pierced the lodges, but no one was hit. Instantly, the Ojibwas sprang to their feet and rushed for the fort in order to obtain their guns. As the gates were locked, the warriors climbed over the stockade and hurried to Henry's house, where they snatched up their guns and then ran to the gates, which had then been opened. Through them poured the frightened squaws with their children and whatever possessions they had been able to catch up in the darkness. 2 families who were encamped on the opposite side of the river jumped into a boat and also made their way to safety. In a very short time, all the friendly Indians were inside the fort. Incredible as it may seem, not one of the Indians had been hit. The only loss was that of an unlucky dog, which was hit in the head by 2 bullets as he was in the act of jumping into the boat to cross the river. From out in the darkness, Henry could hear the Sioux haranguing each other. He pointed a cohorn, a kind of small cannon, loaded with a pound of powder and 30 balls, in the direction of the voices, and one of his men applied the match. Says Henry, quote, "The balls clattered among the large trees across the little river, and the noise of the discharge must have appeared awful to people who had never heard anything of the kind before. My Indians hoped to find a good round number of the enemy dead, as they said they heard the Sioux lamenting their fallen relations. Everything was quiet for some time, till we again heard the enemy haranguing, but they had withdrawn to a greater distance. I once more loaded my cohorn, and pointing it as nearly as possible to the spot where we heard them, fired a second shot. This caused them apparently to withdraw still further, as we heard no more of them during the night." End quote. The sound of the thunder gun was evidently too much for the Sioux, for next morning they were seen riding off down Red River. The whites and their allies found a whip on the handle of which there was fresh blood, but they found no dead, and it is probable that no one on either side was killed during the raid. Several parties of friendly Indians, half-breeds and whites who were not in the fort, had miraculous escapes from meeting the hostiles. Henry and some Indian scouts found the spot where the enemy had made ready for the attack. It was about 1.5 miles from the fort, and from it the enemy could in the daytime watch the blockhouses and stockades. Here, says Henry, we found upward of 100 pairs of old shoes, some scalps, remnants of leather and buffalo skins, saddle cloths made of buffalo robes, whips, pieces of old saddles, rolls of bark containing war caps, bark and willow dishes, also paunches and bladders of water for a journey. Upward of 100 willows, about 6 feet long, with a fork about the middle, were stripped of their bark and stuck in the ground. This, I am told, is for the purpose of hanging up their war caps before attacking an enemy. We also observed some places where they had seated themselves in the long grass by 2s, 3s, and 4s to adjust their war dresses. At every seat we found a quantity of swan's down, colored with red earth, under which we found from 1 to 4 small stones, about the size of an egg, also daubed over with red earth, and nearby were stuck in the ground the same number of willows, about 2 feet long, stripped of their bark and daubed with the same red earth. Such a place is called by the Indians, quote, the spot of the last sacrifice, end quote, as it is here that they adjust themselves for battle, and generally make a sacrifice of different articles they have brought with them for that purpose, to ensure the protection of the Supreme Being, or, as they term him, the Master of Life, end quote. It was with such ceremonials as these that the barbarians of the northwestern plains made ready to go out and murder their fellow men. Henry experienced infinitely more trouble with the Indians with whom he traded than from the hostile Sioux. Most of them were a licentious, begging, untrustworthy lot, and to their natural weaknesses had been added an overpowering craving for the white man's firewater. Liquor had come to be the one article they held in most esteem, and even the traders who deplored the traffic were forced to supply the want or else be ruined. Kegs of rum, whiskey, high wine, that is brandy, and other liquors formed part of the cargo of every brigade of canoes that traveled westward from Lake Superior. The liquor was sold to the Indians in diluted form. Those living nearest civilization, having the more educated taste, demanded the strongest mixture. Those in the more remote regions were satisfied with a much weaker compound. The Ojibwas, who had had long experience with a white man's firewater, did not consider the mixture strong enough unless 8 or 9 quarts of brandy were used in making a 9-gallon keg of drink. For the Crees and Assiniboines, who were less experienced, 6 quarts to the keg were sufficient. For the Blackfeet, to whom strong drink was a new delight, the traders of Henry's day were accustomed to put only 4 or 5 quarts in the keg. Generally speaking, the Indians were much more easily overcome by intoxicants than white men. Only a small quantity of alcohol was required to make one of them drunk. Their fondness for firewater was so great that they would barter their horses, arms, clothing, or even their wives and children to obtain it. Henry relates that on one occasion a brave offered to sell him his 9-year-old daughter for a small quantity of the drink. Henry's journal is full of descriptions of violent scenes which were the direct result of the use of liquor. For example, he records on March 14, 1802, that, quote, in a drinking match at the hills yesterday, Gros Bras, in a fit of jealousy, stabbed Opoissui to death with a hand-dag. The first stroke opened his left side, the second his belly, and the third his breast. He never stirred, although he had a knife in his belt, and died instantly. Soon after this, Opoissui's brother, a boy about 10 years of age, took the deceased's gun, loaded it with 2 balls, and approached Gros Bras' tent. Putting the muzzle of the gun through the door, the boy fired the 2 balls into his breast and killed him dead, just as he was reproaching his wife for her affection for Opoissui, and boasting of the revenge he had taken. The little fellow ran into the woods and hid. Little Shell found the old woman, Opoissui's mother, in her tent. He instantly stabbed her. Ondinoche then came in, took the knife, and gave her a second stab. Little Shell, in his turn, taking the knife, gave a third blow. In this manner did these two rascals continue to murder the old woman as long as there was any life in her. The boy escaped into Langlois' house and was kept hid until they were all sober. Next morning a hole was dug in the ground, and all three were buried together." End quote. Henry mentions dozens of other drinking affrays that had fatal results. Drink had the effect of changing many of the Indians into veritable demons. Henry tells of one Indian who, quote, "was so troublesome that we had to tie him with ropes to prevent his doing mischief. He was stabbed in the back in 3 different places about a month ago. His wounds were still open and had an ugly appearance. In his struggling to get loose, they burst out afresh and bled a great deal. We had much trouble to stop the blood, as the fellow was insensible to pain or danger. His only aim was to bite us. We had some narrow escapes until we secured his mouth, and then he fell asleep." End quote. Occasionally these drinking affrays had an amusing side. Thus, at the Red River post, there was an old Indian who was called by the whites Crooked Legs. He had 2 wives, one an aged hag, the other a buxom young squaw who despised him. One day when all were drunk, Crooked Legs began to accuse the young squaw of infidelity, whereupon she caught up a long stick and hit him a blow over the head that laid him senseless. She then ran off and hid in another lodge. On recovering his senses, the old man took his knife, found her, and began to stab her. He would have made an end of her then and there, had not some of the other squaws disarmed him. As it was, he gave her 3 bad wounds, from one of which the blood gushed out from her lung. On examining the wounds, Henry thought the woman would surely die. As for Crooked Legs, he took refuge in his own tent, singing and saying he was not afraid to die. Some of the Indians, even his own son, wished to kill him, and Henry had much difficulty in preventing them from doing so. Next day the wounded squaw was able to walk about, while her husband, now sober, was very sorry for her. As he was skilled in the treatment of wounds, he set about curing her. She, however, cast, quote, "cruel frowns upon the old gentleman," end quote, and when he would be dressing her wounds, would say in reply to tender remarks on his part, "Get out, you old dog. If I live, it will be the worse for you," end quote. In the course of a few weeks, she completely recovered and took advantage of another drinking match to be revenged. She gave her husband a terrific beating with a stick, and then, throwing him upon his back, proceeded to burn him with a firebrand. Other Indians interfered presently and took her away, but not before she had reduced him to a shocking condition. Henry records in his journal for the next day, quote, "Crooked Legs too ill to stir. His old wife waits on him, and the young one makes fun of him," end quote. A few days later, Crooked Legs and his old wife left the post. "The old gent was," says Henry, "in a sad condition, and appeared to be failing fast. I had him dragged away on a travail with my horse," end quote. Before beginning a drinking bout, the Indians would sometimes put away all their arms, well aware that they might make murderous use of them otherwise. At times the trader would themselves attend to the disarming, but in their orgies the maddened creatures would improvise weapons, or would employ the weapons with which nature had endowed them. Henry makes frequent mention of Indians who had their noses or ears bitten off in these drinking bouts. Another writer says of such scenes, quote, "To see a house full of drunken Indians, consisting of men, women, and children, is a most unpleasant sight, for in that condition they often wrangle, pull each other by the hair, and fight. At sometimes 10 or 12 of both sexes may be seen fighting each other promiscuously, until at last they all fall on the floor, one upon another, some spilling rum out of a small kettle or dish, which they hold in their hands, while others are throwing up what they have just drunk. To add to this uproar, a number of children, some on their mothers' shoulders, and others running about and taking hold of their clothes, are constantly bawling, the elder ones through fear that their parents may be stabbed, or that some other misfortune may befall them in the fray. These shrieks of the children form a very unpleasant chorus to the brutal noise kept up by the parents who are engaged in the squabble." End quote. The drunken Indians were usually so troublesome that the traders were at their wits' end to manage them, and many deadly affrays were the direct result of drink. Some traders made use of laudanum to put the quarrelsome to sleep. In at least one instance, the dose was made too large and death resulted. Sir Alexander Mackenzie says of this case, quote, "Most of them who passed the winter on the Saskatchewan got to the Eagle Hills, where, in the spring of 1780, a few days previous to their intended departure, a large band of Indians being engaged in drinking about their houses, one of the traders, to ease himself of the troublesome importunities of a native, gave him a dose of laudanum in a glass of grog, which effectually prevented him from giving further trouble to anyone by setting him asleep forever. This accident produced a fray, in which one of the traders and several of the men were killed, while the rest had no other means to save themselves but by a precipitate flight." End quote. Henry was not a man of much humanity of feeling. His main concern was to get furs at the cheapest price. His opinion of the Indians was a very low one, but occasionally a gleam of higher feelings appears in his pages, and he laments the use made of liquor in the Indian trade. For example, his entry for one day was as follows, quote, "In the evening we were surprised by hearing 3 reports of a gun. Old Fallowine soon arrived and bawled out at a distance, as soon as he thought we could hear him, that 5 Indians had been murdered near Portage la Prairie since I passed there, relations of himself and some others who camped here. This firing was the usual signal of death and carrying news from one camp to another. But the Indians totally neglect their ancient customs, and to what can this degeneracy be ascribed but to their intercourse with us, particularly as they are so unfortunate as to have a continual succession of opposition parties to teach them roguery and destroy both body and mind with that pernicious article, rum. What a different set of people they would be were there not a drop of liquor in the country. If a murder is committed among the Sauteurs, Ojibwas, it is always in a drinking match. We may truly say that liquor is the root of all evil in the Northwest. Great bawling and lamentation went on, and I was troubled most of the night for liquor to wash away grief." End quote. Among the Ojibwas who visited Henry's post on Red River was a young Indian named Berdache. He was considered effeminate in his ways, but was the swiftest runner of his tribe, and some years before had had a remarkable adventure that tested both his speed and courage. A fur trader named Réaume attempted to make peace between the Ojibwas and Sioux, and Berdache accompanied a party of his tribesmen to the Sioux camp. They at first appeared reconciled to each other through the intercession of the whites, but as the Sauteurs, who were mostly unarmed, were returning home, the Sioux pursued them. Quote, "Both parties were on foot, and the Sioux have the name of being extraordinarily swift. The Sauteurs imprudently dispersed in the plains, and several were killed. But the party with Berdache escaped without any accident in the following manner. One of them had got from the Sioux a bow, but only a few arrows. On starting and finding themselves pursued, they ran a considerable distance until they perceived the Sioux were gaining fast upon them, when Berdache took the bow and arrows from his comrades and told them to run as fast as possible, without minding him, as he feared no danger. He then faced the enemy and began to let fly his arrows. This checked their course, and they returned the compliment with interest, but it was so far off that only a chance arrow could have hurt him, as they had nearly spent their strength when they fell near him. His own arrows were soon expended, but he lost no time in gathering up those that fell near him, and thus he had a continual supply. Seeing his friends some distance ahead, and the Sioux moving to surround him, he turned and ran full speed to join his comrades, the Sioux after him. When the latter approached too near, Berdache again stopped and faced them with his bow and arrows, and kept them at bay. Thus did he continue to maneuver until they reached a spot of strong wood which the Sioux dared not enter. End quote. Living for so many years as Henry did in a fur country, it was inevitable that many curious trapping experiences should come to his attention. For example, he relates that one day a trapper named Larocque came to the Red River post bringing a skunk, a badger, and a large white wolf. Quote, "All 3 caught in the same trap at once," as he said. This we thought extraordinary, indeed a falsehood, until he explained the affair. His trap was made in a hollow stump, in the center of which there was a deep hole in the ground. He found the wolf just caught and still alive. He dispatched him, and on taking him out, noticed something stirring and making a noise in the hole in the ground. Upon looking in, he perceived the badger, which he killed with a stick, and on pulling him out, smelled the horrid stench of the skunk, which was in one corner of the hole. He soon dispatched him also. From this the Indians all predicted some great misfortune, either to the person to whom the traps belonged or to our fort. Some supposed the Sioux would destroy us all." End quote. Henry's explanation of the incident was that the badger had chased the skunk into the hole and had in turn been pursued by the wolf. This explanation may or may not be the correct one. Quote, "Some went raccoon hunting, the weather being warm," says Henry under date of November 30th, 1800. "They returned in the evening with 7, which they had found in one hollow tree. The size of this tree was enormous, having a hollow 6 feet in diameter, the rim or shell being 2 feet thick, including the bark. Raccoon hunting is common here in the winter season. The hunter examines every hollow tree met with, and when he sees the fresh marks of the claws, he makes a hole with an axe, and thus opens the hollow space, in which he lights a fire to find out if there be any raccoons within, as they often climb trees in the autumn, and not finding them proper for the purpose, leave them and seek others. But if they be within, the smoke obliges them to ascend and put their heads out of the hole they entered. On observing this, the axe is applied to the tree. With the assistance of the fire, it is soon down, and the hunter stands ready to dispatch the animals whilst they are stunned by the fall. But sometimes they are so obstinate as to remain at the bottom of the hole until they are suffocated or roasted to death. The bears, both grizzly and common black, which reside on Red River, take to hollow trees also, and are hunted by the Indians in the same manner as raccoons. But the bears in the Hare Hills and other elevated places never take to the trees for their winter quarters. They reside in holes in the ground, in the most intricate thicket they can find, generally under the roots of trees that have been torn up by the wind or have otherwise fallen. These are more difficult to find, requiring good dogs that are naturally given to hunt bears. The reason why the bears differ so in the choice of their winter habitations is obvious. The low points along the river, where the woods principally grow, are every spring subject to overflow when the ice breaks up. The mud carried down with the current and left on the banks makes their dens uncomfortable. On the Hare Hills and other highlands, where the ground is free from inundation, the soft and sandy soil is not so cold as the stiff, black mud on the banks of the river, which appears to be made ground. Frequently, on digging holes in winter, we found the frost had penetrated the ground nearly 4 feet, like one solid body of ice, while in a high, dry, sandy soil it seldom exceeds 1 foot in depth." End quote. Henry had a very low opinion of the Indians in most matters, but greatly admired their skill as hunters and trailers. He relates that in the autumn of 1799 he went hunting near the foot of Fort Dauphin Mountain with an Ojibwas. Soon they came upon the tracks of some elk, or, as Henry calls them, red deer. They quickly discovered the band in a thicket of willows and poplars. Both fired, but the elk scattered and disappeared. The hunters pursued them, but without avail, as the country was unfavorable. "We then returned," says Henry, "to the spot where we had fired, as the Indians suspected that we had wounded some of them. We searched to see if we could find any blood. On my part, I could find tracks, but no blood, nor any sign that an animal had been wounded. As the ground was beaten in every direction by animals, it was only after a tedious search that he found where the buck had struck off, but no blood was seen until, passing through a thicket of willows, he observed a drop upon a leaf, and next a little more. He then began to examine more strictly, to find out in what part of the body the animal had been wounded, and judging by the height and other signs, he told me the wound must have been somewhere between the shoulder and neck. We advanced about a mile, but saw nothing of the deer and no more blood. I was for giving up the chase, but he assured me the wound was mortal, and that if the animal should lie down, he could not rise again. We proceeded 2 miles further when, coming out upon a small open space, he told me the animal was at no great distance and very probably in this meadow. We accordingly advanced a few yards, and there we found the deer lying at the last gasp. The wound was exactly as I had been told. The sagacity of the sauteurs in tracing strong wood animals is astonishing. I have frequently witnessed occurrences of this nature. The bend of a leaf or blade of grass is enough to show the direction the game is taken. Their ability is of equally great service to war parties when they discover the footsteps of their enemies." End quote. Henry had many serious disputes with individual Indians. Once a brave tried to stab the trader with Henry's own knife, whereupon Henry, quote, "gave him a cruel beating and bunged up both his eyes so that he could not see for several days." End quote. The Indian vowed revenge, and Henry had to be constantly on his guard. Another time, Henry, quote, "refused to give debt to Grand Ghoul, Big Mouth, for a blanket, as I knew he already owed me more than he could pay. He is a notorious scoundrel. On leaving the house this morning, while I was standing at our door, the fellow slipped the cover off his gun and fired at me. The ball struck one of the doorposts. He then loaded and fired a second shot and made off with himself." End quote. Early in July 1806, Henry set out on horseback, accompanied by 3 other men, for a trip to the Mandan towns on the Missouri River. The weather was exceedingly hot, and the mosquitoes were terribly persistent in unwelcome attentions. One night at an Ojibwa's village, the squaws closed the openings of the cabins and then built a smudge fire inside. Quote, "but to no purpose. It only made matters worse by choking us with a bitter smoke. If we covered our heads, we were suffocated with heat. If we remained uncovered, we were choked with smoke and mosquitoes. I, therefore, thought best to get out of doors, but was then in danger of being trampled to death by the horses, which surrounded the cabins to enjoy the smudge." End quote. Next day, the mosquitoes continued so troublesome that it was only with difficulty that the travelers, when fording streams, could prevent their horses, quote, "from throwing themselves down and rolling in the water to get rid of those cursed insects." End quote. On July 8th, they reached the Assiniboine River about 10 miles above the present site of Winnipeg. Quote, "The uncommonly high water," says Henry, "obliged us to make a raft to transport our baggage and equipments to the north side. One of our party, who could not swim, we placed upon the raft and set adrift. William Henry and I and the other man took to the water upon our horses. William, supposing himself an expert swimmer, let go his horse and nearly paid for his imprudence. A severe cramp took him in the feet, and it was with much difficulty he reached the shore. Having all 3 got over, we left our horses to feed whilst we went down river in search of the raft, which the strong current had carried much further than we supposed it would have done, and it was some time before we could reach it. This was very disagreeable. We were entirely naked, so that the mosquitoes had their pleasure with us, and having no shoes, it was only with great pain that we could walk in the sharp-pointed grass. We found the man on the raft waiting for us and lost no time in dressing." End quote. At his company's post at the mouth of Mouse River, Henry's party was increased to 7 persons and 8 horses. They were soon out upon the bold plains, where they were forced to use buffalo chips for fuel, and where they saw many jumping deer, i.e., antelope. When far out upon the plains, the antelope became so tame that the young ones, to satisfy their curiosity, would run up within a few yards of the travelers, while the mothers would also approach, though more cautiously. The travelers had no difficulty in killing plenty of fat bull buffaloes for meat, though fuel was so scarce that at times they were hardly able to cook the meat. Mosquitoes continued to be so bad that the horses were driven almost frantic. One night one of them broke his picket line, and in jumping and prancing about came down upon the leg of the guide, inflicting a painful bruise. In course of time the travelers began to come to lakes, the water of which, though clear, was so full of alkali as to be totally undrinkable. The banks of some of these lakes were white as drifted snow. All along the way the party kept a sharp lookout for Indian horse thieves, and their watchfulness increased as they entered the Missouri country, where there was danger of meeting the dreaded Sioux. Soon after coming in sight of the great river, one of the party saw 2 buffalo bulls coming round a hill, grazing as they moved along. This alarmed some of the men, who insisted that the bulls were horsemen approaching. 2 of the French Canadians even declared that they could see the riders whipping and kicking their horses, as was the Indian custom when riding at full speed. Henry himself could see that the moving objects were buffaloes, and that what was supposed to be the riders' arms lashing away was the bulls' tails, which were kept in continual motion to drive away the flies. Nothing he could say could reassure the panic-stricken men, who believed that their last day had come. Finally, however, a spyglass confirmed Henry's declarations. Bravery, says he, instantly appeared on the countenances of those who, a few moments before, had given themselves up for lost. End quote. Next day they saw many ripe chokecherries, raspberries, and gooseberries, and passed many clusters of prickly pears. Several times they were in danger of falling into deep pits, which the Indians had dug in the path to catch wolves and foxes in the winter-time. Some of these pits were 10 feet deep and hollowed out to a circumference of 30 feet, but the entrance was no wider than the footpath and about 5 feet in length. In the season when fur was prime, the holes were covered with dry grass, and several animals would sometimes be caught in the pits in a single night. In the afternoon they drew near a Mandan village on the bank of the Missouri, and passed several fields of corn, beans, squashes, and sunflowers. Sunflowers, indeed, were growing wild in every direction. They also passed an Indian cemetery and saw great numbers of, quote, dead exposed upon stages about 8 feet from the ground. Many of the coverings, which are generally of dressed leather and parchment, were still very good, whilst others were decayed, and nothing but the bones appeared. Others, again, were decaying and falling to the ground as the stages went to pieces. End quote. The Mandans, then one of the most important tribes of the Northwest, lived in settled villages and depended in large measure upon agriculture for a livelihood. They were generally friendly to white men, and the chief of the village, Lechat, the Black Cat, welcomed Henry's party and gave them a hut to sleep in. Quote, on going into the hut, says Henry, we found buffalo hides spread on the ground before the fire for us to sit upon, and were presented with 2 large dishes of boiled corn and beans. After that they gave us a large dish of boiled dried meat, but few of us could eat of it, as it had too strong a taste and smell. This was just to their own palate, as they seldom eat meat until it begins to smell. We were invited into several huts successively and presented with dried meat in a state of corruption, corn and beans, together with parched corn and fresh ears pounded up in a wooden mortar. This last dish we found good. End quote. At night the young men kept watch against enemies, and some walked about the village singing love songs to their favorite beauties. During the day, if no hunting party was to be undertaken, the young men spent their time on the tops of the huts, sleeping in the sun or strolling from hut to hut, eating corn and smoking Missouri tobacco. Occasionally they had races, either on foot or on horseback, or practiced warlike maneuvers. The women busied themselves performing household duties or hoeing in the fields. The hoes used were made of the shoulder blades of buffaloes fastened to a crooked stick. One of the tasks of the women was to pound up corn in mortars made for that purpose. In this village, Henry saw the remains of an excellent corn mill, which the celebrated explorers Lewis and Clark had left there 2 years before. The foolish Indians had broken it up to make barbs for arrows. The largest piece, which they had been unable to break up, they had fixed to a wooden handle and used to pound marrow bones to make grease. After a short stay at the first village, Henry's party crossed the Missouri to another. The horses were made to swim across the stream, which was about half a mile wide. The men were ferried over in the curious craft called bull boats. Quote, they are of circular form, says Henry. The timbers are only a few bent willows, about 3 inches in circumference, over which is stretched a raw buffalo hide with a hair inside, sewed fast to the gunwale. This is generally of willow, about 2 inches in diameter. I was surprised to see the great weight these tender vessels carried. We embarked baggage, saddles, etc., weighing at least 200 pounds, with Mr. Chabolas, myself, and our ferryman, who was a stout, lusty fellow, and our canoe or dish could have supported at least 100 pounds more. In lieu of a paddle, they used a pole about 5 feet long, split at one end to admit a piece of board about 2 feet long and half a foot broad, which is lashed to the pole and forms a sort of cross. There is but one for each canoe. He who paddles makes directly for the opposite shore. Every stroke he gives turns his dish almost entirely round. To recover his position and go on his intended route, he must give a stroke on the other hand, which brings him up again, and so on until he gets over, not without drifting down, sometimes nearly a mile. Some, I observed, were more expert than others in managing their dishes, and did not drift more than 1/4 of a mile. As their vessels are very light, they take the precaution to carry them on their heads or slung on their backs to a considerable distance higher up the river than where they intend to land." End quote. Henry says that from a distance the Mandan villages, quote, appear like a cluster of molehills or muskrat cabins. The neatly circular huts are placed very irregularly, some so close to each other as scarcely to leave a foot passage, others again at a distance of 20 to 30 feet apart. But about the center of each village is an open space of about 4 acres, around which the huts are regularly built at equal distances, fronting the open space. End quote. Some of the huts were very large. Henry measured one of those in which he lodged and, quote, found it 90 feet from the door to the opposite side. The whole space is first dug out about 1½ feet below the surface of the earth. In the center is a square fireplace, about 5 feet on each side, dug out about 2 feet below the surface of the ground flat. The lower part of the hut is constructed by erecting strong posts about 6 feet out of the ground, at equal distances from each other, according to the proposed size of the hut, as they are not all of the same dimensions. Upon these are laid logs as large as the posts, reaching from post to form the circle. On the outer side are placed pieces of split wood 7 feet long in a slanting direction, one end resting on the ground, the other leaning against the cross logs or beams. Upon these beams rest rafters the thickness of a man's leg and 12 to 15 feet long, slanting enough to drain off the rain and laid so close to each other as to touch. The upper ends of the rafters are supported upon stout pieces of squared timber, which last are supported by 4 thick posts about 5 feet in circumference, 15 feet out of the ground and 15 feet asunder, forming a square. Over these squared timbers others of equal size are laid, crossing them at right angles, leaving an opening about 4 feet square. This serves for chimney and windows, as there are no other openings to admit light, and when it rains, even this hole is covered over with a canoe. The whole roof is well thatched with the small willows in which the Missouri abounds, laid on to a thickness of 6 inches or more, fastened together in a very compact manner and well secured to the rafters. Over the whole is spread about 1 foot of earth, and around the wall, to the height of 3 or 4 feet, is commonly laid up earth to the thickness of 3 feet, for security in case of an attack and to keep out the cold. The door is 5 feet broad and 6 high, with a covered way or porch on the outside of the same height as the door, 7 feet broad and 10 in length. The doors are made of raw buffalo hide, stretched upon a frame and suspended by cords from one of the beams which form the circle. Every night the door is barricaded with a long piece of timber." End quote. One side of the huts was generally used as a stable for the horses, in order to keep these valuable animals from being stolen by lurking Assiniboines or other enemies. Only a railing separated the animals from the living quarters of the people themselves. The master sat upon a willow mat covered with a buffalo skin, and here he received his friends and smoked. A range of beds, one for each of his wives, extended to his left. Then came beds for the young people. At the bottom of the hut, fronting the master's seat, stood his medicine stage. Upon it usually lay a pair of bulls' heads, which were esteemed a great manitou and protection. There also were hung up the master's bows, shields, and other weapons, and whatever scalps he had taken. Near the stage stood the mortar and pestle for grinding corn. Fronting the porch was a stage for drying meat, corn, beans, and sliced squashes. At this second village, Henry witnessed the return of a hunting party of about 100 warriors, each of which brought on his horse about half a buffalo. It was the custom of the Mandans usually to hunt in large parties, and they rarely used firearms for buffalo, bows and arrows being considered sufficiently effective. On the return of a hunting party, says Henry, quote, "The horses are instantly unloaded, and the meat is taken into the huts, where it is spread out upon the ground and exposed for some time before the master or mistress of the hut makes use of it. Soon afterward, the women whose husbands or sons have not been hunting enter the huts of those who have secured meat. The mistress gives them a share, and they walk away with it. It often happens that so many of her acquaintances and friends thus drop in that not a mouthful remains for her own family. When this is the case, she in turn goes to the huts of friends who have been hunting and comes away with a load. It is customary for them to go into as many huts as they think proper and bring away more or less according to the degree of intimacy that exists between the families, particularly among the women, for they are not without their little jealousies, domestic broils, and tales of scandal like those of civilized nations. It is also customary for the old men and old women who have no sons nor any particular friends to assist them, on the first news of the hunter's approach, to crawl a mile or more out of the villages and sit by the wayside, where almost every hunter in passing drops them a piece of meat. By these means, every individual gets a share of what has been killed." End quote. In their agriculture and in their use of houses, the Mandans had made some progress along the road to civilization, yet they were still scarcely out of the savage stage. At times, the men and women went about wearing little or no clothing, and Henry found them to be a very immoral people. Henry and his party also visited the Gros Ventres, Big Bellies, a tribe whose way of living closely resembled that of the Mandans. The white men accompanied the Gros Ventres to make a treaty with the fierce Cheyennes, but the negotiations broke up in a great quarrel, and for a time a big battle appeared imminent. Henry gives an extended account of the painful ordeals to which the young men of these tribes submitted. Quote, "The greater part of the men," says he, "have lost a joint of several fingers, particularly of the left hand, and it is not uncommon to see only the 2 forefingers and thumbs entire. Amputation is performed for the loss of a near relation, and likewise during the days of penance, on which they display their fortitude and courage in the following manner. When a young man has attained the age of 20 years, he generally, in the depth of winter, performs his penance by setting out entirely naked and alone, with only 2 or 3 pairs of shoes, the iron barb of the arrow, and no means of making fire. In this condition he repairs to a certain high hill, a day's journey from the village. On this hill he must remain as many days as his strength will permit, during which time he neither eats, drinks, nor sleeps, but passes the time in dancing, bawling, howling, and lamenting. Here also he amputates a finger with the iron barb brought for that purpose. Some have been known to be absent 7 days in the severest weather. This may appear incredible, but I have it from several eyewitnesses of such pilgrimages, and do not doubt it. After several days, more or fewer, the penitent makes his appearance, coming at full speed, and as there is continually somebody upon the huts, information is instantly given of his return. He is met by a particular friend, who has kept account of the number of days he has been absent, and for every day has been prepared a bull's head, to which has been fastened 1 1/2 fathoms of cord. The other end of this is affixed to an incision in the penitent's back or shoulders by pinching up a fold of skin and flesh, through which is thrust the barb of an arrow. As many days as he has been absent, so many must be the incisions, and the number of heads must also tally with them. He must then walk around the village, howling and bawling, with those bulls' heads trailing on the ground. In some places, where the ground is rough, the poor fellow must pull and tug hard to get through, as the horns continually catch in uneven spots and often fall into some of the empty corn pits, where they would hold until the skin gave way or the cord broke, were they not attended to by some children who make it their business to disengage the horns. So many days as he has been absent, so many times must he walk round the village, never ceasing to utter lamentations. Some have been known to fall senseless during this painful ordeal, but even they allow themselves only a few moments to recover and proceed again. Having finished the necessary rounds, he is disengaged from the bull's head by his friend with a long harangue, applauding his courage and fortitude. He may then retire to his hut and take care of his wounds, as he is in a shocking condition. Some never recover, and others languish for months before they get well." End quote. Lest the reader imagine that Henry overdraws this account, it should be said that there is ample evidence that it was the custom among some northwestern tribes for youths entering the estate of manhood to submit to even worse self-inflicted tortures than those just described. On the return from the Missouri country, Henry and his party endured many hardships. Some of their horses strayed away and were never found, but the party finally reached home in safety. To the last, the pestiferous mosquitoes continued to trouble them, and near the end of the trip, Henry was driven so nearly frantic by their persistent attacks that he whipped up his weary horse and rode the last few miles at a wild gallop. Henry spent several years at posts up and down the Saskatchewan. There he became well acquainted with the Crees, Blackfeet, and other tribes. Quote, "Their tents," says Henry, in describing the great tribe of Crees, "like those of all other tribes of the plains, are of dressed leather, erected with poles, generally 17 in number, of which 2 are tied together about 3 feet from the top. These being erected and set apart at the base, the others are placed against them in a slanting position, meeting at the top, so that they all form nearly a circle, which is then covered with the leather. This consists of 10 to 15 dressed skins of the buffalo, moose, or red deer, well sewed together and nicely cut to fit the conical figure of the poles, with an opening above to let out smoke and admit the light. From this opening down to the door, the 2 edges of the tent are brought close together and well secured with wooden pegs about 6 inches long, leaving for the door an oval aperture about 2 feet wide and 3 feet high, below which the edges are secured with similar pegs. This small entrance does well enough for the natives who are brought up to it from infancy, but a European is puzzled to get through, as a piece of hide stretched upon a frame of the same shape as the door, but somewhat larger, hangs outside, and must be raised by hand to pass. These tents are spacious, measuring 20 feet in diameter. The fire is always made in the center, around which they generally place a range of stones to prevent the ashes from scattering and keep the fire compact. New tents are perfectly white. Some of them are painted with red and black figures. These devices are generally derived from their dreams, being some sea monster or other hideous animal, whose description has been handed down from their ancestors. A large camp of such tents, pitched regularly on a level plain, has a fine effect at a distance, especially when numerous bands of horses are seen feeding in all directions. The men in general tattoo their bodies and arms very much. The women confine their ornamentation to the chin, having 3 perpendicular lines from the middle of the chin to the lip, and 1 or more running on each side, nearly parallel with the corner of the mouth. Their dress consists of leather. That of the men is a pair of leggings reaching up to the hip and fastened to the breech clout girth. The clout itself is generally a few inches of woolen stuff, but when this cannot be procured, they use a piece of dressed leather about 9 inches broad and 4 feet long, whose ends are drawn through the girth and hang down before and behind about a foot. They are not so particular and decent in this part of their dress as the Sauteurs. The shirt is of soft dressed leather, either cabri, antelope, or young red deer, elk, close about the neck and hanging to the middle of the thigh. The sleeves are of the same, loose and open under the arms to the elbows, but thence to the wrists sewed tight. The cap is commonly a piece of leather or skin with a hair on, shaped to fit the head and tied under the chin. The top is usually decorated with feathers or other ornament. Shoes are made of buffalo hide dressed in the hair, and mittens of the same. Over the whole, a buffalo robe is thrown, which serves as covering day and night. Such is their common dress, but on particular occasions they appear to greater advantage, having their cap, shirt, leggings, and shoes perfectly clean and white, trimmed with porcupine quills and other ingenious work of their women, who are supposed to be the most skillful hands in the country at decorations of this kind. Their dress consists of the same materials as the men's. Their leggings do not reach above the knee and are gathered below that joint. Their shoes always lack decoration. The shift or body garment reaches down to the calf, where it is generally fringed and trimmed with quill work. The upper part is fastened over the shoulders by strips of leather. A flap or cape hangs down about a foot before and behind, and is ornamented with quill work and fringe. This covering is quite loose, but tied around the waist with a belt of stiff parchment fastened on the side, where also some ornaments are suspended. The sleeves are detached from the body garment. From the wrist to the elbow they are sewed, but thence to the shoulder they are open underneath and drawn up to the neck, where they are fastened across the breast and back. Their ornaments are 2 or 3 coils of brass wire twisted around the rim of each ear, in which incisions are made for the purpose. Blue beads, brass rings, quill work, and fringe occasionally answer. Vermilion is much used by the women to paint the face. Their hair is generally parted on the crown and fastened behind each ear in large knots, from which are suspended bunches of blue beads or other ingenious work of their own. The men adjust their hair in various forms, some of it parted on top and tied in a tail on each side, while others make one long queue which hangs down behind, and around which is twisted a strip of otter skin or dressed buffalo entrails. This tail is frequently increased in thickness and length by adding false hair, but others allow it to flow loose naturally. Combs are seldom used by the men, and they never smear the hair with grease, but red earth is sometimes put upon it. White earth, daubed over the hair, generally denotes mourning. The young men sometimes have a bunch of hair on the crown, about the size of a small teacup, and nearly in the shape of that vessel upside down, to which they fasten various ornaments of feathers, quill work, ermine tails, etc. Red and white earth and charcoal are much used in their toilets. With the former they usually daub their robes and other garments, some red and others white. The women comb their hair and use grease on it." End quote. At these plains posts, the traders were greatly troubled by Indian horse thieves. Henry's pages are full of references to losses of this sort. In the autumn of 1809, when Henry was stationed at Fort Vermilion, the white men had the good fortune to capture a Cree who attempted to make off with some of their horses. The man was a notorious thief and murderer, and the traders resolved to make an example of him. A sort of trial was held, and the Indian was found guilty. In the morning of the next day, he was led down to the river bank below the Hudson's Bay house and was shot down by a firing squad of 15 men. For some years, Henry shifted up and down the Saskatchewan from one post to another, trading with the Crees, Bloods, Blackfeet, Sarcees, slaves, Assiniboines, Piegans, and other tribes. He had many dangerous experiences and tells many tales of these and of the brutal conflicts between the Indians themselves. It was to the interest of the traders to keep the tribes at peace with one another, but often they found the task beyond their power. For a time he was stationed at Rocky Mountain House on the North Saskatchewan in the foothills of the mountains. He gives very full details of the natives and natural wonders of the place, and describes vast beds of coal which he saw on the river banks. It is only now that we are beginning to realize that in this region there exists one of the greatest coal deposits in the world. In the late winter of 1811, he made a hard trip with snowshoes and sleds through Hawes Pass over the Great Divide to the head of a stream flowing into the Columbia. He was not, however, the first man to do this, as we shall see a little later. On this trip he saw and obtained specimens of the famous bighorn sheep. He also saw bands of the little-known white goats, but they were upon such inaccessible cliffs and peaks that neither he nor any of his hunters were able to kill one. The Indians west of the mountains made an excellent kind of bow out of slips of the horns of the sheep. The outside of the horn was left undressed, but was overlaid with several layers of sinew glued to the thickness of 1/3 of an inch and then covered with rattlesnake skin. The inside of the bow was smoothly polished and displayed several ridges of the horn. The bows were 3 feet long and would throw an arrow an amazing distance. The arrows were longer than those used by the Plains Indians, were well feathered, and in the past had been tipped with flint, but in more recent years with iron. These bows were held in such esteem that a Plains Indian would sometimes trade a gun or a horse for one of them. While stationed at the Rocky Mountain House, Henry bought of an Indian a large black dog, quote, of a breed between a hound and a Newfoundland, end quote, which had been captured by a raiding party that had plundered and murdered some American traders in the Missouri country. The dog would not permit the Indians to hitch him to a sled, and he therefore came to the post perfectly light and free. Quote, he entered my house, says Henry, without any ceremony, looked about, jumped and fawned upon us, and would not return to the Indian tents. His master had to take him away with a line and keep him tied to a tent pole, where a wolf skin was spread for him to lie upon. On their going away, I purchased him for a fathom of tobacco and a scalper, and the poor beast was rejoiced to remain with us. End quote. In 1813, Henry crossed the continent and established himself near the mouth of the Columbia at Astoria, the post founded a few years before by the celebrated John Jacob Astor. Here, as agent of the Northwest Company, he dealt with the Chinook tribes and was associated with many of the characters made familiar by Washington Irving's Astoria. He has much to say of salmon, sea lions, comas, and other products of the region. He was present when the British man-of-war Raccoon seized the post and substituted the Union Jack for the Stars and Stripes, temporarily it proved. Here Henry ended his adventurous career, for on May 22, 1814, a sailboat in which he and half a dozen others were going from the post to a ship called the Isaac Todd was upset, and Henry and all the others, except one man, perished. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Methods of travel in the fur land. Ours is an age of rapid transit. The Atlantic has been crossed by steamer in less than 5 days and by airplane in 16 hours and 12 minutes. Express trains whisk a traveler from New York to Chicago, and the trip across the continent can be made in less than a week. Men think nothing of motoring 40, 50, or even 100 miles to fill a dinner engagement. So accustomed have we become to the virtual annihilation of space that it is difficult for us to understand and appreciate the tremendous difficulties which the early explorers of America faced. In reading about their trials, we must recall that there were then no steam engines or electric motors, no telegraphs or telephones, that travel on water must be performed by wind power or hand power, that travel on land must be on foot or at best on the backs of horses, that there were no roads or even trails, that the supply of food was always precarious, and that in the wilderness lurked savage beasts and even more savage and dangerous men. A journey across the Atlantic was then an affair of months, not days, while that across the continent required years and was not performed until 300 years after Columbus found the New World. Take, for example, the matter of food. The amount that can be carried in a canoe or on pack horses is limited to a few months' supply at most. If the traveler starts out on foot with a pack sack, he can take with him, in addition to his gun, blanket, and other necessary articles, a supply for only a week or two. And if he is penetrating into the wilderness, there are no stores at which he can buy more. Of course, in a new country, fish can sometimes be caught or game killed, but it is dangerous to depend upon doing either. I recall that once in the mountains of northern British Columbia, my French-Canadian helper and I were 7 days from our canoe and cache. We had hunted along the way and had seen some mountain goats, but had killed nothing except a Franklin's grouse, and the food in our pack sacks was down to 2 or 3 cups of flour and cornmeal, a bit of bacon the size of one's hand, and a little tea and salt. In this case, all turned out happily, for the next day I killed a bear, and the next day 2 mountain sheep, so that we had an abundance of meat. But had we not found game, we would have been forced to starve for several days on our way back to the canoe and cache. The slow rate of travel in pioneer days is another matter that can scarcely be understood by those who are accustomed only to motor cars and express trains, and who have never journeyed under primitive conditions. Today, one can be whisked by train from Montreal to the northwestern shore of Lake Superior in 36 hours. La Verendrye and his party were 72 days making the same journey in their birch canoes. The trip from the Canadian plains across the mountains to the Pacific can be made by the Canadian Pacific or the Grand Trunk Pacific in 27 hours. It was an affair of months of toilsome and dangerous effort in Mackenzie's time. Again, a personal experience may be helpful. One September morning 10 years ago, our pack train, which had just left Edson, then Track's End on the new Grand Trunk Pacific, came out upon a bluff overlooking the McLeod River in western Alberta, and we beheld before us the white-toothed summits of the Rockies towering high beyond the green sea of spruce-covered foothills. Off to the southwest stood one whose summit resembled the roof of a great house. "The sheep lick is dear," said Jimmy Paul, our Cree guide. "Maybe you get some bighorns there." The mountain did not seem so very far away, but it took us 9 weary days to reach it, and I might add that when we got back to Edson on the return, it took me only 5 days to make the trip by train back to my home in Indiana. In the furland, long trips in summer were generally made by boat or canoe, and in winter by dog sledge. In the plains region, at all seasons of the year, much use was also made of horses. Supplies and trading goods were brought in during the summer, either by way of the Great Lakes or Hudson Bay. In either case, long river journeys were required to bring them to the region of Lake Winnipeg, and those destined for posts farther west were then taken up the Saskatchewan and then scattered by other streams to posts on the Mackenzie, Peace, and elsewhere. It was a slow trade, and those who engaged in it had to wait a long time for their profits. Alexander Mackenzie tells us that in his day the Canadian agents of his company were obliged to order their goods from England in October, 18 months before they could leave Montreal. The goods would arrive in Canada the following summer, and during the next winter they would be made up into such articles as the Indians desired, and would be packed into parcels of about 90 pounds each. In the following May, the bundles would be started in birch canoes for the Northwest by way of the St. Lawrence, the Ottawa, Lake Nipissing, French River, Lake Huron, Lake Superior, Rainy Lake, Lake Winnipeg, and the Saskatchewan River. Many portages had to be made along the way, and months elapsed before the goods reached their destination. They were then exchanged for furs, which, in the words of Mackenzie, quote, "come to Montreal the next fall, and from thence are shipped chiefly to London, where they are not sold or paid for before the succeeding spring, or even as late as June, which is 42 months after the goods were ordered in Canada, 36 after they were shipped from England, and 24 after they had been forwarded from Montreal." End quote. Indeed, in the case of a few of the most remote fur posts, 12 months longer were required, which meant a period of almost 5 years between the time the goods were ordered and when the furs were finally sold. Such trade called for large capital, and the interest charge was, of course, very heavy. The articles most in demand for the Indian trade consisted chiefly of coarse woolen cloths, blankets, arms, ammunition, tobacco, linens, coarse sheetings, thread, lines, twine, knives, axes, brass and copper kettles, handkerchiefs, and spirituous liquors. In Mackenzie's time, a typical year's trade in furs by way of Canada included 106,000 beaver skins, 2,100 bear skins, 41,500 fox skins, 4,600 otter skins, 17,000 musquash skins, 32,000 marten skins, 500 buffalo robes, 6,000 lynx skins, 600 wolverine skins, 1,650 fisher skins, 3,800 wolf skins, 750 elk skins, and 1,950 deer skins. In addition, the Hudson's Bay Company took out many more by way of Hudson Bay. At the time the Hudson's Bay Company was competing with the Northwest Company, it made use in large measure of heavy wooden boats to transport its goods to and from the interior. These craft had the advantage of great strength, and they could endure many hard knocks, but it was hard work to move them upstream or across portages. The Northwest Company generally used birch bark canoes, and after the consolidation of the two companies in 1821, this craft became popular with all the traders. Some of these canoes were as much as 90 feet long, though 36 feet was a more common length. All were capable of carrying a very heavy load. At the same time, they were comparatively light, were easily tracked or poled upstream, and compared with the wooden boats, it was child's play to carry them over a portage. Their great weakness was that they were very easily injured. If one so much as touched a rock or snag, a leak was almost inevitable. Every canoe carried a supply of birch bark, gum, and fibrous roots of spruce or cedar called watapi for putting on patches, and hardly a day would pass that they must not be used. The journals of the explorers and early fur traders are full of accounts of breaking canoes and of delays spent in repairing them. Many of the canoes were fancifully painted on bow and stern with mystical figures that were supposed to increase the speed of the craft. Some of the canoemen were Scotchmen or Orkneymen, but during most of the 19th century, by far the greater number were French Canadians and half-breeds. The French Canadian and half-breed voyageurs were a happy-go-lucky set, content with the world if their stomachs were full of grub and their pipes full of tobacco. Although most of them were usually deeply in debt to the company, they would paddle gaily over lakes and down rivers singing boat songs, some of them brought over from France generations before. They were very fond of bright-colored clothing, and their appearance was most picturesque. Such a man would paddle all day and dance all night, and was ready, whenever opportunity offered, to drink strong waters as long as the supply lasted. Let us follow for a little while a brigade of such canoes as it leaves the Hudson's Bay fort on the border in the year 1830 for a post farther west. The fort itself is surrounded by a palisade of logs set on end in the ground and about 12 feet high, the stockade being flanked at each corner with a 2-story bastion, also of logs, from loopholes in the walls of which a flanking fire can be delivered against any assailants. Within the stockade stand the log storehouses and living quarters, and over all towers a flagstaff from which floats the company's flag, bearing the motto Propel Cutum, which means skin for skin. At the edge of the river, 80 men have launched a dozen birch bark canoes and are loading into them freight packages, blankets, guns, kettles, and other paraphernalia. During this process, great care is taken to prevent the canoes from touching anything except the water, for a scrape even against the gravel of the bottom may start a leak. The swarthy voyageurs, resplendent in scarlet sashes, beaded moose-hide moccasins, and colored kerchiefs tied turban fashion round their heads, step lightly into the canoes, the bowmen being the last to enter. The canoes are then shoved out into the current and fall into irregular line, one behind the other. Pipes are lighted, the paddles dip in rhythm, there are parting shouts and salutes to those left behind, and the flotilla swings round a bend on its long westward journey. The tall trees on shore seem marching past in stately procession, while ahead flocks of ducks reluctantly take wing and fly downstream, to repeat the process again and again every mile or so. Presently someone starts up a lively chanson d'Aviron, known as The White Rose, and the chorus echoes from bank to bank of the silent river and up through the spruce-colored hills. Je n'ai pas trouvé personne que le rossignol chantant la belle rose du rosier blanc, qui me dit dans son langage, marie-toi, car il est temps à la belle rose du rosier blanc. Comment veux-tu que je me marie avec la belle rose du rosier blanc? Mon père n'est pas content de la belle rose du rosier blanc. Ni mon père, ni mon mère, ni aucun de mes parents. La belle rose du rosier blanc. For miles all is easy going. Then a roar is heard ahead, which gradually grows louder and louder. The current quickens, and across the stream from shore to shore stretches a long reach of turbulent white water. The bowman in the foremost canoe stands up and takes a careful survey of the rapid. It is full of jagged rocks, and to the uninitiated eye, there seems no possible passage, but the experienced eye of the bowman quickly picks out a practicable route, and he indicates it to the steersman, who, as the craft draws near, also stands up and studies the situation. Now they are in white water, and the canoe goes glancing downward almost with the speed of an arrow. Destruction seems imminent more than once, but the crew are fully masters of the situation, and deft paddling at the proper time enables them to avoid all obstacles. Soon they are riding safely in the eddy at the foot of the rapids, and are commenting critically upon the expertness of the crews behind them. To run rapids that may to a green hand look extremely dangerous is to experienced canoemen mere child's play. More dangerous rapids call for close attention, and the right thing must be done at exactly the right moment. Occasionally rapids are met that only the boldest and most expert will attempt, and even they occasionally come to grief. Towards noon, the flotilla comes to a spot where the river narrows and swings behind high, rocky banks, and then goes plunging over a ledge 20 feet in height. A portage must be made. While most of the men are carrying the goods in canoes along a well-worn track 200 yards in length, the cooks build fires and cook the midday meal. This eaten, the flotilla is off again to camp that evening in some favorable spot. So goes the journey, day after day, down the river and through great lakes, until at last the mouth of the great Saskatchewan is reached. Then the real journey begins. Only in comparatively still water is it possible to advance upstream by paddling. Poles shod with iron are brought into use, and in the really swift stretches, men walk ahead on shore, tracking the canoes, that is, pulling them along with ropes. This poling and tracking work is terribly exhausting, and when camp is made at night, there is much less merriment and hilarity than was the case on the downstream journey. As winter draws on, there is a period when travel by any method is difficult and disagreeable. There is enough ice running in the rivers to prohibit navigation by boats or canoes, while the snow on land is not yet deep enough for sledging. But presently winter closes down in earnest. Deep snows cover the ground. The rivers and lakes freeze so solid that it is safe to travel on them. Meanwhile, old snowshoes have been restrung with babiche, as the strings of caribou or moose hide are called, or new ones are made altogether. Sledges and dog harness are put in order. Then it is that the dogs which have spent the summer prowling about the cabins of the half-breeds, snatching up everything eatable that comes in their way, fighting each other, and usually half-starving in preparation for the hard work ahead, come in demand. These dogs are of almost every breed or a mixture of almost every breed. In the far north, one sees occasionally the pure husky of the Eskimos, with bushy tails, long hair, fox-shaped heads, and sharp-pointed ears. But most sledge dogs are mere curs, without any pride of ancestry. They are, quote, large, long-legged, and wolfish, with sharp muzzles, pricked ears, and thick, straight, wiry hair. White is one of the most usual colors, but brown, blue-gray, red, yellow, and white marked with spots of black or of the other various hues are also common. Some of them are black with white paws. Others are covered with long, rough hair, like Russian setters. There are others of a light bluish gray, with dark, almost black spots spread over the whole body. Almost all of them have black noses, but with some of the lighter colored ones, this part is red, brown, or pink, which has a very ugly effect. Most of them are very wolfish in appearance, many being half or partly or all but entirely wolves in blood. One frequently sees dark gray dogs which are said to be almost pure wolves. Seen upon the prairie, it is almost impossible to distinguish them from the ordinary wolf of the middle-sized variety, and their tempers are spoken of as a match for their looks." End quote. In summer, the dogs are generally left to shift for themselves and, as has already been said, lead a miserable, half-starved existence. But by experience, their masters have learned that dogs cannot work without eating, and in winter more attention is paid to providing them with food. Meat of any kind, pemmican, or whatever offers is given them. One of the commonest kinds of dog food is dried whitefish. The food is doled out to the dogs every evening, hardly ever enough to satisfy their wolfish appetites. It is only when moose, caribou, or other big game is killed that the poor beasts are likely to have a real feed. When their rations are tossed to them, they bolt the food as fast as they can swallow it, partly in the hope that they may be able to steal something from slower comrades. At feeding time, therefore, it is necessary for the drivers to stand ready with whips and clubs to see that each dog has his share. When really hungry, some dogs will eat their harness or even gnaw holes in the lodges. Food for the dogs forms one of the grave problems on long trips through unsettled country. A dog will eat in about 2 weeks all that he can pull. Hence, that length of time forms about the limit to a dog sledge journey, unless food can be bought along the way, or fish caught or game killed. Some Arctic explorers, Pierre for example, use the plan of killing the weaker dogs and feeding them to their comrades when the supply of dog food becomes low. Sometimes it has happened that at the end of a long journey, the dogs will have eaten not only all the food, but also most of their fellows. The sledges used are of various kinds. Some have runners, but those in use in the Northwest are generally of the toboggan kind. A common way to make a sledge of the last sort is to take a board of hardwood about half an inch thick, 15 or 20 inches wide, and 8 or 10 feet long. Steam and bend one end up in the form of a half circle. Sometimes 2 narrower boards are used instead of one. To this board, a light box-like frame is lashed with rawhide if the sled is intended to carry a passenger, and this box is lined with furs or blankets to keep the occupant warm. If designed primarily for freight purposes, however, a wrapper of moose or caribou hide may be lashed to the board. The load is stowed inside this, and then the wrapper is laced on top, so that, in case of a capsize, nothing can fall out, and all that is necessary is for the driver to right the sledge. The dog harness varies greatly from rude thongs of rawhide to gaily ornamented outfits of leather, with buckles and other supposed improvements. For traveling on ice, the dogs may be hitched abreast, but in the woods or all broken country, they must be placed in tandem fashion. Naturally, the position of leading dog is most important, and this place is assigned to the best trained animal in the team. When the snow is deep, one man goes ahead on snowshoes and breaks trail. This is laborious work, and turns are taken at it. Driving a dog team is an art in itself. Nothing can be more ludicrous than the attempts of a tenderfoot to drive a sledge. The dogs are naturally perverse, even under expert management, and when they realize that the driver does not understand his task, they will fight, get tangled up in the traces, and do any number of other provoking things, usually ending up by overturning the sledge. The following passage from Robinson's The Great Fur Land pictures some of the trials which the traveler by dog sledge must expect to experience. Quote, To assist his own locomotion, the traveler ties on his largest pair of snowshoes, say 5 feet long and 15 inches wide. A man can walk much faster on snowshoes with a fair track than on the best road without them. But when the trail is frozen perfectly hard, the traveler casts them off and runs behind the dogs, who are able to gallop at great speed along the slippery path, and in this manner the most extraordinary journeys have been made. With a crack of the whip and a harsh command to the dogs, the train moves off. After that, a perpetual shouting and cursing, cracking of whips and howling of dogs seem necessary to keep the cavalcade in motion, and it is scarcely to be wondered at when one comes to consider the conduct of the dogs at the very beginning of the journey. The start is generally made at a very early hour in the morning, for the traveler invariably accomplishes a good portion of his day's tramp before breakfast. It is, say, 2 long hours before daybreak when the dogs are put in harness. It is a morning of bitter cold. A faint old moon hangs low down in the east. Over the dreary stretch of snow-covered plain, a shadowy aurora flickers across the stars. It is all as wild and cheerless a spectacle as the eye can look upon, and the work of getting the unwilling dogs in their harness is done by the half-breeds in no very amiable mood. In the haste and darkness of the time, but scant attention is given to getting the cowering brutes into their proper places in the traces. In consequence, when the traveler assumes charge of his sledge, an ominous tendency to growl and fight tells him that something is wrong in his train. It is too dark to see plainly, but a touch of the cold nose of the leader informs him that the right dog is in the wrong place. It is too late, however, to rectify the mistake. The half-breeds are already off, and the sound of their dire anathemas grows fainter and fainter upon the ear. So the whip is mercilessly applied, and amid the yells of the unhappy brutes, the sledge grinds slowly off through the frozen snow. But the memory of that mistake rankles in the breast of the foregoer, and just when a steady pace is attained and peace seems to have returned to the train, he suddenly countermarches in the harness and prostrates the unoffending steer-dog at his post. The attack, too, is made with so much suddenness and vigor that the wondering victim, who is perfectly contented with the change, having thereby won the easiest place in the train, instantly capitulates and turns a turtle in his traces. The trouble might end here but for the fact that the unlooked-for assault is generally accompanied by a flank movement on the part of the 2 middle dogs, who, when there is any fighting lying around, are pretty sure to have a tooth in on their own account, and having no particular grudge to take out, but only mad on general principles, they are equally indifferent in attacking the head of the rear dog or the tail of the one in front. This condition of things naturally leads to fearful confusion in the train. They jump on one another. They tangle their traces and backbands and collar straps into inextricable knots and interlacings, which baffle the stiffened fingers of the angry traveler to unravel. Frequently they roll themselves into one huge ball, presenting the appearance of a hydra-headed dog with multitudinous legs and innumerable tails. The rapid application of the whip only seems to make matters worse, conveying the idea to each infuriated dog that he is being badly bitten by an unknown antagonist. The traveler, having tried everything else, and with patience entirely gone, at last in sheer despair but unwittingly follows the example of the poet of Perth, who stood in the middle of the road and swore at large, having a faint idea, nevertheless, that he is in no way capable of doing justice to the subject. The effect, however, is magical. The confused train straightens out under illimitable imprecation, with the celerity clearly illustrating the manner of its early training. As for the bewildered traveler, he has unwittingly discovered the true secret of dog driving." End quote. When curses did not suffice, blows were used, and there was no limit to the cruelty to which many Indians and half-breeds, and even some white men, would go when enraged at their dogs. The pages of books written by travelers in the Northwest are filled with passages describing scenes of this kind. Witness the following passages from Colonel Butler's The Great Lone Land. Quote, "Coffee, Tête Noire, Michenas, and another whose name I forget, underwent repeated whalings at the hands of my driver, a half-breed from Edmonton named Fraser. Early in the afternoon, the head of Tête Noire was reduced to shapeless pulp from tremendous thrashings. Michenas, or the spotted one, had one eye wherewith to watch the dreaded driver, and Coffee had devoted so much strength to wild lurches and sudden springs in order to dodge the descending whip that he had none whatever to bestow upon his legitimate toil of hauling me. At length, so useless did he become that he had to be taken out altogether from the harness and left to his fate on the river. And this, I said to myself, is dog driving, this inhuman thrashing and varied cursing, this frantic howling of dogs, this bitter, terrible cold is the long-talked-of mode of winter travel? End quote. A day or two later, Colonel Butler, quote, witnessed the first example of a very common occurrence in dog driving. I beheld the operation known as sending a dog to Rome. This consists simply of striking him over the head with a large stick until he falls perfectly senseless to the ground. After a little he revives, and with memory of the awful blows that took his consciousness away full upon him, he pulls frantically at his load. Oftentimes a dog is sent to Rome because he will not allow the driver to arrange some hitch in the harness. Then, while he is insensible, the necessary alteration is carried out, and when the dog recovers, he receives a terrible lash of the whip to set him going again. The half-breeds are a race easily offended, prone to sulk if reproved, but at the risk of causing delay and inconvenience, I had to interfere with a peremptory order that sending to Rome should be at once discontinued in my trains. The wretched Whiskey, after his voyage to the Eternal City, appeared quite overcome with what he had there seen, and continued to stagger along the trail, making feeble efforts to keep straight. This tendency to wobble caused the half-breeds to indulge in funny remarks, one of them calling the track a drunken trail. Finally, Whiskey was abandoned to his fate. That is, he was left to die of starvation and cold on the blizzard-swept plains. However, the next night the poor dog managed to stagger into camp, for, after all, there was one fate worse than being sent to Rome, and that was being left to starve. End quote. It is true that many of the sledge dogs were wild and wolfish, yet there were few that would not respond to kind treatment. Colonel Butler himself made the experiment. Quote, from the camp of Chicago, says he, I had driven my own train of dogs, with Bear the sole companion of the journey. Nor were these days on the Great Lakes, Winnipegosis, Winnipeg, and Manitoba, by any means the dullest of the journey. Surf volant, tiger, caribou, and muskie mote gave ample occupation to the driver. Long before Manitoba was reached, they had learned a new lesson, that men were not all cruel in camp or on the road. It is true that in the learning of that lesson some little difficulty was occasioned by the sudden loosening and disruption of ideas implanted by generations of cruelty in the dog mind of my train. It is true that Muskie Mote, in particular, long held aloof from offers of friendship, and then suddenly passed from the excess of caution to the extreme of imprudence, imagining, doubtless, that the millennium had at length arrived, and that dogs were henceforth no more to haul. But Muskie Mote was soon set right upon that point, and showed no inclination to repeat his mistake. Then there was Surf Volant, that most perfect Eskimo. Surf Volant entered readily into friendship upon an understanding of an additional half fish at supper every evening. No alderman ever loved his turtle better than did Surf Volant love his whitefish, but I rather think that the whitefish was better earned than the turtle. However, we will let that be a matter of opinion. Having satisfied his hunger, which, by the way, is a luxury only allowed the hauling dog once a day, Surf Volant would generally establish himself in close proximity to my feet, frequently on the top of the bag, from which coign of vantage he would exchange fierce growls with any dog who had the temerity to approach us. End quote. Surf Volant was, in fact, a most unusual dog. He was so big and strong that he won from his admiring master the epithet of the Untiring. He not only served Butler on a long sledge trip in the Great Lone Land in the winter of 1870 to 71, but the next year he accompanied him on an exhausting journey from Red River to the Pacific. After helping for thousands of miles to pull his master's sleigh, he reached civilization at last and made the yet longer journey to California and thence across the continent to Boston. Quote, "The untiring took readily to civilization. He looked at Shasta, he sailed on the Columbia River, he climbed the dizzy ledges of the Yosemite, he gazed at the Golden Gate and saw the sun sink beyond the blue waves of the Great Salt Lake. But none of these scenes seemed to affect him in the slightest degree. He journeyed in the boot or on the roof of a stagecoach for more than 800 miles. He was weighed once as extra baggage and classified and charged as such. He conducted himself with all possible decorum in the rooms and corridors of the Grand Hotel at San Francisco. He crossed the continent in a railway carriage to Montreal and Boston, as though he had been a first-class passenger since childhood. He thought no more of the reception room of Brigham Young in Utah than had he been standing on a snowdrift in Athabasca Lake. He was duly photographed and petted and pampered, but he took it all as a matter of course. There were, however, two facts in civilization which caused him unutterable astonishment: a brass band and a butcher's stall. He fled from the one. He howled with delight before the other." End quote. 4 miles an hour is about the usual pace of dogs dragging a well-loaded sledge over ordinary snow, and 40 miles is not unusual in a day of 10 hours. 60 to 80 miles with a light sledge upon a smooth, snow-crust or a well-beaten track have often been made. One hears in the north of even more extraordinary journeys. For example, a young Scotch half-breed at Fort Garry, now Winnipeg, was desirous of attending the wedding of his sister at that place and made the round trip from Fort Garry to Pembina, 130 miles, with a mail sledge drawn by a single team of dogs in 14 hours. When parties of white men traveled for long distances on horseback, the baggage was carried on the backs of horses taken along for that purpose. Much skill was required in tying the baggage on the pack saddles, and various styles of loops and knots were evolved, such as the squaw hitch, the diamond hitch, etc. Travel with a pack train is always slow, but if time is no object, long distances can be covered in this way, for the horses can pick up their own feed at the camping places, and the amount of supplies that can be carried is limited only by the number of beasts of burden taken. Furthermore, a pack train can penetrate into rough country where it would be impossible to take a wagon. In the Red River region, the half-breeds made large use of a two-wheeled cart that was drawn by a horse or ox. Henry, in his journal, describes the making of one of these, perhaps the first ever built. Ordinarily, no iron whatever was used in their manufacture. They consisted of a sort of box mounted on two immense wooden wheels, and had rough shafts in front. As the axles were rarely or never greased, the protesting shrieks of the carts could be heard on still days for miles. The half-breeds explained their not using grease by saying they did not wish to steal up silently upon anybody. The Plains Indians did much of their traveling with horses. They too evolved a rude sort of conveyance known by the French as a travois, but variously called travail, travée, traverse, and travee. This consisted of two poles, one end of each of which was lashed to the sides of a horse, while the opposite ends dragged on the ground. Crosspieces were lashed between the poles, and hides were stretched over these crosspieces and between the poles in such a way as to form a sort of litter in which persons could ride or goods be placed. At the rear of any band of Indians on the march there was likely to be a number of these travées, drawn usually by old, broken-down ponies. In the same travois, the spectator might see an aged squaw, 2 or 3 beady-eyed children not yet old enough to bestride a pony, and perhaps a bag of pemmican. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. read by Ted Lienhart. How the Red River half-breeds hunted the buffaloes. The traders and settlers in the region of the Red River of the North early discovered, as we have seen in our account of Alexander Henry, that potatoes and other agricultural products could be grown in great profusion. Selkirk's Scotch colonists, of whom more will be said hereafter, and to a much smaller extent the French-Canadian settlers also cultivated the soil. But farming is a prosaic occupation. Even the raising of cattle seems somewhat dull, when on the wide plains not far away roam tens of thousands of animals of the bovine tribe that may be had for the killing. It was only human nature, therefore, that the European settlers, and still more their half-breed descendants, should revert in large measure to primitive methods of obtaining a livelihood. Out of this situation, there developed what H.M. Robinson, in his fascinating book, The Great Fur Land, calls, quote, the most perfectly organized, effective, and picturesque, periodically recurring hunting excursions known to any nomadic peoples, end quote. From his graphic pages, the material for this chapter is largely taken. 2 hunts were made a year, one beginning about the 1st of June, the second about the end of August. The latter, the Great Fall Hunt, is the one we shall describe. Some days before the appointed time, the hunters and their families began to gather at the rendezvous, which had previously been selected. A favorite gathering place was Pembina Mountain, which stands in the northeast corner of what is now North Dakota. Thither streamed along well-known trails long trains of creaking Red River carts drawn by horses or oxen. The men, for the most part, rode on horseback, while the carts were filled with women and black-eyed children, and many unsaddled horses, some of them well-trained buffalo runners, were led behind the carts or were driven along the trail. Some days before the appointed time, the plain on the banks of the stream that runs by Pembina Mountain would be, quote, covered with a motley grouping of carts, canvas tents, smoke-brown leather teepees, and in lieu of other shelter, small squares of cotton or rawhide stretched from cart to cart or over a rough framework of poles. For miles around, the prairie is alive with ponies hoppled, tied to lariat pins, or dragging about poles as a preventive against straying. Mingled with this kicking, neighing herd wander hundreds of oxen, patient, lowing kine, the youthful vivacity of which has given place to middle-aged steadiness. Through this compact mass of animal life gallop with a wild scurry, from time to time, half-nude boys, breaking a narrow pathway in search of some needed ox or pony, or hurrying the whole struggling mass riverward. In the camp, the sole occupation of the day is the pursuit of pleasure. From every tent and shelter comes the sound of laughter. Every campfire furnishes its quota of jest and song. Here a small but excited circle, gathered under the shade of a cart, are deeply engaged in gambling by what is known as the moccasin game. In an empty moccasin are placed sundry buttons and bullets, which, being shaken up, involve the guessing of the number in the shoe. The ground is covered with guns, capotes, and shirts, the volatile half-breed often stripping the clothing from his back to satisfy his passion for play, or staking his last horse and cart. There another like-minded party are gambling with cards, the stakes being a medley of everything portable owned by the players. In many tents, rum is holding orgy, and the clinking of cups, boisterous laughter, and song tell of the direst enemy of the hunter. In another quarter, feasting is the order of the day, and a small stock of provisions, designed to supply the family until the buffalo were reached, is being devoured at a sitting. The host knows this, but then he selects a feast and its consequent famine. Yonder tawny Pyramus is making love to dusky Thisbe after the most approved fashion. They seem indifferent to the exposure of the camp, and conduct their wooing as if no curious eyes were upon them. About the many campfires stand or crouch the wives of the hunters, busily engaged in culinary operations or gossiping with neighbors, while their numerous scantily attired offspring play about in the dust and dirt with wolfish-looking dogs. The baby of the family, fastened to a board, leans against a cartwheel, doubtless revolving in its infantile mind those subtle questions pertinent to babyhood." End quote. Elsewhere, the aged leaders of the hunt might be seen congregated, perched on the wheel of a cart. Farther on, some long-haired Paganini would be, quote, "drawing rude melodies from a fractured violin," end quote, while about would be congregated a crowd of hearers, applauding each performance or suggesting some favorite tune, and now and then engaging in, quote, "an improvised breakdown," or executing a pas seul, the very embodiment of caricature. Above all rises the clamor of many tongues, speaking many languages, the neighing of horses, the lowing of kine, the barking of hundreds of dogs, and the shouts and yells of fresh arrivals as they pour hourly in to swell the numbers of the already vast encampment. End quote. In the afternoon, if the weather was favorable, most of the people in the camp would gather on some level stretch of prairie outside, where a straightaway race course had been laid off. Well-known leaders of the hunt would be stationed at either end, and the racing would begin. Quote, "Betting runs high, the wagers of the principals being generally horse against horse, those of outsiders ranging from valuable horses down through carts and oxen to the clothing worn at the moment. All is excitement, and as the contestants dash forward with that peculiar plunging of the heels into the flanks of the horses at every jump, affected by the plains hunter, it breaks forth in cheers and gesticulations of encouragement to the favorite. All points of disagreement are quickly settled by the dictum of the umpires, and the loser quietly strips saddle and bridle from his much prized animal and consoles himself for the loss in copious draughts of rum. Toward night, the huge camp becomes again resonant with a more intense babel of sounds. The lucky winner on the racecourse parades his gains and depicts in graphic pantomime his share in the sports, while the loser bewails his losses in maudlin tones or arranges the terms of a new race for the morrow. The betting of the afternoon is succeeded by the deeper gambling of the evening, and the sounds of shuffling cards, the clinking of the buttons and bullets of the moccasin game, and the exclamations of triumph and despair of winner and loser are everywhere heard. Rum flows freely, for each hunter brings a supply to tide him over the grand encampment and start him fairly on his journey. As the night advances, the camp grows more and more boisterous, the confusion worse confounded. The women disappear from the campfires and betake themselves to tents out of harm's way. Drunken men reel about the flaming fires. Wild yells fill the still air. Quarrels are engendered. Fierce invectives in many tongues roll from angry lips, and the saturnalia becomes general. The campfires light up the strange scene with a lurid glare, and tent, cart, and awning cast fantastic shadows over all. The orgy continues late in the night, and when the fires flicker and die out, their last feeble glow reveals shadowy forms stretched promiscuously about, sleeping the sleep of drunkenness. On the day before setting out, all the men would meet together and select a chief, counselors, captains, and guides. A code of rules would be drawn up by the chief and counselors. These rules usually prohibited anyone from lagging behind or leaving the main body, and invariably forbade any person or party from running buffalo before the general order was given under which all could participate. This last rule was partly intended to prevent the buffaloes from being frightened out of the country by the precipitate action of a few individuals. On the morning of the appointed day, the cavalcade of carts and horsemen, miles long, set out southwestward over the rolling prairie toward the hunting grounds. Quote, "Along the line of march are scattered the 4 captains of the guard who, with their men, keep order in the line. Here rides on a sleek runner the average hunter in corduroy and capote, bronzed, sparsely bearded, volatile, and given to much gesticulation. Next, an Indian, pure and simple, crouched upon the back of his shaggy, unkempt pony, without saddle, and using a single cord as bridle. a blanketed, hatless, grave and reverend signor, speaking but seldom, and then only in monosyllables. Then a sandy-haired and canny Scot, clad in homespun, and with keen gray eyes wide open for the main chance, eager for trade, but reckless and daring as any hunter of them all, bestriding a large-boned, well-accoutred animal, and riding it like a heavy dragoon. Here again, a pink-cheeked sprig of English nobility, doing the hunt from curiosity, and carefully watched over by a numerous retinue of servants and retainers. He has in his outfit all the latest pattern of arms, the most comprehensive camp chests, and impedimenta enough for a full company of plain hunters. From every covered cart in the long train peer the dusky faces of Phyllis and Thisbe, sometimes chatting gaily with the tawny cavaliers riding alongside, again engaged in quieting the demonstrations of a too lively progeny. Everywhere there is a glint of polished gun barrels, a floating of party-colored sashes, a reckless careering to and fro, a wild dash and scurry, a waving of blankets, shouts, dust, noise, and confusion." End quote. As the days pass, the cavalcade may come upon small bands of buffalo feeding, but the rule against firing at them is strictly enforced. The object is to find the main herds, so that all may participate with equal chances and a great slaughter be accomplished. However, the longing for fresh meat occasionally proves too strong for hungry half-breeds, and a curious plan that does not infringe the rules is resorted to. Two well-mounted hunters take a long rawhide rope, isolate a fat cow from the herd, and tangle her legs in the rope so that she falls to the ground, and then they dispatch her with knives. The meat thus obtained furnishes variety and may also relieve actual hunger, for generally some of the hunters start on the trip without a sufficient supply of food. Meanwhile, the scouts have been scouring the country to right and left and ahead in search of the main herds. A day comes when a lucky scout returns with word that he has discovered one of them. The cavalcade turns in the direction he indicates, being careful to keep to windward of the herd, and camp is made in some depression of the prairie not too close to the quarry. Guns are cleaned and examined, powder flasks and bullet pouches filled, saddles and bridles overhauled, and the best buffalo runners are made ready. These valuable animals have been carefully cared for to be in readiness for the next day. Before break of day next morning, the hunters mount and ride toward the herd. Advantage is taken of any bits of rising ground to approach as closely as possible. Finally, when all is ready, the chief of the hunt shouts, "Allez, allez!" 1,000 reckless riders dash forward at a wild gallop. The buffaloes break away at a speed that is surprisingly swift for so cumbersome a beast, but the hunters are soon at the outskirts of the herd. Guns flash and roar. The wild yells of the eager hunters mingle with the hoarse bellows of wounded bulls. The dust rises in vast clouds, and the chase sweeps rapidly over the rolling prairie, leaving behind it many dead or mortally wounded buffaloes. Here, too, a pony has put his foot in a prairie dog's hole and has fallen, pitching his rider over his head. The half-breed has risen and, while rubbing his own bruises, contemplates ruefully his pony's broken leg. In shooting, it is the custom to ride close up to a buffalo, place the muzzle of the gun almost against his hide, and fire without taking much aim. A shot in the short ribs, ranging forward, is a favorite one, and if well placed, will soon bring the animal to the ground. The backbone is an even more deadly spot, but is harder to hit. For the most part, the hunters are using smooth-bore flintlock guns. When they wish to reload, they drop a handful of powder in the muzzle, take a bullet out of their mouths, and let it fall upon the powder. No patching is used, and the bullets are made small enough readily to roll in or out. A tap of the butt against the saddle will usually prime the weapon, and it is ready for use. Care must then be exercised to keep the muzzle pointing up, else the bullet will roll out, and the muzzle must be depressed only an instant in taking aim. Occasionally the bullets roll nearly to the muzzle, and a bursted gun results when the weapon is fired, but this is not likely to take place unless the powder charge is too heavy. In every great hunt, some man is more or less injured by such an explosion, and there are dozens of men who have lost fingers or thumbs or even a hand in this way. Behind the hunters follow the women and children with the heavy wooden carts, skinning and cutting up the game. The men, too, presently return from chasing the herd and help in the work. In a surprisingly short time, the plain is strewn with skeletons stripped of their flesh. Some of the best of the meat is taken home in its natural state, for the weather is now so cool that the meat will keep indefinitely. Much of it, however, is dried in the sun or over fires, and a great deal is made into pemmican. In making pemmican, the meat is first cut into thin slices and dried. It is then pounded into shreds with flails or between two stones. Bags of buffalo hide, with the hair outside, have been prepared, and each of these is half filled with the pounded meat. The tallow of the animals has meanwhile been boiled in huge kettles, and this is poured, while still hot, into the bags. The contents are then thoroughly mixed, after which more fat is poured on top. The bags are then sewed up and the contents allowed to cool. Such a bag will weigh about 100 pounds. It is highly nutritious and will keep indefinitely if it is not allowed to become damp. It is the main traveling provision throughout the great fur land, and it is always in demand at the Hudson's Bay posts. The night following the hunt is spent in feasting. Incredible are the quantities of tongues, savory ribs, and melting hump consumed. If wood is abundant, the fires glare against the darkness, and the plains resound with sounds of merriment. Sometimes enough buffaloes are killed in a single hunt to answer all purposes. At all events, a day comes when the hunting party turns homeward, the wooden carts creaking beneath the weight of meat and robes. For more than half a century, these great hunts of the Red River half-breeds continued. Many of the buffalo robes and much of the pemmican used by the great fur company were thus obtained. Each year, thousands of buffaloes were slain, yet little impression was made upon the teeming millions. It was not until railways to the Pacific were built across the plains that the ravages of skin hunters finally brought the buffaloes to virtual extinction. When that time came, the great hunts ceased, of course. Some of the descendants of the half-breeds who engaged in them still live upon the banks of the Red River in the Assiniboine. Others are rivermen, trappers, lumbermen, and one meets them throughout the whole of the great Northwest. Wherever they may be, they still retain their love for streams and lakes and the forest primeval. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Further sidelights on Indian life. The various Indian tribes were almost constantly engaged in war with each other. Even in times of so-called peace, hostilities might flare up at any moment. In times of war, watch had to be constantly kept against enemies, and scouts were always on the lookout for prowling hostile bands. The main objects in warfare were to steal horses, take scalps, or get a wife. Horses were valuable, and besides, it was much more exciting and honorable to steal a horse than to rear or buy it. As for scalps, among some tribes a young fellow was hardly esteemed a warrior until he had torn a gory trophy from the head of an enemy. To obtain such a trophy, the average Indian would murder a woman or a child as remorselessly as he would a man. If a young and pretty squaw fell into his hands, however, he would be likely, if it were possible, to carry her home with him as a concubine or wife. After all, however, in their fondness for war, the Indians did not differ greatly from more civilized peoples. A missionary once remonstrated with an assemblage of Crees because of their unceasing warfare against their red enemies. "My friend, what you say is good," replied a Cree chieftain. "But look, you are a white man and Christian. We are red men and worship the Manitou. But what is the news we hear from the traders and the black robes? Is it not always the news of war? The Kichimokans, i.e. the Americans, are on the warpath against their brethren of the South. The English are fighting some tribes far away over the big lake. The French and all the other tribes are fighting too. My brother, it is news of war, always news of war, and we go on the warpath in small numbers. We stop when we kill a few of our enemies and take a few scalps, but your nations go to war in countless thousands, and we hear of more of your braves killed in one battle than all our tribe numbers together. So, my brother, do not say to us that it is wrong to go on the warpath, for what is the right of the white man cannot be wrong in his red brother. I have done." End quote. The Rocky Mountain house, which stood in a thick pine forest on the bank of the northern branch of the Saskatchewan in the eastern foothills of the Rockies, was a post where trading was likely to be dangerous. The tribes that resorted thither were the Blackfeet, Crees, Sarcees, and Mountain Assiniboines, and they were not only often fighting each other, but not infrequently they would attack the white traders. Every possible device of palisades, bars, locks, sliding doors, and loopholes for firing down upon the Indians was employed. The following picture of trading at this post is taken from Robinson's The Great Fur Land. Quote, "When the Blackfeet have accumulated a sufficient number of peltries to warrant a visit to the Rocky Mountain house, 2 or 3 envoys or forerunners are chosen and are sent in advance of the main body by a week or more to announce their approach and notify the officers in charge of the quantity of provisions, peltries, robes, horses, etc., which they will have to dispose of, and also to ascertain the whereabouts of their hereditary enemies, the Crees and Mountain Assiniboines. The envoys prepare for state visits of this nature by an assumption of their gaudiest apparel, and a more than usual intensity of paint, scarlet leggings and blankets, abundance of ribbons in the cap, if any be worn, or the headband trimmed with beads and porcupine quills, while the bulk of the cap is made of the plumage of birds. Again, a single feather from the wing of an eagle or white bird fastened in the scalp lock, or the hair plaited in a long queue behind, and 2 shorter ones hanging down on each side in front, each bound with coils of bright brass wire. Round the eyes a halo of bright vermilion, a streak down the nose, a patch on each cheek, and a circle round the mouth of the same color constitute the effective headgear of the advance agents. The remainder of the costume is modified by climate and seasons. In the summer they are almost naked, seldom wearing more than the azane or loincloth. In the colder months they wear clothing made of the skins of wild animals, dressed or with the fur on. Upon arriving at the post, the envoys are received and handsomely entertained by the officer in charge, who makes them presents according to their rank and in proportion to the anticipated value of the trade. They are feasted, smoked, and upon occasion wined to a considerable extent. Within the fort, a searching examination is made of the efficient workings of all bolts, locks, gratings, etc., and of the closing of all means of communication between the Indian room, a large apartment in which the Blackfeet assemble previous to being admitted into the trading store, and the rest of the buildings. Guns are newly cleaned, reloaded, and placed, together with abundant ammunition, by the numerous loopholes in the lofts above the trading and Indian room. From the shelves of the former are taken most of the blankets, colored cloths, guns, ammunition, ribbons, bright handkerchiefs, beads, etc., the staple commodities of the Indian trade, with a view of decreasing the excitement under which the red man always labors when brought into immediate juxtaposition with so much bravery, an excitement which renders him oblivious to furnishing an equivalent in exchange and tends to foster his habits of forcible seizure. Preparations are also made within the stockade for the reception of the ponies to be purchased and their safe keeping afterward, for the Blackfoot's fine sense of humor frequently leads him to ride away an animal he has just sold by way of practical joke upon the owner." End quote. The Indian room and the trading room were connected by a narrow passage, each end of which was closed by a heavy door. Only 2 Indians were admitted into the trading room at a time, and this was done with great care. The passage door into the Indian room was opened, and 2 braves were permitted to pass through, after which this door was closed and locked. The other door was then opened, and the Indians were permitted to pass into the trading room. Thus, one door was always kept shut so that there could be no sudden rush into the trading room. Even that room itself was divided into two parts. In one were the traders and their goods, in the other the Indians, and there was only a square aperture between, and way through this was barred by a grating which left openings sufficiently large for the passage of a blanket or a robe. This last precaution was partly to prevent the Indians from handling and soiling the goods, partly to prevent them, in case of disagreement, from attempting to kill the traders. If, in spite of all these precautions, the Indians, either in the trading room or Indian room, grew so violent as to be really dangerous, the traders could fire down upon them from loopholes in the ceiling. Robinson continues, quote, "A somewhat amusing illustration of the universal passion for dress, which forms a distinguishing characteristic of the Blackfeet, equally with other Indians, occurs in these trades. The fashionable costume of the red man is not generally regulated by the variable moods of the mercurial Parisian. Indeed, it has undergone but little change since the memory of men. Certain interesting specimens of the race are said to have been seen attired in even less than the vaunted Mexican costume, a shirt collar and a pair of spurs. We ourselves remember to have seen one chastely apparelled in a stovepipe hat. But it frequently occurs, during the trades, that some doughty chieftain elects to appear in more than regal magnificence before his tribe, and for his benefit and those of similar tastes, the company annually imports certain ancient costumes prevalent in England some half-century since. The tall stovepipe hat with round, narrow brim, the snuff-brown or bright blue coat with high collar climbing up over the neck, the sleeves tightly fitting, the waist narrow. This is the Blackfeet's ideal of perfection in dress, and the brave who can array himself in this antique garb struts out from the fort the envy and admiration of all beholders. Often the high hat is ornamented with a decayed ostrich plume, drooping like the shadow of a great sorrow, which is figured in the turban of some dowager of the British Isles long years since. While the presence of trousers is considered by no means essential to the perfect finish of the costume, the addition of a narrow band of gold lace about the coat is regarded as imparting an air of tone to the general effect not to be obtained in any other way. For such a costume, the Blackfeet brave will barter his deerskin, beaded, quilled, and ornamented with the raven locks of his enemies, his headband of beautiful feathers and shells, and the soft tanned and flowing robe of buffalo skin, a dress which adds a kingly dignity to his athletic form, for one which Pantaloon would scorn to wear. Fortunately, the new dress does not long survive. Little by little it is found unsuited to the wild life which its owner leads, and although never losing the originally high estimate placed upon it, is discarded at length by reason of the many inconveniences arising from running buffalo in a plug hat and fighting in a swallow-tail coat against the Crees. A liquor trade generally began with a present of firewater all round. Then business went on apace. After an Indian had taken his first drink, it was a matter of little difficulty to obtain all he had in exchange for spirits. Horses, robes, tents, provisions, all would be proffered for one more dram of the beloved poison. As the trade advanced, it degenerated into a complete orgy. Nothing could exceed the excitement inside the room, except it was the excitement outside, for only a limited number of the thirsty crowd could obtain entrance at a time. There the anxious braves could only learn by hearsay what was going on within. Now and then a brave, with an amount of self-abnegation worthy of a better cause, would issue from the fort with his cheeks distended and his mouth full of rum, and going along the ranks of his friends, he would squirt a little of the liquor into the open mouths of his less fortunate brethren. There were times, however, when matters did not go on so peaceably. Knives were wont to flash and shots to be fired, and the walls of the Indian rooms at many of the forts show frequent traces of bullet marks and knife hacking done in the wild fury of the intoxicated savage." End quote. Belief in the supernatural was prevalent among all the Indians, and fear of invisible powers played an extremely important part in their lives. In practically every band, there was at least one medicine man. This person was usually a sort of compound of physician, priest, and conjurer. With some knowledge of the medical properties of roots and herbs, he might combine skill as a juggler and a pretense of being able to commune with good and evil spirits. Some medicine men were well-meaning, occasionally even useful. Others were crafty, cruel, designing rascals who used their real and pretended power to terrify others into doing what the medicine man willed. Most pretended to be able to cast spells over others. Some were diabolical poisoners who kept all about them in a state of terror. Every medicine man performed mysterious incantations, and each had his medicine bag. These bags were often made out of the skin of some unborn animal. Their contents were extremely varied: dried roots and herbs, colored powders, talons and claws of birds, feathers, snake and frog skins, human finger and toenails, human hair, carved images of beasts and birds. The articles would probably be tied up separately in skins or birch bark and labeled with totemic symbols. Though accustomed to impose upon the ignorance of others, the medicine men were themselves often credulous. Joke-loving white men now and then had fun at their expense. Occasionally this fun took an unexpected direction. The author of The Great Fur Land relates that on a winter's day a number of Indians came to his house to beg for food. Quote, "Among them were several noted conjurers. Some freak of curiosity tempted us to try how far their belief in the supernatural would carry them, and having a large music box in our possession, it was wound up and placed unnoticed upon the table. In a moment it began playing, and the notes of Bonnie Doon, the Lass of Gowrie, etc., resounded through the apartment. At its first chords, the faces of the savages assumed a wondering, dazed expression, but quickly recovering from that phase of amazement, they began to trace the sound to its origin. After some minutes of deep attention, one old man evidently discovered the source, and without a moment's hesitation raised his gun and fired it at the box. It is perhaps unnecessary to mention that the instrument was, to use a nautical expression, a total wreck. The conjurer asserted that the music was produced by an evil spirit concealed in the box, and could only be driven out by a gunshot. Our curiosity was satisfied, but at a considerable expense." End quote. The Assiniboines, Blackfeet, and other northwestern tribes frequently built pounds into which they would drive the buffaloes. These pounds varied in size according to circumstances and the number of Indians who engaged in the enterprise. The enclosure was made of logs laid one upon the other and interwoven with branches and twigs. The entrance was usually about 10 paces wide and always fronted upon the open prairie. From each side of the entrance, diverging lines of stakes or brush were erected. These lines were made impenetrable at first, but at some distance from the pound, they consisted merely of occasional stakes or bundles of brush. When the pound was ready and conditions were propitious, young braves were sent out to drive in the buffaloes. This was a task that required much patience, for the animals must be started and driven slowly. Sometimes the work was partly done by starting small fires of grass or buffalo chips. Success was most likely when the wind blew toward the pound. Having brought the buffaloes within the lines of stakes and brush, the Indians usually hurried the herd on more rapidly, while a swift runner wearing a buffalo robe over his head would appear ahead of them, and, imitating a buffalo as well as he could, make toward the entrance. If all went well, the simple-minded quarry would follow this guide. Sometimes a trained pony would play this part. An Indian sentinel was always on the lookout, and when a herd appeared in sight, he would notify the village, and every warrior, squaw, and child able to run would hurry to a position such that by waving their robes they could prevent the buffaloes from taking the wrong direction. On reaching the entrance, the buffaloes would tumble in pell-mell behind the guide, and some would usually break their legs or necks jumping in, as the entrance was usually so constructed that there was a descent of at least 6 or 8 feet. When the animals were inside, the entrance, if necessary, was blocked up with logs or brush. and the warriors then took up favorable positions on the enclosure and let fly their arrows until the last buffalo was slain. The squaws then entered the pound and did the work of butchering. Usually only the fattest cows and calves were used. The thin cows and the tough old bulls were left for the dogs, which hung round the pound in droves. In February 1776, Alexander Henry the Elder accompanied some Assiniboines in what is now Manitoba, and saw them kill many buffaloes, which he calls oxen, in such a pound. Quote, "In the morning," says he, "we went to the hunt accordingly. The chief was followed by about 40 men and a great number of women. We proceeded to a small island of timber on the plain, at the distance of 5 miles from the village. On our way, we saw large herds of oxen at feed, but the hunters forbore to molest them lest they take the alarm. Arrived at the island, the women pitched a few tents, while the chief led his hunters to its southern end, where there was a pound or enclosure. The fence was about 4 feet high and formed of strong stakes of birch wood, wattled with smaller branches of the same. The day was spent in making repairs, and by the evening all was ready for the hunt. At daylight, several of the more expert hunters were sent to decoy the animals into the pound. They were dressed in ox skins with the hair and horns. Their faces were covered, and their gestures so closely resembled those of the animals themselves that, had I not been in the secret, I should have been as much deceived as the oxen. At 10 o'clock, one of the hunters returned, bringing information of the herd. Immediately all the dogs were muzzled, and this done, the whole crowd of men and women surrounded the outside of the pound. The herd, of which the extent was so great that I cannot pretend to estimate the numbers, was distant 1/2 mile, advancing slowly and frequently stopping to feed. The part played by the decoyers was that of approaching them within hearing, and then bellowing like themselves. On hearing the noise, the oxen did not fail to give it attention, and whether from curiosity or sympathy, advanced to meet those from whom it proceeded. These, in the meantime, fell back deliberately toward the pound, always repeating the call whenever the oxen stopped. This was reiterated till the leaders of the herd had followed the decoyers into the jaws of the pound, which, though wide asunder toward the plain, terminated like a funnel in a small aperture or gateway, and within this was the pound itself. The Indians remarked that in all herds of animals there are chiefs or leaders by whom the motions of the rest are determined. The decoyers now retired within the pound, and were followed by the oxen, but the former retired still further, withdrawing themselves at certain movable parts of the fence, while the latter were fallen upon by the hunters, and presently wounded or killed by showers of arrows. Amid the uproar which ensued, the oxen made several attempts to force the fence, but the Indians stopped them and drove them back by shaking skins before their eyes. Skins were also made use of to stop the entrance, being let down by strings as soon as the oxen were inside. The slaughter was prolonged till the evening, when the hunters returned to their tents. Next morning all the tongues were presented to the chief, to the number of 72. The women brought the meat to the village on sledges drawn by dogs. The lumps on the shoulders and the hearts, as well as the tongues, were set apart for feasts, while the rest was consumed as ordinary food, or dried for sale at the fort. Occasionally, instead of building a pound, the Indians, riding on horseback, would drive a buffalo herd over a high cliff. On reaching the edge of the cliff, the leaders of the doomed animals would often try to stop, but would be pushed over by those behind, and all, or nearly all, would go plunging over the brink to destruction. Hundreds of animals would sometimes be piled up in one great heap of dead, while many others, though not instantly killed, would suffer broken legs or other serious injuries. Often so many animals were killed that most would be left to the coyotes, wolves, vultures, and bears, and the air for miles around would be poisoned with a noxious effluvia from the rotting carcasses. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Tragic Voyages of Sir John Franklin. A few years after the close of the Napoleonic Wars, the British government determined to send out an expedition to explore the coast of the Arctic Ocean eastward from the mouth of the Coppermine River, the point reached nearly 40 years before by Hearne. The man selected for the task was John Franklin, a captain in the Royal Navy. Franklin was at that time 33 years old and was a man of culture and ability along scientific lines, but he had never before had any experience in wilderness travel. To accompany him, the Admiralty selected a surgeon named John Richardson and two midshipmen, George Back and Robert Hood. A more humble member of the expedition was an energetic and faithful seaman named John Hepburn. Both Hood and Back were artists of some ability and were to make drawings of the country and the natives. Dr. Richardson, in addition to looking after the health of the members of the expedition, was to act as naturalist. Besides mapping the Arctic coast, Franklin and his associates were to examine the copper deposits seen by Hearne and were to study such natural phenomena as the aurora borealis and the variation of the magnetic compass. At that time, the magnetic pole had not yet been located. We know now that it is situated on the peninsula of Boothia Felix, northwest of Hudson Bay. In May 1819, the party left England on board a ship belonging to the Hudson's Bay Company. They narrowly escaped being cast away on the barren coast of Labrador, and it was not until the 30th of August that their ship, still leaking badly, cast anchor off York Factory. 6 weeks of hard travel by way of the Nelson River, Lake Winnipeg, and the Saskatchewan brought them to Cumberland House, one of the main fur posts in the Northwest. Thence they made the long and arduous trip to Fort Chipewyan on Lake Athabasca by dog sledge. Both the Hudson's Bay Company and the Northwest Company had instructed their agents to render Franklin's party every assistance in their power, but ruinous competition between these two companies had reduced their stocks of goods at the remote posts, while an epidemic of measles and whooping cough had swept over the Northwest, carrying off many of the Indians and weakening the rest, so that they had not brought to the posts as much meat as formerly. When the expedition left Chipewyan in July 1820, it was poorly provided in goods, and its stock of provisions did not amount to more than 1 day's rations, exclusive of 2 barrels of flour, 3 cases of preserved meats, some chocolate, arrowroot, and portable soup, which were intended for use along the Arctic coast. The party consisted of Franklin, Dr. Richardson, Hood, Back, Hepburn, 16 Canadian voyageurs, and a Chipewyan squaw. Subsequently, at Great Slave Lake, they were joined by a fur trader named Wenzel and by 2 French-Canadian interpreters named Saint Germain and Adam. It had been difficult to obtain volunteers for the expedition, and some of the men who finally consented to go were of poor quality. Furthermore, the expedition was much too large, considering that it must live almost entirely off the country. At first, however, things went reasonably well. Many fish were caught, some game was killed, and considerable other food was obtained at posts along the way. Leaving Great Slave Lake, they ascended a stream known as the Yellowknife River and made a series of portages to a lake which formed one of the headwaters of the Coppermine River. Here they established a post called Fort Enterprise and spent the winter. Aided by a band of Indians under a chief named Akecho, they were able to obtain sufficient fish and game to live reasonably well. Back and Wenzel, with 2 Canadians and 2 Indian hunters and their wives, made a 1,000-mile winter journey back to Chipewyan and returned with mail from the outside world and rather meager supplies of ammunition and other supplies. The fact that the expedition was poorly provided with goods made a bad impression on the Indians and doubtless had something to do with bringing on subsequent misfortunes that befell the expedition. In June, the explorers, aided by the Indians, proceeded to the Coppermine River and began the descent of that stream. They were accompanied by 2 Eskimos named Augustus and Junius, who had made the long journey from Hudson Bay by way of Lake Winnipeg the Saskatchewan, and the Mackenzie in order to act as interpreters in case the explorers should meet some of their people on the Arctic coast. The expedition was still badly equipped in many respects and was almost wholly dependent for food upon what could be killed or caught. Franklin was extremely anxious to establish friendly relations with the Eskimos, and when the expedition neared Bloody Falls, he sent Augustus and Junius ahead to carry presents to their countrymen and to tell them that the white men desired to make peace between them and their enemies, the Indians. The ambassadors found a band of Eskimos at the falls and entered into talk with them, but the inopportune arrival of the rest of the party alarmed the wild Eskimos, and they fled down the river, leaving most of their goods behind them. At the falls, Franklin noticed several human skulls that bore marks of violence and also many other bones, and he decided that these were relics of the massacre witnessed by Hearne nearly 40 years before. Subsequently, more Eskimos were seen, and friendly relations were established with an aged couple whose infirmities prevented them from escaping. However, the rest of the Eskimos were in such terror of the Indians who were with Franklin's party that they fled into the wilderness. Furthermore, the Indians themselves became alarmed and set off up the copper mine in a panic, but not before they had promised to provide a deposit of meat at Fort Enterprise. Wenzel and 4 of the Voyagers were also sent back from this place. St. Germain and Adam, the 2 interpreters, and most of the other Voyagers were also anxious to return, prophesying disasters ahead, but this Franklin would not permit. The party was now reduced to 20 persons in 2 large birch-bark canoes. The number was still too large to be certain of obtaining a livelihood off the country. 20 men require a great deal of food to sustain them, and unfortunately only 2 of the party, namely the interpreters, St. Germain and Adam, were dependable as hunters. The Englishmen, though brave, had no skill in that line, nor, if the truth must be told, much resourcefulness in the battle with the wilderness. In the language of a later day, they were tenderfeet. Even most of the French Canadians, though good boatmen, were not well fitted for the trials ahead. During the latter part of July and the first half of August, the explorers cruised eastward along the irregular Arctic coast, being often delayed by movements of the ice. Franklin hoped all the while to find Eskimos from whom he could obtain provisions, but though many traces of these people were noticed along the coast, no more of the Eskimos themselves were seen. Some fish were caught, and caribou, waterfowl, and other game were killed, but the explorers were frequently forced to make use of the scanty stock of dried meat and other provisions they carried with them. Finally, south of Point Turnagain, on the eastern shore of the bay named Coronation Gulf by Franklin, the explorers turned back. They did not attempt to return by way of the copper mine, but instead ascended a stream called by Franklin Hood's River, intending to follow it to its source and then strike southeastward across country to Fort Enterprise. So many rapids and falls were soon met with that 2 small canoes, each capable of carrying 3 persons, were made out of the larger craft, and some of the baggage was abandoned. The explorers followed Hood's River a few days more and then, leaving it, struck off southwestward for the fort, distant in a straight line less than 150 miles. They took with them the small canoes for use in crossing any rivers or lakes they might come upon. It was still early in September, but already in that far northern country winter was at hand. The land was treeless, and the moss upon which they were dependent for fuel was often too wet to burn. At first they were lucky enough to kill a few caribou and musk oxen, but they were delayed by storms, and the men were improvident in the use of food. One of the canoes was so badly damaged, probably purposely by the men who carried it, that it was used on September 8th to cook the last of the arrowroot and portable soup, the first meal the explorers had had for 3 days. In the next 2 days, a few ptarmigan were killed, and the party also began to gather and cook a sort of lichen called by the Canadians tripe de roche. This last dish helped to satisfy the cravings of hunger, but there was little nutriment in it, and it did some of the men more harm than good, as it upset their stomachs. Another thing to which the party had recourse was the shrub known as Labrador tea, from the twigs of which they made a beverage that helped to revive their courage. On September 10th, they came upon a herd of musk oxen grazing in a valley, but the hunt was badly managed, and only one, a cow, was killed. She afforded them the first real meal they had had for 6 days. Even the intestines and the contents of the stomach were devoured. Next day they were forced to remain in camp by a snowstorm. They restricted themselves to a single meal, yet even then had only meat for one more day. In the morning, though the gale was still strong, they set out through snow 2 feet deep. By night they were much worn out, nor did the muskox meat seem to have helped them much. Next day they had nothing to eat save tripe de roche and a single ptarmigan, and had the misfortune to come upon a large lake which stretched away for many miles right across their path. Franklin now made the discovery that the French Canadians had thrown away 3 of the fishing nets and burnt the floats. The loss was a grave one, for with the nets it might have been possible to catch many fish. The men were, in fact, for the most part, thoughtless, wasteful, and rebellious. Next morning, however, one of them, Perrault, kindly gave to the half-starved officers a piece of meat which he had saved from his own allowance. Later in the day, one of the hunters killed 2 caribou, but in crossing a river the canoe was upset and one of the men was nearly drowned. Next day another caribou was killed, but there were so many mouths to fill that the meat was soon consumed. Several starving days followed, during which the party made its way slowly through rough country, greatly impeded by the snow and being often forced to pass the nights in wet clothes, shivering in a fireless camp. The men were now straggling badly, and on September 22nd the second canoe was left behind by the men who had it in charge. Starvation was so great that when the men found the bones and a little of the skin of a caribou that had been killed by wolves the preceding spring, they ate them, having first rendered the bones friable by burning. Scraps of leather and worn-out moccasins were also consumed. On September 25th, 5 small caribou were killed. With proper management, the meat thus obtained would have lasted some time, but it was all divided equally, and some of the men consumed a third of their share the first day. Some ate so much, in fact, that they were made ill and were weakened in consequence. After resting a day, the party moved onward and came to the Coppermine River, at a place where the current was very swift. Despairing of crossing, they followed the river until they came to a large lake. They attempted to get round this, but came to an arm stretching to the northeastward, and after wasting much time and effort, turned back to the river. The rotten carcass of a deer was found and eagerly devoured. Some of the meat belonging to the officers was stolen by the men and eaten by them. Occasionally, too, the men would shoot ptarmigan and would eat them surreptitiously instead of adding them to the common stock. On the shore of this lake, Junius, one of the Eskimos, became separated from the rest of the party, owing to their turning back, and he was not seen again. As he had a gun, ammunition, a small kettle, and other necessaries, Franklin hoped that he would follow the course of the Coppermine until he reached some of his own people. Probably, however, he died in the wilderness. When they got back to the river, the party made a raft of bundles of small willows, but the willows were green, and the raft had such little buoyancy that it would support only one man. The current was exceedingly swift, the wind blew strongly from across the river, and repeated attempts to cross failed. Finally, Dr. Richardson tried to swim the stream with a line and haul the raft across. Just before starting, he stepped on a knife, which cut his foot to the bone. He nearly reached the opposite bank, but then became so benumbed by the icy water that he sank out of sight. He was dragged back to shore and was pulled out upon the bank in an almost lifeless condition. His wet clothes were taken off, and he was laid before a fire. But the mistake was made of putting him too close, and one of his sides was so badly burned that he did not recover from the effects until the following summer. The sight of his naked body had a painful effect upon all who saw it. "Ah, que nous sommes maigres! Oh, how lean we are!" cried the Canadians when they beheld his emaciated frame. 2 more days were lost at this place, but finally the party managed to cross the river in a canoe made out of willows, and some painted canvas in which the bedding had been wrapped. The food supply was by this time again exhausted. Hunger, cold, and despair brought almost all to a state of pitiable weakness. On October 4th, Franklin sent back Saint-Germain and 2 French Canadians ahead with instructions to hurry to Fort Enterprise and return with food. Next day, the main party followed painfully after, toiling through the deep snow, pausing often from exhaustion and now and then falling down. The men straggled a great deal, and only 6 miles were made the whole day. Next day, the route lay over a range of rough, black hills. The wind blew strong. The air was piercing cold. 2 of the men became exhausted, and it had to be abandoned. The survivors spent a miserable night in a patch of small willows, unable to build a fire large enough to warm themselves or even to thaw out their moccasins. At noon next day, they reached a rather extensive thicket of willows, near which there was a supply of tripe de roche growing on the face of the rocks. Hood, who was very weak, remained here, with Dr. Richardson and faithful John Hepburn. Most of what baggage remained was also left at this place, and the tent was pitched for those remaining behind. Later in the day, the main party reached some spruce woods, but camped beyond them. Next morning, 2 of the men, Belanger and Michel, pleading weakness, obtained permission to return to the tent. Michel was an Iroquois Indian. The rest had not gone far before another man, Perrault, burst into tears and turned back to the camp, which was only a quarter of a mile distant. Later in the day, still another man, an Italian named Fontano, also turned back. Augustus, the Eskimo, became impatient and went ahead by himself. Only 4 other men now remained with Franklin. For 3 days, without any other food than tripe de roche, Labrador tea, and a few scraps of leather, they struggled onward through the deep snow. At last, more dead than alive, they at last reached the fond haven of their hopes, Fort Enterprise, only to meet an awful disappointment. The place was entirely desolate. There was no deposit of provisions and no trace either of Wenzel or the Indians. There was, however, a note from Back to the effect that he had gone in search of the Indians, and that, if he failed to find them, he would endeavor to obtain assistance at distant Fort Providence on Great Bear Lake. The shock of disappointment was more than the poor fellows could bear. The whole party, says Franklin, shed tears, not so much for our own fate as for that of our friends in the rear, whose lives depended entirely on our sending immediate relief from this place. End quote. The same day, Augustus, the Eskimo, reached the fort, and a few days later Franklin sent him and Benoit in search of the Indians. Meanwhile, Franklin and his comrades lived off tripe de roche and scraps of skins and bones that had been thrown on the dump heap the winter before. Of course, such food contained little nourishment. The bones were so acrid that soup made from them made the mouths of those who ate it sore. One day, while the 4 men, 2 of whom were now too weak to walk, were sitting before the fire talking about the possibility of relief coming, 2 men entered, each carrying a pack. They were Dr. Richardson and Hepburn, whom Franklin had not seen for 22 days. Quote, "Upon entering the now desolate building," says Dr. Richardson, "we had the satisfaction of embracing Captain Franklin, but no words can convey an idea of the filth and wretchedness that met our eyes on looking around. Our own misery had stolen upon us by degrees, and we were accustomed to the contemplation of each other's emaciated figures, but the ghastly countenances, dilated eyeballs, and sepulchral voices of Captain Franklin and those with him were more than we could at first bear." End quote. However, Dr. Richardson and Hepburn had passed through experiences far more horrible than those which had fallen to the lot of Franklin. The day following the parting had been so stormy that the doctor, Hood, and Hepburn, weak and wretched, had remained in the tent all day. The next day, Michel, the Iroquois, came to the camp with word that there was a clump of spruce trees ahead which would furnish fuel, and he said that his companion, Belanger, had started out earlier than he and must have been lost. Michel had killed a rabbit and a ptarmigan, which he shared with the others. During the next 2 days, the men moved their camp to the pines, and Michel spent much time hunting. On the third day, the Iroquois brought in some meat, which he said he had taken from a wolf that had been killed while attacking a caribou. The others accepted his story and ate of the meat, but later events convinced them that in reality it was part of the body of either Bellinger or Perrault. The supposition is that the Iroquois had killed Bellinger soon after Franklin's party left them, and that when Perrault became exhausted and came back, the Indian had then killed him to conceal his crime. For some days, Michel continued to hunt or pretend to hunt, spending much of the time away from camp. At such times, he doubtless was partaking of cannibalistic feasts. He grew more and more moody and surly. One day, while the doctor was away gathering tripe de roche and Hepburn was cutting firewood, they heard a shot, and on returning to camp, found Hood dead with a bullet hole through his head. Michel said that the dead man had committed suicide, but on examining the wound, the doctor found that the bullet had entered from behind and that the gun had been applied so close that Hood's nightcap had been set on fire. The Iroquois kept close to the others to prevent them from talking over the tragedy, and they, in their weak state, felt at his mercy. 3 days later they started for the fort, and in the afternoon the Indian left them, and thus gave the doctor and Hepburn an opportunity to discuss their suspicions. The upshot of the matter was that when Michel returned, Dr. Richardson, quote, put an end to his life by shooting him through the head with a pistol, end quote. Before starting for the fort, the doctor and Hepburn had eaten a few ptarmigan, which Michel had killed, but from that time on for many days, unless they ate of the dead man, they had no food except lichens, a little leather, and a spine of a caribou that had been dead many months. From the last they, quote, extracted the spinal marrow, which, even in its frozen state, was so acrid as to excoriate the lips, end quote. When near the fort, Hepburn killed a ptarmigan, and this was the only food they brought to Franklin and his 3 comrades. The doctor tore out the feathers, held the bird before the fire a few minutes, and then divided it into 6 portions. Quote, I and my 3 companions ravenously devoured our shares, writes Franklin, as it was the first morsel of flesh any of us had tasted for 31 days, unless, indeed, the small gristly particles which we found occasionally adhering to the pounded bones may be termed flesh. End quote. Of all the party, Hepburn was now the strongest, and upon him devolved most of the labor of cutting and bringing in wood. He also hunted a good deal, but though caribou were occasionally seen near the fort, he failed to kill any. One night both Peltier and Simondre died. Adam, one of the interpreters, was near death, and a few more days would doubtless have brought an end to the lives of all. But on the 7th of November, a party of Indians arrived with a supply of food. News of the plight of the explorers had been brought to the Indian camp by Augustus the Eskimo, and also by Saint Germain of Back's party. Back and his comrades had themselves experienced terrible hardships from hunger and cold, and one of them, Beauparlant, had died of hunger and cold. The survivors of the expedition were taken to Fort Providence on Great Bear Lake, and with food and care gradually recovered their strength. In the spring, they made their way out of the country by the way they had entered it, and ultimately reached their homes in safety, thus ending one of the most tragic exploring expeditions in American history. In 1825-26, Franklin, again accompanied by Richardson, Back, and Hepburn, made another expedition to the Arctic coast. This time, with more experienced management, there were no tragedies, and the coastline for long distances on both sides of the mouth of the Mackenzie River was traced and mapped. Meanwhile, renewed efforts had been made by sea to solve the old riddle of the Northwest Passage. Beginning with 1818, repeated expeditions were sent out by the British Admiralty. Under such captains as John Ross, William E. Perry, and Captain James C. Ross, progress was made in mapping the maze of islands and straits to the north of North America, but no ship managed to find and sail through the long sought-for passage. The most notable discovery of these years was made by an expedition in which both the Rosses participated, namely the location of the North Magnetic Pole. Its position was found to be at Cape Adelaide on the west coast of the peninsula of Boothia Felix in latitude 70 degrees 3 minutes north, longitude 96 degrees 44 minutes west. The fact that the magnetic pole and the North Pole are not located at the same place had long been known to scientists, navigators, surveyors, etc., for, except in a few places, the compass needle does not point directly northward, but varies to the east or west. When explorers got to the northward of the magnetic pole, the needle would, in fact, point south. At the magnetic pole, the needle does not point either north or south, but directly downward. The discovery of the exact location of the magnetic pole was of great importance to science and to navigation. The expedition which discovered the magnetic pole was gone 5 years, and their long absence caused great uneasiness in England. In 1832, after 3 years had passed without any tidings, the government and friends of the explorers sent out a search expedition under Franklin's old lieutenant, Back. Back's party made their way to Great Slave Lake, and in 1834 succeeded in descending the Great Fish River to the Arctic coast. They were already aware, however, that the men they sought had reached England in safety, and they soon returned to Great Slave Lake. In 1836, Back made an Arctic expedition in command of the Terror, but the ship was beset by the ice near Camp Bylot, and for 10 months the explorers were subjected to the vicissitudes of the moving ice pack. When release finally came, the Terror was in such bad condition that she barely escaped foundering on the voyage back to England. In 1836, the Hudson's Bay Company decided to send out an expedition, quote, to complete the discovery and survey of the northern shores of the American continent, end quote. To lead the expedition, the company selected 2 of its own men, P.W. Dease and Thomas Simpson, both men of great force and determination and long experienced in Northland travel. They managed the work with great skill and avoided the mistakes that had proved fatal to so many of their inexperienced predecessors. In 1837, Simpson passed Franklin's farthest west and reached Point Barrow. As this point had already been attained by ships sailing from Bering Strait, Simpson thus filled in the gap that existed in the northwestern coastline of the continent. On this occasion, Dease consented to command the supporting party, while the younger and more ambitious Simpson pushed ahead. The same tactics were subsequently followed. In the next 2 years, Simpson pushed eastward far beyond Franklin's farthest east, reached Castor and Pollock's Bay, well beyond the mouth of the Great Fish River, and explored part of Victoria Land. These expeditions had cost comparatively little. Their remarkable success was due mainly to the fact that Simpson and Dease were experienced men who knew how. Of all Arctic travelers of the period, they were the most skilled, with the exception of Dr. John Rae, who was their peer. Some account of his remarkable work will be given later. As one follows the long tale of Arctic disasters, he realizes more and more that most of them were due to ignorance on the part of those who conducted them. It seems a pity that all leaders were not experienced men such as Simpson and Rae. As for Simpson, he would doubtless have been sent out on another expedition, but in 1840, while in the Manitoba country, he died by violence. According to one theory, he committed suicide during a moment of mental aberration in which he killed 2 half-breeds who were traveling with him. But it is much more probable that he became involved in a dispute with the breeds and that he was slain by the survivors. After his second expedition to the Arctic, Franklin served in various positions, among others as governor of Tasmania. But in 1845, the Admiralty decided to send out another expedition, and though he was then 59 years of age, Franklin was placed in command of it. He was given 2 ships, the Erebus and Terror, and the main task set for him was to find and sail through the Northwest Passage. The Erebus and Terror, with the 129 souls on board and provisions for 3 years, sailed from England on May 26, 1845. They reached the Arctic seas, and on July 12, 1845, were seen by the crew of a whaling vessel moored to an iceberg waiting for an opening in the middle ice so as to cross Lancaster Sound. Then those on board vanished from the sight of men, and for years no tidings came as to their fate. Uneasiness began to develop regarding the safety of the explorers as early as the winter of 1846-47, but it was not until 1848 that the Admiralty was fully roused. From that time forward, for years, expedition after expedition was sent out to search for the missing men, some by the British government, one by Lady Franklin, who spent practically the whole of her fortune for that purpose. Even America participated in the search, for the whole civilized world was keenly interested. The searching parties went by ship from the east and from the west, and overland from the south. Some of these expeditions made important geographical discoveries, and Captain Richard Collinson in the Enterprise, sailing from the west, reached in 1851 Gateshead Island, whence he could look across the strait where, it is now believed, one of Franklin's vessels sank, to King William's Land, where lay the skeletons of some of the men he sought. But of these things he was wholly unaware. Another vessel from the west, the Investigator, under Captain McClure, reached Barrow Strait, but there ran aground and was ultimately abandoned. The crew, however, traveled over the ice and joined an eastern searching party, and thus made the Northwest Passage, though not all of it by ship. It was not until March 1854 that Dr. John Ray obtained authentic information as to the fate of the expedition. In 1845-47, under the auspices of the Hudson's Bay Company, Ray had continued the work of Simpson and had practically completed the exploration of the northern coast of North America. During this time, he displayed untiring energy and great skill in traveling and in obtaining a living off the country. In 1848, he took up the search for Franklin and continued it for several years. Finally, at the time given above, he met Eskimos who gave him information to the effect that every man of the expedition had perished. Their stories were reinforced by the fact that they had in their possession many objects which had belonged to the expedition. Upon returning to civilization, Dr. Ray and his companions were given 10,000 pounds, the reward offered by the Admiralty to anyone who would set at rest the fate of Franklin and his companions. For several decades thereafter, other explorers, notably Captain McClintock, who was sent out by Lady Franklin, obtained additional information from the natives, found the skeletons of some of the dead and many articles belonging to the expedition, also 2 short written papers. From all this data, the story of what befell the expedition was finally pieced out. The Erebus and Terror spent the winter of 1845-46 at Beechy Island. When the ice broke up next summer, they sailed away, but were beset in Victoria Strait on September 12, 1846, and all efforts to free them were in vain. Finally, on April 22, 1848, they were abandoned. Up to that time, 24 officers and men had died, including Franklin himself, who passed away on June 11, 1847. The food supply was scanty, and the survivors, 105 in all, set out for Back's Fish River, 250 miles to southward, hoping doubtless to subsist on the fish and game they might find there. But it was a hopeless quest. One by one their strength gave out, and they perished of disease, cold, and hunger. A small party of Eskimos saw and camped with some of the white men, but fearing their own safety would be compromised by remaining, they stole away and left the white men to their fate. Quote, "They fell down and died as they walked," end quote, said an old Eskimo woman who 11 years later told the story to McClintock. The end of the last man of the unfortunate expedition has thus been pictured by one who in after years penetrated to that boreal solitude. Quote, "One sees this man, after the death of his last remaining companions, all alone in that terrible world, gazing round him in mute despair, the sole living thing in that dark, frozen universe. The sky is somber, the earth whitened with a glittering whiteness that chills the heart. His clothing is covered with frozen snow, his face lean and haggard, his beard a cluster of icicles. The setting sun looks back to see the last wretched victim die. He meets her sinister gaze with a steady eye, as though bidding her defiance. For a few minutes they glare at each other. Then the curtain is drawn and all is dark. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Later travelers and explorers in the Canadian Northwest. Of the other explorers of the Great Northwest, perhaps the most notable were Simon Fraser and David Thompson. Fraser entered the service of the Northwest Company at 16, and at different times he was stationed in almost every section of the fur country from Lake Superior to the Pacific. In 1805 he ascended the Peace and Parsnip rivers, turned up that tributary of the Parsnip that is now known as Pack River, and on a long, narrow lake that he named Lake McCloud, he established the first post west of the Rockies and north of the Spanish settlements in California. I saw this post in 1916 and again 3 years later. It is still far remote from railroads and civilization and consists merely of 2 log houses. A small band of Sicani Indians have their huts close by, and 2 or 3 trappers and free traders have small establishments not far away. Fraser also established Fort St. James, Fort George, and other posts in New Caledonia, as British Columbia was then called. He discovered and explored Stewart's River, Stewart's Lake, and many other streams and lakes. But the achievement for which he is mainly remembered was the descent of the great river that now bears his name. Starting from Fort George on May 28, 1907, with 4 canoes, 19 voyagers, and 2 Indians, Fraser alternately floated downstream and portaged round frightful canyons until almost to the sea, when shortage of food and the hostility of the Indians caused him to turn back. Fraser was a restless adventurer and fur trader without much education or special mental endowments. David Thompson was also an adventurer and fur trader, but his main interest was the pursuit of science, and he was a skilled astronomer, geographer, and explorer. He served both the Hudson's Bay Company and the Northwest Company, and for 66 years he kept voluminous journals covering his experiences and observations from 1784 to 1850. These journals fill 40 volumes of manuscript and are still preserved, but unfortunately they are mostly dull and dry scientific data and contain little of interest except to scientists. During his long career, Thompson traveled over a great part of the Northwest, exploring, surveying, taking astronomical observations to fix the latitude and longitude of places, and mapping the country. All this work was carried on in connection with his labors as a trader, though, to their credit be it said, the Northwest Company seemed to have indulged and encouraged his efforts, even at times at some loss to themselves. Among his many achievements may be mentioned the discovery of Athabasca Pass through the Rockies and the exploration of the headwaters of the Columbia. In 1811, he descended the Columbia to its mouth and meant to take possession of the country, but found Americans employed by John Jacob Astor, already established at Astoria. Despite the many hardships he endured during his long career, Thompson lived to the advanced age of 87. Though not so well known by the general public as some of his contemporary explorers, he has been rightly called, quote, the greatest geographer of his day in British America and the maker of what was then by far its greatest map, end quote. The big features of northwestern geography were discovered by such men as Radisson, Verendrye, Hearne, Mackenzie, Fraser, Thompson, Franklin, and Simpson. The minor details were filled in by a host of less distinguished men. Meanwhile, great navigators like Vancouver, Cook, and Bering explored the Pacific coast. Russian fur traders occupied Alaska, but even when that country was purchased by the United States in 1867, much of the vast interior was unexplored. The great gold rush of the late 90s, however, led adventurous men to push into almost every nook and cranny both of Alaska and of British Yukon in search of the glittering root of all evil, just as 40 years before the discovery of gold in British Columbia led to the exploration of much of that great province. As late as 1890, however, there were still vast areas in the Dominion of Canada, between 1/3 and 1/4 of the whole, that had never been penetrated by white men. That this was so was due mainly to the great size of the country, natural obstacles, and the climate. Of the barren grounds, for example, hardly more was known than in the days of Franklin and Simpson. In the last 30 years, however, several notable expeditions have been made into that region. Of these expeditions, one of the most remarkable was made by a young Englishman named Warburton Pike, who penetrated far into the barren grounds in search of muskox, an animal concerning which little was then known. In June 1889, he left the Canadian Pacific Railroad at Calgary and traveled 300 miles north past Edmonton, then only a fur post, to Athabasca Landing, and thence went by water to Fort Resolution at the western end of Great Slave Lake. There he obtained the assistance of an old half-breed named King Bolu and of his numerous family. The whole party, quote, men, women, and children, amounting in all to over 20 souls, or to be more practical, mouths, end quote, set out in 3 birch-bark canoes for the east end of the lake. In addition, there were 15 half-starved dogs. The supply of food was scanty, and though some fish and ducks were caught or shot along the way, the commissariat was completely empty when Pike, some of the half-breed men, and 2 of the women left the northeast shore of the lake and struck off northward into the interior. With them they took 2 canoes, intending to follow a chain of detached lakes which led toward a much larger lake known as Lake Mackay. They hoped speedily to fall in with the caribou, which were then migrating southward, but the herds had not yet got that far, and for several days they got nothing but a few whitefish and a wolverine, an animal that is eaten only in starving times, as they are scavengers and even grave robbers. September 13th found them encamped in a clump of spruce on the shore of the Lac du Rocher. They had still found no signs of the caribou, and had been able to catch no fish at all in this lake. There is, says Pike, quote, no better camp than a well-set-up lodge with a good fire crackling in the middle, and in this respect we were comfortable enough, but the shortness of food was telling rapidly. We had made no pretense at eating all day, and since leaving Fond du Lac, on Great Slave Lake, had subsisted almost entirely on tea and tobacco, while even on the Great Slave Lake provisions had been none too plentiful. We passed the evening smoking, and as I have found usual in these cases, talking of all the good things we had ever eaten, while eyes shone in the firelight with a brilliancy peculiar to the early stages of starvation. Outside the lodge the wind was moderated. The northern lights, though it was still early in the year, were flashing brightly across the sky, and far away in the distance we could hear the ominous howling of wolves. Late in the night I awoke, and on lighting my pipe was greeted with the remark, Ah, monsieur, une fois j'ai goûté la peine avec le bourg. Le bon Dieu a fait ces 2 choses-là express pour manger ensemble. Ah, sir, once I tasted bread and butter. God made those things expressly to be eaten together, end quote. The remark was made by old King Bolu and expressed his idea of luxurious eating. In the morning they were lucky enough to catch enough trout to relieve their hunger, while 2 hunters who had been sent ahead returned late in the evening with a small load of caribou meat. Next day they portaged across a neck of land to Lake Kemsel, and in the afternoon saw and killed a big bull caribou. Says Pike, quote, there was no more thought of traveling that night, and while 2 men were skinning and cutting up the caribou, the others unloaded and carried ashore the canoe, lit a fire, and got ready the kettles for a feast that was to make up for all the hard times just gone through. There was plenty of meat for everybody to gorge themselves, and we certainly made a night of it, boiling and roasting till we had very nearly finished the whole animal. I could not quite keep up with the others at this trial of eating powers, but after a couple of weeks among the caribou, I was fully able to hold my own. We seemed at length to have found a land of plenty, as ptarmigan were very numerous, just losing the last of their pretty brown plumage and putting on their white dresses to match the snow, which would soon drive them for food and shelter into the thick pine woods round the shores of the Great Slave Lake. End quote. For several days they pushed northward, killing large numbers of caribou and caching the meat under rocks or by breaking the ice near the shore of small lakes and throwing the carcasses into shoal water. This last made the safest cache of all, for the ice would at once freeze again and would defy all the efforts of the wolves or wolverines. On the 27th of September, they finally found and Pike killed a big bull muskox. They were then on the headwaters of the copper mine and not far from the site of Fort Enterprise and the scene of the awful disasters that befell Franklin's first expedition. The weather was growing colder, and they were not provided with proper clothing, snowshoes, or dog sledges. Yet, says Pike, quote, "Nobody liked to be the first to talk about turning back, but on reaching the top of a low range of hills and seeing a flat, desolate stretch of country lying to the north of us, with the lakes frozen up and no signs of animals or firewood, King turned to me and said, 'It is not far from here that the white men died from cold and starvation at this time of the year. Let us go back before the snow gets deep and we are not able to travel.' The old man looked particularly tough at this moment. None of our faces were very clean, but his was the more remarkable, as the blood of the last caribou that we killed had splashed in it, and running down his beard had mixed with his frozen breath and appeared in the form of long red icicles hanging from his chin. I think he knew what was in my mind and had an idea that I was laughing at him, for suddenly his quick temper got the better of him, and he broke into one of those wild volleys of blasphemy that I had heard him give way to so often, and turning on his heel, said that I could do as I liked, but he was going to make the best of his way back to the lodge." End quote. The party returned without special adventure to Lake Kamsel, and there Pike, King Bolu, and some of the women and children remained for several weeks, the men killing some game, but, for the most part, taking things rather easily, feasting on fat caribou and lounging in the lodges. In the middle of October, a fierce blizzard swept down from the north and covered the earth under 2 feet of snow, while every day the daylight grew shorter and the sun shone with less warmth. Quote, "With the increasing depth of snow," says Pike, "there was a noticeable migration of life from the barren ground. Ptarmigan came literally in thousands, while the tracks of wolves, wolverines, and Arctic foxes made a continuous network in the snow. Scattered bands of caribou were almost always in sight of the top of the ridge behind the camp, and increased in numbers till the morning of October 20th, when little Baptiste, who had gone for firewood, woke us up before daylight with a cry of 'La foule, la foule,' and even in the lodge we could hear the curious clatter made by a band of traveling caribou. La foule had really come, and during its passage of 6 days I was able to realize what an extraordinary number of these animals still roam in the barren ground. From the ridge we had a splendid view of the migration. All the south shore of Mackay Lake was alive with moving beasts, while the ice seemed to be dotted all over with black islands, and still away to the north shore, with the aid of the glasses, we could see them coming like regiments on the march. In every direction we could hear the grunting noise that the caribou always make when traveling. The snow was broken into broad roads, and I found it useless to try to estimate the number that passed within a few miles of our encampment. We were just on the western edge of this passage, and afterwards heard that a band of dog ribs, hunting some 40 miles to the west, were at this very time in the very last straits of starvation, only saving their lives by a hasty retreat into the woods, where they were lucky enough to kill sufficient meat to stave off disaster. The caribou, as is usually the case when they are in large numbers, were very tame, and on several occasions I found myself right in the middle of a band with a splendid chance to pick out any that seemed in good condition. The rutting season was just over, and as the bulls had lost all their fat and their meat was too strong to eat, only those were killed. A good deal of experience is necessary to tell the fat ones, but the half-breeds can tell age and sex pretty well by the growth of the horns. Often King told me which to shoot at, and it was seldom that he made a mistake in his choice." End quote. Pike says that he cannot believe that the buffalo herds on the prairies ever surpassed in numbers la foule of the caribou, and this statement is borne out by other travelers in the barren ground. Ernest Thompson Seton, who made a trip thither in 1907, estimated the total number of caribou in the region at 30 millions, but his figures are probably too large. Even now, these great herds are rarely disturbed by white hunters. On November 11th, Pike, 2 of the younger Bouleaus, and 5 Yellowknife Indians set out once more with 6 sleighs, drawn by 24 dogs, for the Barren Ground to hunt musk oxen. The meat caches that had been established along the way helped the party greatly. A few days' travel brought them to the edge of the last timber, the land of little sticks, and from there they were forced to haul a supply of wood for use further on. 9 days of travel found them far out in the Barren Ground, with their wood almost exhausted and their food all gone. The dogs were so ravenous that they had to be watched continually to prevent them from eating their harness in the leather lodge. Luckily, the hunters discovered 2 big herds of musk oxen, so the party struck camp and made for the nearest herd. Quote, "After traveling about 3 miles through some rough hills," says Pike, "we caught an indistinct view of the musk ox, fully 100 in number, standing on a hillside from which most of the snow had drifted away, and then followed a wonderful scene such as I believe no white man has ever looked on before. I noticed the Indians throwing off their mitten strings, and on inquiring the reason, I was told that the musk ox would often charge at a bright color, particularly red. This story must, I think, have originated from the whites in connection with the old red rag theory, and been applied by the Indians to the musk ox. I refuse to part with my strings, as they are useful in keeping the mittens from falling in the snow when the hand is taken out to shoot, but I was given a wide berth while the hunt was going on. Everybody started at a run, but the dogs, which had been let out of harness, were ahead of us, and the first thing that I made out clearly through the driving snow was a dense black mass galloping right at us. The band had proved too big for the dogs to hold, and most of the musk ox had broken away. I do not think they knew anything about men or had the least intention of charging us, but they passed within 10 yards, and so frightened my companions that I was the only man to fire at them, rolling over a couple. The dogs, however, were still holding a small lot at bay, and these we slaughtered without any more trouble than killing cattle in a yard. There is an idea prevalent in the North that on these occasions the old musk ox form into a regular square, with the young in the center for better protection against the dogs, which they imagine to be wolves. But on the 2 occasions when I saw a band held in this manner, the animals were standing in a confused mass, shifting their position to make a short run at a too impetuous dog, and with the young ones as often as not in the front of the line. There was some rather reckless shooting going on, and I was glad to leave the scene of slaughter with Marlowe in pursuit of stragglers. Marlowe, in common with the other Indians, had a great horror of musk ox at close quarters, and I was much amused at seeing him stand off at 70 yards and miss an animal which a broken back had rendered incapable of rising. He said afterwards that the musk ox were not like other animals. They were very cunning, could understand what a man was saying, and play many tricks to deceive him. It was not safe to go too near, and he would never allow me to walk up within a few yards to put in a finishing shot. After killing off the cripples, we started back to the place where we had left the sleighs, and night having added its darkness to the drifting snow, we had the greatest difficulty in finding camp. Marlowe confessed he was lost, and we were thinking what it was best to do for the night when we heard the ring of an axe with which somebody was splitting wood in the lodge. We had eaten nothing for a long time, so we celebrated our success with a big feast of meat, while the dogs helped themselves from the 20 carcasses that were lying about. They gave us very little trouble in the lodge, as we saw nothing of them till we skinned the musk ox next day, when 2 or 3 round white heaps of snow would uncurl themselves on the lee side of a half-eaten body." End quote. Late the next afternoon, while the others were setting up the lodge, Pike, quote, "climbed to the top of a high butte to have a look at the surrounding country. The hill was so steep that I had to take off my snowshoes to struggle to the summit, and was rewarded for my trouble by a good view of probably the most complete desolation that exists upon the face of the earth. There is nothing striking or grand in the scenery, no big mountains or waterfalls, but a monotonous snow-covered waste without tree or shrub, rarely trodden by the foot of the wandering Indian. A deathly stillness hangs over all, and the oppressive loneliness weighs over the spectator till he is glad to shout aloud to break the awful spell of solitude. Such is the land of the muskox in snow time. Here this strange animal finds abundance of its favorite lichens, and defies the cold that has driven every other living thing to the woods for shelter." End quote. Later, the party attacked 2 other bands of muskox and killed so many that the sleds were loaded down with heads and robes. The hunters then turned homeward, and after many hardships, Pike reached Great Slave Lake. He spent the remainder of the winter at Fort Resolution, making an occasional hunt after caribou or wood buffalo. In the spring, with McKinley, the head of that post, a white man named Murdo McKay, and a party of half-breeds and Indians, he set out northward once more, and succeeded in descending the Great Fish River as far as Beachy Lake, where they found traces of Eskimos. On this trip, Pike saw many interesting sights and experienced many adventures, but there is space to tell of only one more muskox hunt. One day along the Great Fish River, an Indian spied a large band of these animals, and as the women were badly in need of hides with which to make moccasins, a hunt was arranged in a fashion that Pike had not seen before. Quote, "Most of the guns crossed the river, and a spot was selected for the slaughter just where the stream broadened out into a small lake. At right angles to the river, mounds of stone and moss were put up at a few yards' distance from each other, ornamented with coats, belts, and gun covers, and behind the outside mound, Capote Blanc took up his position. A steep hill ran parallel with a stream about 200 yards away, and along this guns were posted at intervals with the intention of heading the muskox toward the water. Noel and Marlowe, supposed to be the 2 best runners, were to make a long round and start the band in our direction. I was stationed with 3 other guns among some broken rocks on the south side of the river, just opposite the barrier, and orders were given that no shot should be fired till the muskox took to the water. It was a most interesting scene, and I would not willingly have changed places with any of the loyal Canadians who were at this time celebrating the anniversary of Dominion Day with much rye whiskey 1,000 miles to the southward. I had plenty of time to admire the surrounding landscape and the sunset that lit up the snowdrifts on each side of the river, when suddenly over the opposite ridge appeared the horns of a band of caribou, and for a moment the leader was outlined against the sky as he paused to look at the strange preparations going on in the valley below. Behind me, a ptarmigan, perched on a rock, crowed defiance, but there was no other sound except the rush of water and the occasional grinding of an ice pan dislodged from some small lake in the course of the stream. Fully an hour we sat among the rocks, and were beginning to think that the hunt had miscarried, when we heard a distant shouting far down the valley, and the next moment caught sight of a scurrying black mass crossing a spur of the hill close to the river's bank. The men posted along the ridge took up the cry as the muskox passed them and joined in the chase. Soon the animals came to the barrier and pulled up short at the apparition, while, to increase the alarm, the hoary head of Capote Blanc arose from behind a mound of rocks right in front of them. This was the critical moment, and they would certainly have taken to the water and been at the mercy of their pursuers, but for an untimely shot that caused them to break, and I was not sorry to see that several of the band escaped. I had had a splendid view till now, as the muskox halted within 20 yards of me, but we were forced to lie low when the shooting began, as the bullets were rattling freely among the rocks in which we were hiding. We did no shooting on our side of the river, except to finish off a couple that took to the water. 7 were killed in all, 6 cows and a calf about a month old. There were no bulls in the band, and from what I afterwards saw, they seemed to keep separate from the cows during the summer. A solitary old bull is often met with at this time of the year. When the hunt was over, I inquired the meaning of the shouting that had been kept up so continuously throughout the drive, and was informed that this was necessary to let the muskox know which way to run. At starting, they had shouted, "Oh, muskox, there is a barrier planted for you down there, where the river joins the little lake. When you reach it, take to the water. There are men with guns on both sides, and so we shall kill you all." When the men are out of breath, they shout to the muskox to stop, and after they have rested, to go on again. These animals are said to understand every word of the Yellowknife language, though it seems strange that they do not make use of the information they receive to avoid danger instead of obeying orders. The partial failure of the hunt was attributed to the fact that Moise had called across the river to me in French, and the muskox had not been able to understand this strange language. End quote. After his return to Fort Resolution, Pike ascended Peace River to the Great Canyon, and thence, late in November, set out in a canoe with 2 white men, an Indian and a half-breed, to go up the Peace through the Rocky Mountains and follow its southern headwater, Parsnip River, to Fort Macleod, intending to go from there to Vancouver. But the river froze before they reached Finlay Forks, and while attempting to ascend the Parsnip on foot, they lost their way and went up Nation River. After weeks of suffering from cold and starvation in this wilderness of mountains, a region which I have myself twice passed through, they finally made their way back, in an almost dying condition, to a trading post at the canyon. From there, later in the winter, Pike traveled overland to Edmonton and Calgary. Pike related his experiences in a book entitled The Barren Ground of Northern Canada. It is a classic of adventure and exploration in the Canadian wilderness, and is to me the most fascinating book of all the many that have been published on this subject. A few years after his return from the Barren Ground, Pike made a trip up the Stikine River, crossed over to the headwaters of the Lienhart, and thence to those of the Yukon, and descended that mighty river almost to its mouth. His adventures on this long journey are set forth in Through the Subarctic Forests. In 1893, J.S. Tyrrell and J.W. Tyrrell, in the interest of the Canadian government, traveled from Lake Athabasca to Hudson Bay and came near starving to death on the stormy western coast of Hudson Bay. Their experiences are related in a book called Across the Subarctics of Canada. 2 years later, Caspar Whitney made an adventurous winter journey in search of muskox, and in graphic language he describes his experiences in On Snowshoes to the Barren Grounds. In 1907, Ernest Thompson Seton, the well-known naturalist and artist, and Edward Preble, a scientist connected with the United States Biological Survey, penetrated into the region north of Great Slave Lake, and Seton has written in a most interesting way of the caribou migrations and other features of the region in his The Arctic Prairies. Several other hunters and explorers have traveled in the Barren Grounds, but in many respects the most remarkable trips thither are those described by David Hanbury in his Sport and Travel in the Northland of Canada. Hanbury repeatedly crossed the Barren Grounds between Great Slave Lake and Hudson Bay, following during part of the way the course of the Arkalinic River, which he considered much the easiest route. In February 1902, with 2 white men and some Eskimos, he left Hudson Bay, ascended Chesterfield Inlet on the ice, crossed over to Great Fish River, and followed that stream to its mouth, taking with him 2 light canoes drawn on dog sledges, traveled westward along the Arctic coast, first with sledges and then in the canoes, to the mouth of the Coppermine, ascended that river to above the Bloody Falls, and then followed to its headwaters a small western tributary known as Kendall River. There the Eskimos turned back, while the 3 white men crossed the divide to Great Bear Lake and ultimately reached Fort Norman. The most remarkable feature of this long journey is that in making it, Hanbury, already an experienced and resourceful Northland traveler, did not attempt to carry much provision with him, but lived off the country. Having won the confidence of the Eskimos, he was able to make use of their unrivaled knowledge of how to obtain subsistence. Though more than once entirely out of food, the party was never actually starving, and the white men reached civilization in good condition. In fact, Hanbury's skill as a traveler compares very favorably with that of Simpson and Ray. His book is full of suggestions as to methods, and Vilhjalmur Stefansson says that he obtained more aid from it than from all other books combined. Stefansson himself attained a proficiency in this kind of travel that has perhaps never been equaled, but his remarkable work, both as an explorer and an ethnologist, is too fresh in the public mind to need description here. In the vast territory west of the Mackenzie, the main geographical features, the mountain chains, the great rivers and lakes, were slowly ascertained by fur traders and other explorers. In later years, notable work in this, as in other regions, was done by the Canadian Geological Survey, particularly under Dr. George M. Dawson, a distinguished scientist who himself conducted several expeditions. In the last 30 years, enthusiastic mountain climbers, some of them from England and the United States, have done much to explore the mighty maze of mountains in southern British Columbia, and the Canadian Alpine Club makes an expedition to the region every year. As early as 1840, Robert Campbell of the Hudson's Bay Company ascended the Lienhart River to its headwaters and crossed over to the Pelly, one of the tributaries of the Yukon. 8 years later, he established a fur post called Fort Selkirk at the junction of the Lewis and Pelly. This post was so remote that 7 years would elapse between the time trade goods left London for Fort Selkirk and the time that the furs obtained in exchange arrived. Notwithstanding the many journeys of fur traders and other explorers, there still exist in the vast Canadian Northland several large primeval areas that have never been pressed by the feet of white men. Having been born with a fondness for penetrating into the unknown, quote, beyond the farthest camping ground and the last tin can, end quote, the author in 1916 made an attempt to explore one of these areas, namely that lying between the headwaters of the Peace and Liard rivers. This area, according to a writer in the American Geographic magazine, had a total extent of about 28,000 square miles. That so large a region at so late a date had never been explored seems incredible, but it should not be forgotten that British Columbia, in which the region lies, is larger than some empires. 20 Switzerlands could be set down in it, and there would still be room for England, Scotland, and 2 or 3 other countries. Almost the whole of it is one mighty mass of rugged mountains, and except where there are railroads or navigable rivers, the difficulties attending travel are tremendous. Dangerous rapids and mighty canyons bar the way on most of the streams, and even along those that can be navigated with comparative ease, the traveler begins to meet with obstacles the moment he attempts to penetrate the country beyond the banks. Furthermore, the summer season is short, and expeditions almost always travel hurriedly in order to avoid being caught in the far interior by the freeze-up. In consequence, even along such a stream as Peace River, the main course of which has been known for over a century, there exist within a few miles of the stream areas never penetrated by white men. This is true even of that stretch of the river where it bursts through the Rockies. As for railroads, there were none in either northern or central British Columbia until the building of the Grand Trunk Pacific, completed in 1913. In northern Alberta, a railroad running from Edmonton reached the Lower Peace early in 1916. By using the first of these roads going in and the second coming out, I was able to shorten my trip by about 800 miles, to travel by rail through regions that hitherto could only be traversed with pack train or canoe in summer and dog sledge in winter. But even with this saving, the canoe trip to and from the unexplored region was almost 1,000 miles long. With a resourceful French-Canadian named Joe Lavoie, I left the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway at the little station of Hansard on the Upper Fraser. Our outfit consisted of rifles, light tents, provisions, blankets, and a light canvas-covered canoe. Descending the Fraser 35 miles to Giscombe Portage, we crossed the 8-mile divide to Summit Lake, and thence by Crooked River, Lake McLeod, Pack River, and the Parsnip, we floated down to the point where the Parsnip is joined by the Finlay from the north, thereby forming the mighty Peace, which at once proceeds to break its way through the black mountain wall of the Rockies toward the Mackenzie and the Arctic Sea. 13 days of poling, tracking, and portaging up Finley River brought us to the mouth of the Kadacha, or Whitewater, a considerable tributary flowing in from the northeast. As early as 1824, John Finley, in the interest of the Hudson's Bay Company, had ascended the main river to its source, and in more recent years, explorers, prospectors, and trappers had also gone as far as the Long Canyon or farther, but no white man had been any distance up the Kadacha, and it was around the headwaters of this stream that the unexplored region lay that we wished to penetrate. A glance at its water was enough to convince me that mighty glaciers lay about its head, for the flood it poured into the clear waters of the Finley was almost as white as milk. Lavoie was of opinion that the color was due to white cut banks, but past experience enabled me to know that it was caused by big glaciers, rock mills, one might call them, grinding up silt. The Kadacha looked so swift and turbid that we left the canoe and most of our outfit cached on an island not far from the mouth and struck out overland with pack sacks. The country we traversed was a terrible tangle of mountains, the lower slopes of which were cumbered with down timber. We had hoped to eke out our provisions by killing game or catching fish, as we had usually been able to do hitherto, but in this we failed. After 5 days of weary work, we finally reached a point where the Kadacha forked. There, as our food supply was running short, we decided to turn back. Luckily, next day we climbed a high peak from which we had a magnificent view over the unexplored country. Far to the northeastward, we beheld a magnificent mountain, much taller than any other in that region, and an immense ice field, certainly one of the largest in the whole Rocky Mountain system. Both of these I later named after Lloyd George, the great British statesman. After returning to our canoe, we ascended the Finley to beyond Fox River and penetrated the region north of what is known as the Long Canyon. Again, we had no success hunting and presently found ourselves 7 days' journey from our canoe and cache with only a scanty 2 days' supply of grub. It looked as if we might go hungry before we could get back to our base, but the following day I was lucky enough to kill a fine fat black bear, and the next day 2 stones mountain sheep or black sheep, so that we had an abundance of good meat. And I might add here that mountain mutton is the best game meat I have ever tasted. On my return home, we came out by way of the Lower Peace and Peace River Landing. The story of the trip appeared in 2 numbers of Scribner's magazine and in more extended form in a book entitled On the Headwaters of Peace River. The trip had been a long and exhausting one, but the memory of that magnificent mountain and glittering ice field filled my thoughts by day and my dreams by night until the call proved too strong to be resisted. One day in early August of 1919 found me again alighting from a Grand Trunk Pacific train at Hansard, prepared to set out once more on the quest by the same route. My companion was Alban P. Chesterfield, a young Detroit surgeon who had had considerable experience in the wilds of Ontario, but who was making his first trip amid high mountains. At Summit Lake, we had the good fortune to secure the services of George Hoban, a husky young trapper, prospector, and Indian trader whom I had met at McLeod Lake on the previous trip. From Summit Lake as far as Finley Forks, we also had the company of a character well known in the Hudson's Hope region, namely Dad Brennan, formerly a cook in the cow country of Montana, but hailing originally from the Ozark Hills. As Brennan had lost one eye and could not see any too well out of the other, he was glad to have one of us ride in his canoe and read the water for him, an arrangement that was also helpful to us, for our 18-foot canvas-covered canoe was heavily laden with food and other impedimenta. We had started with an outboard motor, which we expected would prove very helpful on the long river trip, but it did not run properly at the beginning, and we soon had the misfortune to wet the magneto, after which the thing was altogether useless, so we left it at Summit Lake. This was doubly unfortunate, for not only was the trip rendered much more laborious, but we moved more slowly and lost valuable time. We floated rather leisurely down Crooked River, a delectable little stream where we caught many rainbow and Dolly Varden trout, and added an occasional grouse or duck to the larder. It was vitally necessary thus to supplement our commissariat, for the distance to be traveled was so great that it was impossible to take with us sufficient food for the trip. In fact, it may be said that we fished and shot our way to Mount Lloyd George. Late one afternoon on the Parsnip, while riding in the bow of the foremost canoe, I happened to spy on a low-cut bank far ahead a black object that presently resolved itself into a bear. Luckily, the wind was favorable, and Bruin was busily engrossed in the work of raking open ant hills and licking up the inmates as they crawled over the ruins of their homes. George steered the canoe close inshore, and we drifted quietly down upon the unsuspecting plantigrade. When we were within 70 yards, the bear suddenly looked up. There was a thicket of willows close by, and knowing that in a moment he would bolt out of sight, I let drive with my sporting Springfield. The bullet landed, but the bear half fell, half sprang into the thicket. In a few moments, Doodle, George's little 12-pound fox terrier, and I were ashore, but the soft-point bullet had done its work well, and another shot was not required. Doodle, who was only a pup, was wildly excited. It was his first opportunity to chew up and shake a bear, and he joyously made the most of it. Holben and I dragged the animal down on the beach, and just then the second canoe arrived. Kinky, Brennan's little fox terrier bitch, at once sprang ashore and came rushing up to see what Doodle was barking about. But when she saw the bear and got his wind, her stump of a tail went down, and she hastily took refuge at the farther end of her master's canoe. However, we managed to convince her that there was no danger, and ultimately she joined Doodle in the exciting work of shaking the bear. For half an hour those little dogs kept biting and gnawing away, while their shrill kai-kaiing resounded over the river and up through the spruce-covered hills. Finally, with tongues lolling out, they lay down beside the kill with satisfaction written over their eager little faces. When we reached Finley River, we found it in flood, which meant that what would have been a hard task at best would be more than ever difficult. But we cut down our load, and for 14 days, through a changing panorama of high mountains, we bucked the current with paddles, poles, and tracking line. As Holben and the doctor were both better canoemen than I, most of the tracking fell to me. When not pulling on the rope, I often trudged along the shore, and with the little game-getter, which had both a rifle and a shot barrel, managed to kill many of the willow grouse and fool hens which Doodle and I flushed. On the 5th day up to Finley, the doctor had a splendid shot at a brown bear, but missed it completely. Overeagerness, failure to take into account the way the animal was standing, and the fact that the hunter was shooting at a bear for the first time probably accounted for the miss, but Holben, who was inclined to be facetious, declared it was because the doctor did not take into account, quote, the size of the bank around the mark, end quote. The miss was all the funnier because the doctor not half an hour before had been expatiating upon what he could do to a bear at 300 yards. He did not hear the last of the episode until he duplicated the performance on the return trip. After that, the subject became too tragic to be referred to lightly. At Fort Graham, the little Hudson Bay post 60 miles up the Finley, I renewed my acquaintance with Fox, the half-breed trader in charge, and also with a number of Indians I had met 3 years before. My introduction to these Indians on the previous occasion had not been an auspicious one, for I had shot a brown bear within hearing of the post, and when we pulled up to the landing, the sight of the hide and hindquarters brought a scowl to the face of every aborigine who was squatting on the bank watching us. However, we told the Indians where they could find the rest of the meat, and this and a few gifts helped to establish friendly relations. These Indians are of the Sikani tribe. There are now about 60 of them, and they hunt and trap over a region as large as Indiana. They buy guns, ammunition, some summer clothing, tea, sugar, tobacco, and a few other articles from the post, but their main dependence for a livelihood is upon the game they kill. Moose is their staff of life, with rabbit standing second. They also slay bears, sheep, goats, caribou, and whistlers. These last are a sort of marmot, whose fat flesh is highly esteemed, and out of whose skins the Indians make warm robes. Most of the rabbits are caught by the squaws in snares, and it sometimes happens that a camp has nothing whatever to eat except rabbit meat. This state of affairs is considered the next worst thing to starving, as rabbit is not very toothsome as a steady diet and seems to have little sustaining power. However, rabbits are better than nothing, and when they are scarce, which happens every 7 years, when most of them die of a mysterious disease, both lynxes and seawash are likely to be frequently on short commons. Among the Indians at Graham was an old squaw whose picture I had taken surreptitiously at Fox River on the previous trip. I had sent the picture to her through the trader, and had also sent him a copy of Scribner's, in which the picture was reproduced. Fox had shown the magazine to her son, and had said, quote, "Your mother's picture will now be seen by the people of all the world." End quote. This had seemed very fine to the aboriginal mind, and I now found everybody ready to pose with the utmost willingness. These Indians are so remote from civilization that they had escaped an epidemic of measles which the winter before had wiped out half the tribe at McLeod's Lake, and the influenza, which had killed most of the bucks among the Beaver Indians in the Hudson's Hope country on the plains side of the Rockies. A few days later, a little below the mouth of a creek called Paul's Branch, we met 2 moose-hide boats loaded down with Chief Pierre's family. Alec and Dan, whom I had met 3 years before, recognized me when afar off and greeted me as an old friend. Both are intelligent, energetic fellows and splendid moose hunters, about the highest type of Indian I have met. We had a friendly powwow of an hour or so on the beach, and there was much picture-taking. When I was in the country before, all these Indians lived in tents the year round, but Alec told us proudly that he had built a cabin at the mouth of the Yaqui. His brother Dan was anxious to be the first of his people to visit the outside world and see steamboats, railroads, and automobiles, of which he had heard wonderful tales. But there was one thing that troubled him. Quote, "When I get in white man's country," said he, "must I carry my grub, and when I get hungry, stop, build fire, and cook a feed?" End quote. At noon of the 14th day from the Forks and the 24th from the railroad, we at last came in sight of the milky water of the Kadacha, and here, in a sense, the trip really began. 3 years before, the river had looked so forbidding that Lavoie and I had cached our stuff a few hundred yards upstream and had struck off into the unexplored region with pack sacks, but I was determined this time to work the canoe up the river as far as possible and to get our base of supplies as near our goal as was practicable. I knew that some stretches of the stream were navigable, but there were other stretches I had not seen in which there might be all sorts of obstacles. So far as I am aware, no white man had ever even attempted to ascend the stream, but Alec had told us that the Indians sometimes came down it on rafts. Navigation proved bad enough, but better than I had feared. At the point where the stream issues from the mountains, it flows between high rocky walls, but in this canyon the current, though very swift, was not impossible. By dint of paddling, poling, and almost constant tracking, we managed, after a little less than 3 days' work, to reach the Forks, which had marked the limit of my progress overland in 1916. On the way, we had skirted the base of the mountain called by me in my book Observation Peak, but renamed by the Canadian Geographical Board Mount Haworth. It is one of the ugliest, most God-forsaken peaks in all Canada. As in 1916, the East Fork was the whiter stream, and up it we turned our canoe, for I then supposed that at its headwaters we would find Mount Lloyd George in the Big Ice Field. The stream soon proved very bad indeed. Repeatedly we had to carry around great log jams or cut our way through them, but still we made steady progress. However, late in the afternoon of September 8th, our 5th day on the Kadacha, the mountains pinched in on the river, the current grew swifter, and we heard ahead the roar of rapids. As we had ascended the Kadacha, game signs had become more and more abundant, due to the fact that we were getting out of the range of the Indians. The bars were covered with moose, caribou, and bear tracks, and beneath the great limestone cliff at the Forks we had seen goat tracks. On one bar I had seen where a big wolf had pulled down and eaten a calf moose that had wandered too far from its mother's protecting care. And now, just as it was coming time to camp, I discovered a great muddy hole in the riverbank that had been dug out by moose, which came there to drink a sort of mineral water that trickled out. This water smelled and tasted much like that at the famous French Lick Springs of Indiana. Whatever its mineral properties were, the moose were evidently very fond of it. Their trails, in places worn 2 feet deep, converged toward it from both sides of the river like highways toward a city. We had been making heavy inroads of late into our provisions, and it was highly desirable that we obtain meat. We camped a few hundred yards above the lick, and I sent the doctor to keep watch with instructions to shoot anything eatable that might appear. I then set out to climb the mountainside behind camp in order to get a look ahead, while Holben walked up the river to examine the rapids. After climbing several hundred feet, I made the unpleasant discovery that the river, which above the forks had been following an almost east and west course, turned southeastward a few miles ahead, instead of northeastward, as I had expected. While I was still cogitating upon this unexpected discovery, there resounded from down in the valley 4 thunderous reports from the doctor's high-power 35 caliber Newton. As it was already growing dusk, nothing could be gained by climbing higher, so I descended to camp, and there Holben presently appeared with a discouraging word that he believed that we had reached the head of navigation. Soon the doctor came in through the darkness with news that he had shot a young moose, so we were assured of an ample supply of fresh meat. Holben's report on the river ahead was so unfavorable that we decided to take to the hills. Next morning we made a cache in the woods some distance below the moose lick. We pitched the larger tent and put some of our belongings in it, but all of the food we put on a platform fastened between 2 spruce trees. The canoe we drew up into the woods to a place where no tree would be likely to fall on it. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we struck off into the mountains with pack sacks. We took with us a double blanket apiece, a meager cooking outfit, a strip of canvas, a 4.5-pound balloon silk forester tent, and provisions for about 8 days. Each man had a rifle, and George carried a half-axe. As those who have tried it know, backpacking through the mountains is the hardest work a man ever tried. Holben and I were both out of practice, while it was Chesterfield's first experience, but we made 1,100 feet by aneroid before camping, and 1,300 more the next morning, and by noon had topped the first range, which had an altitude of 5,100 feet. So far, good, but when we had moved northeastward along a grassy alpine valley for a couple of miles, we came to a deep cleft, which reached down almost to the level of the river, and it was clear that we had climbed too soon. Here we flushed a covey of big blue grouse, which alighted in balsam trees, and Chesterfield shot 3 with a little .22 pistol. Leaving my pack near where we found the grouse, I climbed 1,000 feet to the top of a summit on the left, and from thence obtained at last a view of our long-sought goal. Before me, above the next range, towered the 3 snow-capped peaks of Mount Lloyd George, while for miles to right and left of them stretched away the great white ice field of my dreams. It was truly a sublime spectacle, well worth the weeks of bitter effort the view had cost me, and yet disappointment mingled with my exultation. The mountain was farther away than I had hoped, and the range between ran parallel with, not toward, the Lloyd George range. Clearly much hard work lay before us. Holben's enthusiasm for the search was already visibly evaporating. The doctor's determination was stronger than his ability as a packer, and I realized that even yet we might have to turn back without reaching the goal. I noticed that the valley ahead rose rapidly to westward, and in the hope that it would reach such an elevation that we would not have to descend far, we followed along its rim until near sunset. We made camp in a little grassy glade with dwarfed balsam trees handy for beds and firewood. Owing to the presence of slide rock, water was scarce, but I managed to find a tiny rill and obtained a scanty supply. The rill was surrounded on all sides by a dense willow thicket, And while I was waiting for the water to collect in a hole I had dug in the gravel, I heard a noise in the thicket. Thinking it was one of my companions, I called out. As there was no answer, I realized that it was an animal of some sort. But the willows were so thick I could not see 10 feet through them. In fact, I never even caught a glimpse of the animal, but subsequently I found, about 60 feet away, the fresh tracks of a big grizzly bear. He had stolen quietly out on the other side. 3 hours of travel next morning found us still on the first range, while far above and behind us towered the black, craggy peaks of the culminating summit. 400 feet beneath us lay the barrier valley, which had, as we had hoped, risen to timberline. Beyond this pass rose another peak, its middle slopes covered with grass and dwarf balsam, its summit a rugged mass of crumbling slate. It was ideal country in which to hunt, and even as we sat feasting our eyes on the prospects, Chesterfield noticed a bull caribou walking along the mountain slope opposite. The animal caught sight of us almost at the same time, and when the doctor moved to obtain a better position from which to shoot, the bull turned and ran up the mountainside. But after going 20 or 30 yards, his fatal curiosity got the better of him, and he turned broadside on for another look. Both of us let drive, but without result. The bull ran a few yards and again stopped. Quickly raising the Lyman sight on my breech bolt from 350 to 450 yards, I took steady aim, resting my elbows on my knees, and fired again. The Springfield bullet told with a resounding smack, and the bull went down. Soon he was up again, but it was clear that he was disabled, and we all thought from his behavior that he was hit in the lungs. Descending into the valley, we left our packs there and climbed up to the game. We found the bull lying in some dwarf balsam. He stood up as we approached, and then we saw that he was shot through the windpipe. He was of the Osborne species, still young and with rather small antlers, from which a few strips of velvet were still hanging. He looked ugly and displayed a disposition to charge, but by keeping above him, we managed to take a number of pictures at close range. Doodle was too venturesome. He rushed in on the bull and began snapping at his heels, whereupon the caribou charged him with surprising agility, and striking a lightning blow with his big front feet, landed on the terrier's back. Luckily it was a glancing blow, else it would have been the end of Doodle. The terrier gave an agonized yelp and took refuge in some bushes. Thereafter he was more wary in his demonstrations. Quote, "We don't want to skin the bull here," said Holben presently. "We'll just drive him down into the valley." End quote. By much shouting and throwing of sticks and stones, we finally did get the bull down into the grassy pass, and there the doctor administered the coup de grace with his .22 pistol. The antlers seemed hardly worth the labor of carrying out, but we took the skin, and I used it most of the rest of the trip for a bed, a purpose that served admirably. We also took as much meat as we could carry. Holben cut off the ribs on one side and roasted them before the fire. That night we ate unbelievable quantities of caribou meat, which stands next after mountain mutton in my estimation. By noon next day, after a hard and dangerous climb over rotten slate ledges, we topped the next range and beheld a magnificent panorama. 4,000 feet beneath us lay the valley of the North Fork, or Warneford River, while beyond towered range after range of rugged peaks. Most conspicuous, of course, were Mount Lloyd George and the Great Ice Field. We could see the upper part of 3 glacier snouts descending from the field, but their lower portions were cut off from view. Far to the northwest along the same range was another large glacier, distant perhaps 20 miles from us. Below it lay an emerald green lake, probably 7 or 8 miles long, and studded with a dozen rocky islands. Somewhat farther down the valley were a number of large ponds, while southeast of Lloyd George lay another lake, only slightly smaller than the first and surrounded on 3 sides by tall mountains. The scene held for me one big surprise. Ever since the 1916 trip, I had believed that the Lloyd George glaciers drained into the east fork of the Kadacha, and that it was they that made the Kadacha white. But now I saw that those before us formed the main sources of the West Fork, or, as I had named it, Warneford River, and that the white water of the East Fork must come from some other source. Steep cliffs made any descent into the valley at that place impossible, so we moved along the top of the range. Not until late in the afternoon did we reach a place where descent seemed practicable, and by that time we were back to a point near but far above the East Fork of the Kadacha. For more than 3 days we had been traveling in a vast semicircle, and our camp was not more than 8 miles in a direct line from our canoe and cache. It was clear that if we had ascended the river a few miles more, and we later found that this could have been done, and had then climbed the range we were now on, we would have saved an immense amount of effort. But it is often so when traveling in an unexplored country. It was evident that the task of reaching Lloyd George would still be long and difficult. We were badly worn out, so we spent the next day pottering about the camp and along the range. The next morning, Holben set out for the cache to bring up more food. The doctor and I spent the 2 days while Holben was away hunting along the range to eastward. We found many old caribou tracks and droppings, and it was clear that a month earlier the animals had been there in considerable numbers, but they had gone elsewhere, and we saw no game bigger than ptarmigan. We were able, however, to study the problem ahead at leisure and to obtain some fine views of Lloyd George. 2 of the peaks appeared to be almost perfect cones, while the third and nearest was a rough block. When all other mountains in the region were in plain sight, the peaks of Lloyd George were often veiled in clouds. I realized that the mountain was taller than I had supposed, and that the task of climbing it would be a serious one. Its height could hardly be less than 10,000 feet, which would make it considerably taller than any other peak in the Rockies north of the Robson region. However, the snowfield was the biggest spectacle, even though it seemed certain that the larger part of it was out of sight on the northern slope of the range. We were also able to obtain fairly good views of the upper Kadacha and of a fine range of snow-capped mountains in which part of it seemed to head. There are 4 of these peaks, and I have little doubt that the largest is the Great Snow Mountain seen by Frederick K. Vreeland from the Laurier Pass country to southward in 1912. It seemed to us that one branch of the East Fork swung in behind the Lloyd George Range, and I think it probable that this stream drains still greater glaciers on the north slope. Late in the afternoon of the second day, Holben reached camp with a small load of food and with some disquieting news. He said that our last fire in the valley had caught in the peat-like soil and had burned a great hole 8 or 10 feet across and 3 or 4 feet deep. He had arrived just in time to save the tent and its contents, and he said that in a few hours more the fire would probably have begun running through the forest and would inevitably have destroyed both our canoe and cache. He had spent hours putting out the fire, and on leaving supposed that he had done so, but on the way up to join us he had grown fearful that some sparks might still be smoldering and that these might start the conflagration afresh. It was greatly to our discredit as woodsmen that we had not thrown water on the fire when we left it, but only a few embers had remained, and the soil was so damp that, though both Holben and I had thought of doing so, we had each decided it to be needless. After a consultation, it was decided that Holben should return to camp and make sure, while the doctor and I should go on to Lloyd George alone. I was loath to lose Holben's aid as a packer, and I knew that his help in case a mishap should befall either of us would be invaluable, but the possibility of being left 540 miles by river from railhead without either canoe or food was entirely too serious to be contemplated lightly. Next morning, taking our rifles, the little axe, the forester tent, a single blanket apiece, and what food we could carry, the doctor and I plunged down into the valley on our way to Lloyd George. The goal we had set for that day was a small glacier on the opposite range. By a little before sunset, we reached the glacier and crossed it. We had seen many caribou tracks on the way, and the snow on the ice was trampled down and crimsoned with blood from the animals' soft horns, but of the animals themselves we caught no glimpse. However, as I was selecting the site for the tent in a little glade among some balsam trees, a big cock blue grouse walked out of the grass and stood staring at us until I decapitated him with a bullet from the Springfield. Surely he was a most obliging bird. His weight was certainly not less than 5 pounds, and he formed the main ingredient in a toothsome mulligan that lasted for 3 meals. I went to sleep that night believing the next day would be the crucial one of the whole trip. A high barrier ridge still lay between us and our goal, and though we had studied it long and eagerly through our glasses from the range behind us, we felt by no means sure that we would be able to pass it. Reaching a big mountain is, in fact, not unlike securing an interview with a great man. One must pass all sorts of obstacles before finally attaining the inner sanctum. Next morning we climbed the barrier ridge, only to find that on the other side it broke down in steep precipices. We attempted to follow the ridge, but speedily became involved in the tangle of impassable cliffs. Turning down into the glacial valley again, we made our way slowly over slide rock to the mountain that rose at the head of the valley and attempted to climb round its left shoulder. This mountain is absolutely the most barren peak it has ever been my lot to see. From this summit, on every side, down to timberline, its steep slopes are covered with slide rock, ranging from stones the size of one's fist up to huge boulders as big as a house. For hours we picked a perilous way round this peak, rarely sure of our footing and often becoming involved in frightful difficulties. But happily the slip that would have proved fatal never occurred. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we finally reached a long ridge, which presently brought us in sight of what we were seeking. Once more, Lloyd George and the great ice field loomed up before us, and we had a clear view of the 3 glaciers, rippling down for 2,000 feet or more into the valley. In the valley itself, an unexpected spectacle met our eyes. A gorgeous alpine lake, 6 or 7 miles long, a mile or more wide, and surrounded on 3 sides by high mountains. As usual, the peaks of Lloyd George were partly veiled in clouds. We made a miserable camp that night on a rocky shelf just at timberline, and had a hard time keeping our fire going because of shifting wind and gusts of snow and rain. By noon next day, we reached the shores of the lake, but rather the worse for wear. I myself was very weary, and the doctor was so exhausted that on the way down he had had a sort of mental lapse. He left his rifle lying on the mountainside where we stopped to rest, and we had gone several hundred yards before I noticed it was missing. "Where is your gun?" I asked him. He held up his camera by its strap and answered in a sort of dazed way, "Isn't this it?" But presently he came to himself, and together we went back and recovered the weapon. After lunch he had a fit of vomiting, but his spirit was still strong, though the flesh was weak, and he insisted on accompanying me up the lake shore toward the glaciers. Leaving our pack-sacks under some spruce trees, we set out. Rarely have men walked amid grander surroundings, and despite his illness, Chesterfield's spirits rose, while I forgot my stiffened muscles and felt only the exaltation of success. Furthermore, nature relented and furnished us a smooth, level beach on which we walked almost as upon a pavement, except that now and then we would come to a bushy slideway through which we must pick our way. The beach was covered with game signs, including the tracks of grizzlies, while the saplings in the slides were scarred by bull caribou and moose cleaning their horns of velvet and testing their newly grown weapons. In the 2 days we were about the lake, we saw 6 moose, all cows or calves. It was truly a virgin spot, one that seemingly had never been profaned even by the Indians. 3 hours' walking brought us within a few hundred yards of the glaciers, but here our way was barred by a limestone precipice that reached down to the water's edge. The afternoon was already nearly spent, so reluctantly we turned back toward our packs. Thus far the peaks of Lloyd George had been veiled with clouds, but for a few minutes they were revealed, and from some distance down the lake I obtained pictures which showed them in dim outline. The closer-up pictures of the glaciers unfortunately proved unsuccessful. 2 of the glaciers, I may say here, descend to the water level. The third ends at a cliff hundreds of feet up, and the water comes tumbling down in a fine, feathery cascade. The smallest is hundreds of yards wide. It had been my hope, when I undertook the trip, to reach the top of the mountain, but I realized now that I must give up the thought. Only a larger party, well equipped with an alpine outfit, could safely climb those rugged slopes of ice. In our present weakened state and without proper equipment, such an attempt would have been little short of madness. For a time I considered building a raft and actually going to the foot of the glaciers, but there was little to be gained by doing so, as we had already been very close up. Furthermore, the effort would have taken a couple of days. The weather was threatening, the season was late, there was danger that we might be snowed in. So in the afternoon of the next day we took the homeward way. I had noticed from the heights that the outlet of the lake takes a very big drop, and I had resolved to investigate this on the way back. Near the foot of the lake we passed an enormous beaver house, one of the largest I ever saw, though not quite so big as one we saw later near Kadacha Forks. We found the outlet of the lake to be a stream about 80 feet wide, with a good volume of water. This little river has a descent of over 1,000 feet in less than a mile. Right at the outlet there is a considerable cascade. Around a bend we came upon two more. Just below these the river lets go all holds and drops sheer almost 200 feet by aneroid measurement in one of the prettiest falls one could wish to see. This final discovery formed the climax of the trip, and, needless to say, we were happy men. The great mountain, the immense snowfield, the three rippling rivers of ice, the emerald green lake, the superb falls form, all in all, a combination scarcely equaled in America. But it will be many years before tourists will visit the place. Personally, I am glad of it. I should hate to think of that virgin wilderness being littered with discarded lunch boxes and the landscape scarred with automobile trails. 4 days of hard travel brought us back once more to the canoe and cache, where I experienced great relief in finding everything safe. The rest of our stay in the Kadacha country was devoted to hunting, and we had numerous interesting experiences. In the twilight one evening, I had the good fortune to kill an immense bull moose that was 6 feet 8 inches high at the shoulder and that had a fine symmetrical spread of antlers. But of this and of a startling adventure that befell us on our way down Peace River, I shall not attempt to tell here. We had failed to climb Mount Lloyd George, but we had reached and photographed it, had mapped Warneford River and much of the east fork of the Kadacha, had discovered 2 new lakes and definitely located a third that hitherto was known only by Indian report, and had found one of the finest falls in the world. Doubtless we should have had time and energy to do more had we not had the misfortune with our motor. As it was, we got out of the Finlay country just in time to escape the freeze-up, and it was 8 degrees below zero the second night after we reached Railhead at Peace River Landing. There still remains a big summer's work in the Kadacha region. Some party should trace the upper reaches of the East Fork, should climb Lloyd George, and should ascertain the exact dimensions of the snowfield. Such a party should start at least a month earlier than we were able to do. I have little doubt that on the northern slope of the Lloyd George Range they will find glaciers even bigger than those we saw and photographed. In other parts of the Canadian Northland, there still exist other unexplored areas in which persons wishing to get in back of beyond can realize their desire. I have given somewhat in detail my own experiences, not primarily because of their importance, but as illustrating what can still be done in the far northwest. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Trailmakers of the Northwest by Paul Leland Haworth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. How Amundsen Made the Northwest Passage. One spring day in 1889, a young Norwegian named Fridtjof Nansen came up Christiania Fjord and received the plaudits of admiring throngs for having accomplished the splendid feat of crossing the great Greenland ice cap on skis. Among the thousands who cheered the erect young ski runner that bright sunny day was a boy named Roald Amundsen, and as the lad wandered with throbbing pulses amid the bunting and the cheering crowds, there was born in his eager brain the thought that someday he, too, would become an explorer. And something seemed to whisper to him, "If you could make the Northwest Passage." 4 years later, Nansen sailed northward in the Fram on the expedition which resulted in his getting farther north than man had ever done before. Amundsen felt that he must go with his hero, but his mother thought him too young and wisely bade him stay at home and go on with his lessons. In a year or so, however, his mother passed away, and in 1894 he made his first voyage to the Polar Sea on board a sealing vessel. In 1897 to 1899 he took part as mate in the Belgian Antarctic expedition under Adrien de Gerlache. While on this voyage his boyhood dream took definite shape, and he determined to combine with a search for the Northwest Passage an object of still greater scientific importance, that of locating the present situation of the magnetic North Pole. The tasks he had set himself required extended scientific training, so Amundsen studied terrestrial magnetism and other subjects in the German Marine Observatory and elsewhere. Like all truly great men, he realized the importance of fitting himself for the task he proposed to undertake. Professor Nansen took keen interest in the young enthusiast's plans and aided him to collect the necessary funds. By the spring of 1903, all was in readiness. A sturdy wooden ship named the Goa had been bought and fitted out with a 13-horsepower petroleum motor, and in her Amundsen had already made a trial voyage to the Polar Sea. Provisions and equipment had been carefully selected, and a crew of 6 had been engaged. All these men were hardy, resourceful fellows, able to turn their hands to almost everything. Even the cook, Adolf H. Lindstrom, could run the engine, steer the ship, or make zoological collections. On the night of the 16th of June, 1903, the little ship sailed quietly out of Christiania Harbor on a venture that in 4 centuries had cost the lives of hundreds of brave men and had baffled scores of bold mariners from Verrazano and Cartier to Franklin and Collinson. The supplies included scientific equipment, food for 5 years, petroleum for the engine, rifles and cartridges, and 6 Eskimo dogs which had been brought to Norway by the second Fram expedition. On the voyage across the Atlantic, 2 of the dogs were seized by a disease that paralyzed them, and they had to be killed. 10 more dogs, sledges, kayaks, and other equipment were obtained at Godhaven in Greenland. At Dalrymple Rock, north of Cape York, they took on board considerable further stores that had been deposited for them by Scotch whaling vessels. By this time, the little Goa was so heavily laden that the deck was down almost to waterline, and cases were piled nearly as high as the main boom. Ice conditions in the Arctic were unusually favorable that year, and with comparatively little difficulty the explorers crossed Lancaster Sound and on August 22nd anchored in Erebus Bay on the southeast coast of Beechy Island. It was at this place that the last Franklin expedition had spent their first winter, and from it they had vanished from the sight of men. Here stood memorials to Franklin and to certain other explorers who had perished in that region. Here also were the graves of some of Franklin's men, marked by wooden crosses. Here a depot of provisions and supplies had been established in 1852 for the use of one of the expeditions that searched for Franklin, or for Franklin himself if he happened to pass that way. Some parts of the building still remained, as well as some of the supplies. Amundsen took away the last of the coal and also a small quantity of sole leather. This last, though over half a century old and exposed for many years to wind and weather, they found to be preferable to their new best American sole leather, a discouraging evidence of degeneracy in present-day methods and workmanship. Some of the crew became so interested in this salvage work that they could hardly bear to leave anything behind. The smith found an ancient anvil over which he went into the wildest raptures. Nothing would do but that it must be taken along. Quote, the expedition would simply go to the bottom, end quote, without it. So on board it went, though no real use was ever found for it. Several other members took a great fancy to an old handcart and thought it ought to be taken, but there was no space for it, and when Amundsen facetiously asked if they would take it in their bunks, they reluctantly abandoned the idea. After making needed magnetic observations, the expedition left this gloomy island of darkness and death and steered southwestward. For a time they had little difficulty with ice, but one day in Peel Sound they perceived far ahead in the mirror-like glitter of the calm sea what appeared to be a solid mass of ice extending from shore to shore. Amundsen feared, with a sinking heart, that he was about to reach the barrier that had turned all his predecessors back, quote, the border of solid unbroken ice, end quote. But the season had been unusually favorable, and luck was with them. Between the shore and the ice on either side, they found clear and unimpeded channels, through one of which they passed easily and were soon again in open water. That night they reached a point so near the magnetic pole that their compass ceased to act, and they were reduced to steering by the sun and stars like their Viking forefathers, as the sky was veiled a large part of the time in impenetrable fog. Such navigation was very dangerous. Late next day, the Goa reached the De La Roquette Islands, where in 1875 Sir Allen Young and the Pandora had encountered an impenetrable barrier of ice. But again, the lucky Norwegians found open water and sailed on to Bellot Strait, where for 2 years Captain McClintock had vainly waited for a chance to get through. At Bellot Strait, the Goa again found an open channel and passed on into virgin water never before traversed by the keel of a ship. Thus far, the expedition had met no insurmountable barrier, but it must not be inferred that all had been easy. The ordinary hazards of the Arctic Sea had required all their resourcefulness, and if all had not been men experienced in navigating ice-filled waters, they would doubtless long before have come to grief. On September 1st, while they were still congratulating themselves over having entered the hitherto unnavigated portion of the Northwest Passage, they met with the most dangerous experience of the voyage. At 6 o'clock in the morning, they ran aground upon a great submerged reef that branched out in all directions. They threw overboard 25 of their heaviest cases, each of which contained about 400 pounds of pemmican for dogs, and all that day labored to get off the reef, but in vain. That night a gale sprang up from the north. The vessel pitched violently upon the rocks, the wind howled through the rigging, and the spray dashed over the ship. As a last resort, Amundsen decided to set the sails and endeavor to get off the reef with their aid. Then, says he, we commenced a method of sailing not one of us is ever likely to forget should he attain the age of Methuselah. The mighty press of sail and the high, choppy sea, combined, had the effect of lifting the vessel up and pitching her forward again among the rocks, so that we expected every moment to see her planks scattered on the sea. The false keel was splintered and floated up. All we could do was to watch the course of events and calmly await the issue. As a matter of fact, I did feel calm as I stood in the rigging and followed the dance from one rock to another. I stood there with the bitterest self-reproach. If I had set a watch in the crow's nest, this would never have happened, because he would have observed the reef a long way off and reported it. Was my carelessness to wreck my whole undertaking, which had begun so auspiciously? Should we, who had got so much further than anyone before us, we who had so fortunately cleared parts of the passage universally regarded as the most difficult, should we now be compelled to stop and turn back crestfallen? Turn back, that might yet be the question. If the vessel broke up, what then? I had to hold fast with all my strength whenever the vessel, after being lifted, pitched down onto the rocks, or I should have been flung into the sea. Supposing she were broken up, there was a very good prospect of it. The water on the reef got shallower, and I noted how the sea broke on the outer edge. It looked as if the raging north wind meant to carry us just to that bitter end. The sails were as taut as drumheads, the rigging trembled, and I expected it to go overboard every minute. We were steadily nearing the shallowest part of the reef, and sharper grew the lash of the spray over the vessel. I thought it almost impossible the ship could hold together if she could get on the outer edge of the reef, which in fact was almost lying dry. There was still time to let down a boat and load it with the most indispensable necessaries. I stood up there in the most terrible agony, struggling for a decision. On me rested every responsibility, and the moment came when I had to make my choice, to abandon the Goa, take to the boats, and let her be smashed up, or to dare the worst, and perchance go to meet death with all souls on board." End quote. Amundsen slid down to the deck, and there Lund, the first mate, a very experienced man, suggested that they throw over the last of the deck cargo. They did so, and again the boat forged ahead over the rocks. Suddenly the vessel seemed to pull herself together for the final leap. Quote, "She was lifted up high and flung bodily onto the bare rocks, bump, bump, with terrific force. In my distress I sent up, I honestly confess it, an ardent prayer to the Almighty. Yet another thump, worse than ever, then one more, and we slid off." End quote. Well, it was for that little crew, far up there in the icy north, that there was staunch timber and honest craftsmanship in their little ship. But now a new peril threatened. Lieutenant Hansen at the wheel cried out that there was something wrong with the rudder, so that it would not steer. To one side lay a rocky island upon which they would soon drift to destruction unless the rudder would work. Suddenly the little ship pitched high in a wave. The rudder settled back where it belonged, and Hansen shouted that all was right again. Later that day they anchored near some small islands. A frightful storm sprang up, and there was danger that the anchor chains would part and let the vessel drift to destruction. The engine was kept working full steam ahead to relieve the strain on the anchors. Quote, "Fortunately the chains held," says Amundsen, "but there we lay for 5 days and nights in terror, while the gale boxed the compass." End quote. When the storm finally ceased, the explorers sailed on, but it was clear to them that the autumn storms had begun in earnest, and that further progress must be bought at the expense of the greatest danger. Furthermore, Amundsen wished to stop somewhere in this region in order to ascertain the location of the magnetic North Pole. One day on the southeast coast of King William Land, they saw a little harbor that would be almost ideal for winter quarters. So after sounding the entrance and reconnoitering the country, the explorers sailed their vessel in. The basin was so small that the wind could not raise troublesome waves in it, while the entrance was so shallow and narrow that drifting ice, the terror of all Arctic explorers, could not enter and crush the ship. They called the place Go Haven. As speedily as possible, the explorers built a storehouse and a magnetic observation house and made other preparations to pass the winter. 2 of the men slept in the observation house, and the rest on board the ship. Caribou were numerous, and when they began their migration southward, more than 100 were killed for winter use. One day a number of Eskimos appeared, and thereafter some of them were almost constantly about the place. Some, in fact, came hundreds of miles to see the wonderful kablunas, i.e., white men. The explorers made use of them as hunters and fishermen, and to make clothing of skins. The explorers remained in this place for 18 months, and every day of that time careful magnetic observations were taken. Exploring trips were made toward the magnetic pole and to Victoria Land. The time passed pleasantly, for there was plenty of food, and the explorers were like a happy family. There was no strict discipline. Every man knew his duties and performed them without orders, and was always ready to give his comrades a helping hand. This was possible because Amundsen was a natural-born leader, and also because he had been careful to take with him only good and tried men. The monotony of their life was broken by hunting and fishing trips, by visits to the Eskimo villages, and by good-natured tricks on each other. Lindstrom, the cook, was often the subject of these jokes, and he always was ready to laugh louder than anyone when he saw how he had been sold. One day, for example, Lund and Hansen took a frozen ptarmigan, killed a couple of months before, and placed it in lifelike pose on a snowdrift about 25 yards from the ship. Then Lund descended to the forecabin, where the cook was eating his breakfast, and called out, "Lindstrom, Lindstrom, there's a ptarmigan yonder on the ice." The cook, an eager sportsman, snatched up his shotgun and hurried to the deck. "Where is it?" he demanded. "There, on the bow." The cook crept closer, and then, taking careful aim, fired. The ptarmigan rolled over in the snow. "Ha, ha, I hit him that time," cried the elated cook, and ran to fetch the game. He picked up the bird and felt of it. "Why, it is quite cold," he exclaimed in astonishment. A shout burst out from the deck, and looking up, the cook perceived the jeering faces of the jokers. Even Amundsen himself was not allowed to escape a certain amount of chaffing. Once, for instance, the captain undertook to learn how to manage an Eskimo kayak or skin boat. These little craft are very cranky and easily upset. "I chose," says the explorer, "a suitable little pond for practicing on. At first I managed splendidly, but my comrades, who were building a cairn close by, made remarks that were anything but flattering. I calmly turned round to tell them that I evidently had a natural talent for rowing a kayak. At that instant, both the kayak and I turned over. The water was so shallow that I touched the bottom with my arms, but the kayak filled and I was wet to the skin. The others had to drag me ashore, and my return to the tent to change my clothes was not a march of triumph." End quote. Another time, a member of the expedition quietly passed the word among the Eskimos that the captain was anxious to buy seal bladders. These are used by the natives for holding reindeer fat. At once, the women began bringing the blown-up bladders to the ship for him. At first, Amundsen bought the bladders, giving a few needles in exchange, but the supply continued to grow until the whole cabin was covered with bladders. Then he refused to buy any more. Meanwhile, the other explorers had a good deal of quiet fun at their leader's expense. Most of the Eskimos who came to the ship had never before seen a white man. Many of them still used bows and arrows in hunting caribou. To them, a few needles and a knife or so were great wealth. They lived altogether upon the fish and game they could catch or kill. Their clothing was of skins, and in summer they lived in skin tents, and in winter in snow igloos, in the building of which they were very expert. They assumed a friendly demeanor toward the white strangers, but in view of the smallness of his party, Amundsen thought it well to take precautions against any change of mind. With the idea of impressing them with a white man's power, the explorers secretly placed a powerful charge of gun cotton under an empty snow hut and laid wires to it from the ship. Amundsen then assembled the Eskimos and spoke to them about the wonderful things the white man could do, and warned them not to expose themselves to his terrible anger. For example, if they should play any tricks even out there by the snow huts, then the white men would simply sit quietly on board, and then, quote, "with a terrific report, the igloo blew up, and clouds of snow burst high in the air. This was all that was required." End quote. Throughout their long stay at Gohaven, the explorers had no serious trouble with the Eskimos. With some, they became really good friends. Amundsen had a real interest in the natives and did all he could to help them. He found them superior in most ways to Eskimos who had come in closer contact with white men, and he says, quote, "My sincerest wish for our friends, the Nicheli Eskimos, is that civilization may never reach them." End quote. These Eskimos had special customs which they observed, but they had no laws or magistrates. Each man did what seemed best in his own eyes, and stood in little fear of punishment for misdeeds. One tragic occurrence took place under the eyes of a member of the expedition. Among the Eskimos was a man named Umiktualu, who lived for a time the first summer in a tent pitched close to the magnetic observation house. He owned an old muzzle-loading rifle, which he had traded from another Eskimo. One day he left the weapon loaded, and the children began playing with it. While the rifle was in the hands of a foster son, it went off and killed Umiktualu's own oldest son, a boy of 7. The father, hearing the sound of the shot, rushed home, saw the dead boy, and in a frenzy stabbed the foster son to death. Later he was filled with remorse for the deed, but the other Eskimos made no effort to punish him. By the summer of 1905, the explorers had completed their scientific work and were ready to proceed. They had mapped the coasts round about and had fixed the position of the magnetic pole. They found it to be on the west coast of the peninsula of Boothia Felix, about where it was first located by James Ross half a century before. Before leaving Gohaven, they paid off the Eskimos who had aided them. In addition to knives and other articles, Amundsen made 11 heaps of wood and iron and gave them to the Aborigines. One day he collected together all the Eskimo women, quote, to enrich them with our empty tins. There were some hundreds of empty tins, and I had put them together in a large heap in the middle of the hill. Then I had the women folk arranged round the heap in a ring and told them that when I counted 3, they might go for the heap and get all they could. The men arranged themselves behind their ladies. 1, 2, 3, and in they rushed, using both hands as shovels. They threw the tins out backwards between their legs. They were not hampered by skirts, and the men grabbed hold of the flying tins, and so each collected his lot. Laughter and noise, shrieks and shouts, tins flying, men rushing, and so the heap was cleared. End quote. Early August 13th, 1905, the anchor was raised, and the Goa once more began her perilous journey. Fortunately, conditions were favorable. The preceding winter had been a mild one, and the sea was comparatively free from ice. In one place, the passage between the ice and an island was so narrow as to be barely wide enough for the ship to pass through, but through she got, and safely. 4 days of careful navigation brought them to the west side of Cape Colborne, and they had now sailed, quote, through the hitherto unsolved link in the Northwest Passage, end quote. 10 days later, off Bering Land, a vessel was sighted to westward. It was a memorable moment, for now they could truly claim that the Northwest Passage, Amundsen's dream since boyhood, had been accomplished. Says he, quote, this very moment it was fulfilled. I had a peculiar sensation in my throat. I was somewhat overworked and tired, and I suppose it was weakness on my part, but I could find tears coming to my eyes. Vessel in sight. The words were magical. My home and those dear to me at once appeared to me as if stretching out their hands. Vessel in sight. I dressed myself in no time. When ready, I stopped a moment before Nansen's portrait on the wall. It seemed as if the picture had come to life, as if he winked at me, nodding. Just what I thought, my boy. I nodded back, smiling and happy, and went on deck. End quote. The vessel proved to be an American whaler, and from her the explorers obtained potatoes and onions, great delicacies, and newspapers that were several months old, but that were read avidly by Amundsen and his comrades. At this time, the explorers expected to be able to get out of the Arctic that season, but at King Point, west of the mouth of the Mackenzie River, they were held up by ice and were forced to spend the winter there. Amundsen and a whaling captain from Herschel Island, farther west, made an overland trip to Eagle City on the Yukon. In March, Gustav J. Wick, the second engineer and assistant in magnetic observations, died, to the great sorrow of all his comrades. Amundsen himself was much affected, and in the preface to his book on the trip he says, quote, a loving thought will again and again travel back to the lonely grave looking out on the boundless ice desert, and grateful memories will arise of him who laid down his young life on the field of action. End quote. At Herschel Island, which the Goa reached in July, another tragedy occurred. Among the Eskimo who frequented the region about Gohaven, there was a lad of about 17 named Mani. He was a foster son of Umik Tualu, the Eskimo who had murdered another foster son. Mani was eager to accompany the Kablonas to their own land, and partly out of pity for him, they had agreed to take him. He was given a bath, his hair was well combed, and was treated with plenty of insect powder, and an outfit of clothes was provided for him. He soon became a great favorite with the explorers, being willing to work or hunt, while his happy laughter, quote, banished the most surly airs, end quote. He even learned to read and write a little, but his dream of seeing the land of the white man was never realized. One day in the harbor at Herschel Island, he went out duck hunting. He stood up in his little boat the better to aim at a bevy of ducks, and in some way fell out of it. Like all Eskimos, he could not swim a stroke. He sank and was never seen again. On the last day of August, the Goa arrived safely at Nome on Bering Sea, and the crew were accorded an enthusiastic reception by the people. From thence, the homeward trip was easy. Thus, after more than 3 centuries, the dream of a Northwest Passage was finally realized. By accomplishing it, Amundsen won rank among the foremost of great explorers, but the intrepid Norwegian was not content with these laurels. In 1910, he sailed southward to the Antarctic in Nansen's old ship, the Fram. On December 15, 1911, he and 4 companions planted the Norwegian flag at the South Pole. He is now, 1920, in the Arctic seas, seeking to reach the North Pole. Among modern explorers, Amundsen takes equal rank with our own immortal Pierre. He is a man of great humanity, strong yet gentle. In the recent Great War, he returned to Germany all the decorations bestowed upon him by that country. He did not wish, he said, to be honored by a country guilty of such barbarities. All honor to the noble Norwegian. End of chapter 14.